Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, Master is upset about the Starry Sky Stone incident and wants to stand up for Ye Cong Xin. However, does Master know why Ye Cong Xin is more popular than me? Yet the disciples who joined the trial preferred to give the Starry Sky Stone to me instead of her. Yu Zhao's lips curved into a mocking smile. Ye Cong Xin felt a sharp pang in her heart. Fearing that Yu Zhao might expose something humiliating, she hurriedly interjected, "Sixth senior sister, I know I was the one holding everyone back, and I caused trouble for the group. It's only fair that the Starry Sky Stone goes to you. I have no objections, really." "Oh, so you admit you were burdened. Because of your delays, we wasted 2 extra days, and throughout the journey, you contributed nothing. How can you have the audacity to compete with me for the Starry Sky Stone? Just because you're useless? Ye Cong Xin, can you at least have some shame?" When Yu Zhao spat out the final sentence, she felt a surge of exhilaration. She used to keep everything bottled up, hiding her emotions and enduring in silence until it felt suffocating. Now, having mastered the illusory tides technique, she lived by the principle of following her heart and seeking no desires. Whoever crossed her would find themselves slapped in the face. Ye Cong Xin's face flushed red with anger, but she maintained her facade of kindness and vulnerability, refusing to retort. She could only look at Yu Zhao with tearful eyes, shaking her head repeatedly. In the past, Su Ming would have jumped in to defend Ye Cong Xin, but having just been humiliated by Yu Zhao himself, he didn't dare lift his head, let alone speak up for Ye Cong Xin. Moreover, despite Yu Zhao's harsh words, they made him reflect. Had their actions really been so excessive, leading to today's outcome? Master Qing Yin, seated high on the cloud platform, remained as serene and detached as a stone Buddha from the moment Yu Zhao began recounting her grievances. Yu Zhao's sorrow and anger failed to stir even a flicker of emotion in him. He looked down on the world from above, aloof and untouched. Yu Zhao glanced at him and suddenly laughed. "Master, you are the most formidable cultivator I have ever seen." Sect Master Ji Yuan. Why had her tirade suddenly taken a turn? He had been listening with keen interest. Both Su Ming and Ye Cong Xin also felt puzzled and indignant. Why were they scolded, but the master was spared? Master Qing Yin remained indifferent. He figured there had to be more to her statement. "And the coldest, most hypocritical cultivator I have ever known." Yu Zhao harbored complicated feelings toward Master Qing Yin. When he rescued her from the refugee crowd, she had revered him as an immortal. When he brought her to the Five Elements Tao sect and accepted her as his disciple, she had regarded him as both a mentor and a father. Back then, Yu Zhao saw Master Qing Yin as her savior, someone she was willing to give her life for. But no matter how immense her gratitude had been, it was gradually eroded by accumulating disappointments. The sword that Master Qing Yin wielded was the final straw that broke the camel's back. From then on, Yu Zhao was completely freed. Insolence. As Yu Zhao's words trailed off, a colossal pressure swept across the Grand Hall. Su Ming and Ye Cong Xin were flung away by the overwhelming force before they could even react, losing consciousness immediately. Yu Zhao, on the other hand, barely managed to stay standing under the protection of Sect Master Ji Yuan. Even so, Ji Yuan was struggling. His chair had been reduced to dust, and he was now half-crouching, desperately resisting the pressure from Master Qing Yin. Sect Master Ji Yuan silently cursed his luck. Yu Zhao actually dared to insult Qing Yin to his face. Was she trying to bring the heavens crashing down? "Master, you often preach that elders should be tolerant of juniors. Why can't you overlook a single disrespectful remark from me?" Yu Zhao, drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably, forced a faint smile and held her ground, meeting Qin Yan's gaze. Qin Yan's expression darkened further. Shaking his head slightly, he muttered, "Beyond saving." Qin Yan couldn't fathom why Yu Zhao would react, as if the entire world had wronged her over a minor grievance. The only explanation he could conjure was that her Tao heart had crumbled, leaving her consumed by madness. Such a person, he concluded, was no longer fit to remain in the Five Elements Tao sect. Abruptly, Qin Yan withdrew his oppressive force and returned to his usual cold, detached demeanor. Sect Master Ji Yuan, unsure of Qin Yan's intentions, remained on edge. Yu Zhao lacks the temperament to achieve greatness. From this day forth, she is expelled from my tutelage and may no longer claim to be of Lone Moon Peak. Qin Yan, Sect Master Ji Yuan, was horrified. The series of events unfolding before him had left him reeling. First, he had learned shocking secrets about Lone Moon Peak. Then he witnessed this dramatic fallout between master and disciple. Master Qin Yan, perhaps you should reconsider. Yu Zhao. Sect Master Ji Yuan didn't believe Yu Zhao was as worthless as Qin Yan claimed. This wasn't just his intuition. It was based on detailed analysis from his eldest disciple. Yu Zhao had demonstrated admirable qualities by remaining composed under the threat of a fourth-rank demon and even using a spirit treasure to save Zhou Jinyu. These were testaments to her potential. Qin Yan, with his clear bias, was simply misunderstanding her. Sect Master Ji Yuan had come specifically to clear up such misconceptions and wasn't willing to leave empty-handed. As he struggled to find the right words to change Qin Yan's mind, Yu Zhao suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Thank you, Master Qin Yan, for granting me my wish." Sect Master Ji Yuan. "Wait, what? Why are you agreeing? I was just about to defend you." Frantic, Sect Master Ji Yuan shot Yu Zhao a series of meaningful looks, trying to dissuade her. Yu Zhao was too young to grasp the consequences of being expelled by a soul transformation cultivator. No other high-ranking cultivators in the Five Elements Tao sect, or even the entire cultivation world, would dare take her as a disciple for fear of offending Master Qin Yan. Furthermore, other disciples would likely ostracize or resent her, making it difficult for her to integrate into any group. She would lose all privileges as a direct disciple and be demoted to an ordinary inner disciple, with minimal support from the sect. Losing her status as Qin Yan's direct disciple brought nothing but drawbacks. It was an impulsive and foolish decision. Sect Master Ji Yuan, unwilling to see her talent go to waste, reluctantly turned to Qin Yan and said, "Master Qin Yan, these are just words spoken in anger. Surely, you won't take them to heart." "This is no fit of anger," Qin Yan replied coldly. Yu Zhao untied the storage pouch from her waist and placed it on the floor in front of her. "Inside this pouch are my identity token as a direct disciple, the magical artifacts Master Qin Yan once gifted me, and the jade slip containing the bright moon over the sea technique. I return them all to Master Qin Yan. From today onward, I am no longer your sixth disciple or a member of Lone Moon Peak. I am merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Five Elements Tao sect." It dawned on Sect Master Ji Yuan that Yu Zhao had come prepared. Her goal all along was to sever ties with Master Qin Yan. She had provoked him deliberately to ensure the outcome. Ji Yuan even suspected that his involvement was part of her plan. Otherwise, given her fragile frame, she would have been left half dead under Qin Yan's wrath. Though Ji Yuan realized he had been used, he wasn't angry. On the contrary, he felt somewhat relieved. Yu Zhao had made up her mind. There was no point in him interfering unnecessarily or complicating matters further. After all, he was on her side. Master Qin Yan cast a casual glance at the storage pouch. The space around them seemed to compress, producing an ear-piercing screech. In the next moment, the storage pouch exploded violently. Everything within it was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind, not even fragments. Yu Zhao stood up, unperturbed. "Since I am no longer a disciple of Lone Moon Peak, it would be inappropriate for me to linger and disturb Master Qin Yan. I shall take my leave now." Sect Master Ji Yuan, still pondering Yu Zhao's true intentions, snapped out of his thoughts. at her words. He let out an awkward laugh and said, "In that case, I will take her away now. Apologies for the disturbance, Master Qing Yan. Farewell." The two left the grand hall one after the other, their movements remarkably in sync. Master Qing Yan sat motionless for a long time. A vein throbbed visibly at his temple. He had never liked Yu Zhao and had indeed considered expelling her from his sect. Though Yu Zhao's departure had aligned with his own desires, there was no joy in his heart. Instead, he felt an inexplicable void, an unsettling emptiness. Closing his eyes, he couldn't help but recall scenes involving Yu Zhao. Their first meeting had been in a remote frontier town. The small town had just suffered the ravages of war. It was desolate and in ruins, with streets filled with homeless refugees. Passing through, Master Qing Yan's divine sense had picked up an inexplicable calling. Following it, he found Yu Zhao among the emaciated refugees. Yu Zhao was 6 years old at the time, but looked no older than 3 or 4. Her face was gaunt, with hardly any flesh, and her eyes were disproportionately large. Master Qing Yan was not one for sentimentality. Yet from the moment he saw Yu Zhao, a pang of compassion stirred within him. His original intention had been to take her to a bustling city and find a reliable mortal couple to adopt her. Unexpectedly, he discovered that her innate potential was extraordinary, making her an ideal candidate for cultivation. He changed his plans immediately, taking Yu Zhao back to the Five Elements Dao sect and accepting her as his disciple. Everyone believed it was her talent that earned her a place in the sect. No one knew it was Yu Zhao's presence that had caught his attention first. Her talent was merely a pleasant surprise. Before this, Master Qing Yan had never accepted a female disciple. Yu Zhao was his only exception. Master Qing Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly. He remembered now. He had once declared that Yu Zhao would be his final disciple and that he would take no more. Later, he met Ye Cong Xin. He broke his promise. A frown creased Master Qing Yan's brow as he opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within them. He was a man of his word. To go back on his promise was unthinkable. Moreover, with his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, forgetfulness was an impossibility. A falling leaf, a withered flower. He could trace their origins and restore their vitality. How could he have forgotten his vow to Yu Zhao? Someone had tampered with his memories. The very thought sent a chill down Master Qing Yan's spine. He was nearly at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Who could approach him silently and alter his mind without leaving a trace? For a moment, he wondered if he was overthinking things. Yet his instincts as a cultivator told him otherwise. How else could he explain breaking his own principles by accepting a disciple with a frail constitution and mediocre talent? Master Qing Yan's gaze shifted to the unconscious Ye Cong Xin lying in the distance. His expression grew increasingly unreadable. "You now hold a special status. Why not come with me and reside at the main peak?" Sect Master Ji Yuan spoke softly after a long silence as he and Yu Zhao descended from the summit of Lone Moon Peak. Yu Zhao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head in refusal. Although the hierarchy within the Five Elements Dao sect wasn't excessively rigid, there were clear distinctions regarding the ranks of disciples and their corresponding privileges. Personal disciples were allowed to live with their masters, while intersect disciples without a direct master lived uniformly in the inner courtyard. The accommodations in the inner courtyard were quite decent, with each disciple allocated a small, private residence. However, compared to the cave dwellings atop the peaks, it was undeniably less luxurious. Yu Zhao could indeed take advantage of her situation and stay at the main peak. Yet, she wasn't the type to ignore the gossip it would generate or the potential impact on the sect master's reputation. This time, she had successfully severed ties with Lone Moon Peak only by leveraging the sect master's influence. She wasn't someone to repay kindness with trouble, so she had no intention of creating additional burdens for him. Moreover, Yu Zhao already had a plan in mind. Her epiphany during her time in Dragon Roar Valley had propelled her cultivation to the late stage of foundation establishment. she intended to enter seclusion to stabilize her foundation and then set out on a journey for further training. After acquiring the remaining 2 materials required for artifact crafting, she planned to visit the Greenwood sect to borrow a pill refining chamber for crafting her artifact. Thus, she wouldn't remain in the sect for long and wouldn't need to worry about external influences disrupting her state of mind. Sect Master Ji Yuan could tell from Yu Zhao's demeanor that her decision was firm, so he didn't press the matter further. If you're free, feel free to visit your senior sister on the main peak. She's quite fond of you, he said. All right, I will, Yu Zhao replied. After rummaging through his belongings, Sect Master Ji Yuan pulled out an ancient storage pouch. I know what happened in Dragon Roar Valley. You did an excellent job. Thank you for saving little you. This is my gift of thanks as your master. The sect's official rewards will take some time to be distributed. The items Yu Zhao and her team had brought back from the secret realm, including a chest of ore and the Scarlet Flame Lion Cub, had already been handed over to the sect. The sect would later evaluate the contributions and distribute rewards accordingly. Ji Yuan explained this to avoid any misunderstandings on Yu Zhao's part. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yu Zhao reached out and accepted the storage pouch with sincerity. Thank you, Sect Master. She had no choice. Poverty breeds compromise. This is what you deserve. Let's go. I'll take you to the logistics hall. Though Ji Yuan didn't express it openly, he was deeply grateful to Yu Zhao. Aside from the dangerous sensation he had felt during the sect council meeting, the accounts from Zhou Jinyu and Zhang Jun vividly painted the perilous scenario. Zhou Jinyu was Ji Yuan's first disciple, whom he had personally raised. To Ji Yuan, she was like half his life. By saving Zhou Jinyu, Yu Zhao had effectively saved Ji Yuan himself. The sect master's willingness to risk offending Master Qing Yin by visiting Lone Moon Peak wasn't just for Zhou Jinyu's plea. It was also to repay Yu Zhao's kindness. Given Yu Zhao's delicate position in the sect, Ji Yuan understood that if he didn't personally escort her, she would undoubtedly face challenges and mistreatment. For Zhou Jinyu's sake, Ji Yuan had meticulously considered every aspect of Yu Zhao's situation. Yu Zhao recognized the sect master's thoughtful efforts and accepted his guidance with gratitude. Thus, a small number of disciples from the 5 Elements Dao sect witnessed the rare sight of the sect master personally accompanying Yu Zhao to the logistics hall. The elder in charge of the logistics hall was named Elder Ho, a kindly-looking man with a gentle temperament. His speech was calm and measured. With a beaming smile, Ji Yuan introduced Yu Zhao to Elder Ho. Elder Ho, starting today, Yu Zhao is an intersect disciple. Please update her status in the records and assign her a new courtyard in the inner courtyard. The smile on Elder Ho's face froze instantly. Sect Master, are you joking with me? Elder Ho stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open after a long pause. His shock was understandable. In the 5 Elements Dao sect, it was common for intersect disciples to be promoted to personal disciples, but never the reverse. A personal disciple being demoted to the intersect was unheard of. It would be so utterly disastrous as to be expelled from their master's tutelage. The mere thought of it was almost impossible. Sect Master Ji Yuan coughed lightly and said, Do I look like I'm joking? That's how it is. Don't ask too many questions. Just follow the order. Elder Host slowly came to terms with the situation, glancing at Yu Zhao as though she were some sort of rare creature. He had recognized her. After all, Master Qing Yin, known as the #1 cultivator in the 5 Elements Dao sect, only had 7 personal disciples, and Yu Zhao was one of the more infamous ones among them. Though infamous for her bad reputation, there wasn't a single disciple in the sect who didn't know her name. Back when the rumors were at their peak, disciples often whispered about why Master Qing Yin hadn't expelled Yu Zhao from his tutelage. Of course, none of them believed their idle chatter would ever become reality. It was simply for amusement. But who could have imagined that Yu Zhao would truly become the discarded disciple of Lone Moon Peak? Elder Ho could already foresee the storm of gossip Yu Zhao would face. He frowned and turned to Sect Master Ji Yuan. Sect Master, how about letting her stay on your main peak for a while? At least there, disciples would restrain themselves somewhat. Seeing that Elder Ho had thought of the same thing, Sect Master Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel gratified as he patted Elder Ho's shoulder. Elder Ho was indeed a model elder, always considering the best interests of the sect and its disciples. Elder Ho thought the sect master agreed, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief for Yu Zhao, Ji Yuan rejected the idea decisively. No, rules are rules. Even I must adhere to sect regulations. Sect Master Ji Yuan puffed out his chest, exuding a righteous and unwavering demeanor. There was no trace of the desperation he had shown earlier while persuading Yu Zhao. Elder Ho was visibly moved, feeling a tinge of guilt in his heart. His suggestion had partly been to curry favor with the sect master, given how highly Ji Yuan seemed to regard Yu Zhao. But to his surprise, the sect master's integrity was so noble that he outright refused. The sect master's magnanimity was beyond him. Rest assured, sect master, I know what to do, Elder Ho promised, patting his chest. Rules were rules. He was quite familiar with following them. Sect Master Ji Yuan, still doubtful of Elder Ho's competence, handed Yu Zhao over and leisurely strolled back to the main peak. His eldest disciple was waiting for an update. After all, follow me, Elder Ho said. As soon as the sect master left, Elder Ho's demeanor turned cold. Yu Zhao quietly followed without a hint of concern for the elder's shift in attitude. The inner courtyard of the Five Elements Dao sect was located on a smaller peak south of the main peak. Hundreds of courtyards were scattered across the mountain slopes in an orderly fashion. Elder Ho noticed Yu Zhao's calm demeanor along the way and, somewhat satisfied, decided to share some basic survival rules for the inner sect out of rare generosity. Inner sect disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect belong to the most competitive and high-pressure group among the sect's 3 tiers of disciples. Due to the strict requirements for inner sect disciples, a ranking competition is held every 6 months. Any disciple who ranks among the bottom 10 3 consecutive times is automatically demoted to the outer sect. On the other hand, the promotion system for outer sect disciples is much simpler. Defeating an inner sect disciple in battle earns them an upgrade to the inner sect. Conversely, an inner sect disciple who loses accumulates a demerit. 3 demerits result in demotion to the outer sect. Outer sect disciples strive to rise by defeating inner sect disciples. Meanwhile, inner sect disciples are equally determined to avoid becoming stepping stones and aim to impress elders or peak masters to secure the coveted position of personal disciple. This creates a fiercely competitive environment, fighting for resources, reputation, and status. The guiding principle for inner sect disciples can be summed up in one word: compete. Yu Zhao absorbed the information provided by Elder Ho and silently formulated her own plans. She didn't have the time or interest to engage in the constant struggles of the inner sect. The position of personal disciple, so highly sought after by others, held no appeal for her. All she wanted was a quiet environment to focus on her cultivation. Surely, such a modest request wouldn't meet with resistance, would it? Actually, you don't need to worry too much, Elder Ho said, attempting to reassure her. With your late-stage foundation establishment level, few in the inner sect can match you. As long as you avoid crossing paths with a handful of individuals, you should be able to coexist peacefully. Who are those individuals? Yu Zhao asked. At this, Elder Ho grew tight-lipped. You'll find out after staying here for a while. Look, there's the inner courtyard ahead. Inner sect disciples had a singular focus: cultivation. Only by cultivating could they grow stronger and protect their current status. No cultivator wished to be surpassed by someone weaker, nor did any cultivator want to stagnate. Thus, despite it being the prime of the day, not a single person was visible in the inner courtyard. The moment Yu Zhao stepped into the courtyard, a stifling tension enveloped her. The very air seemed to crackle with sparks. Do you feel their determination? Elder Ho asked with a chuckle. Yu Zhao nodded. During her time on Lone Moon Peak, individuals like Fong Chenglang and Cui Ju often urged her to cultivate. She had always considered herself diligent, but arriving here made her realize she had overestimated her efforts. Elder Ho led Yu Zhao along stone stairs carved into the mountainside, heading uphill. Even the living arrangements in the inner courtyard follow specific rules. The strongest live at the foot of the mountain, while the weakest reside at the top. Do you know why? Yu Zhao thought for a moment. It's probably to save time. Living at the foot of the mountain makes it more convenient to travel anywhere. Although the time saved compared to living at the top isn't significant, for inner sect disciples, even the smallest difference could determine success or failure. Exactly, Elder Ho affirmed. This means the allocation of residences isn't fixed. If you have the ability, you can live in any courtyard here. It's also a symbol of status. There is a trace of provocation in Elder Ho's tone, as if he was eager for Yu Zhao to challenge other inner sect disciples. Yu Zhao smiled, but didn't respond. The mountain where the inner courtyard was located was relatively low. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Yu Zhao and Elder Ho reached the summit. At the center of the mountaintop was a flat expanse, and on it stood a small courtyard with blue-gray walls. Surrounded by a wooden fence, the courtyard's interior could be clearly seen through the gaps. Inside was a barren expanse of land, except for an ancient tree growing in the eastern corner. The tree's thick trunks supported a canopy of layered branches and leaves, resembling clouds. When the wind blew, the leaves collided, producing a soothing, rustling sound. Yu Zhao immediately took a liking to the ancient tree. Pointing at the courtyard, she said, "Elder Ho, I want to live here." Every small courtyard in the inner courtyard was shielded with restrictive spells, and with their gates tightly closed, it was impossible to tell from the outside whether a courtyard was occupied. Yu Zhao didn't care much about this. Elder Ho had brought her here, clearly anticipating this exact moment. It wasn't that she wanted to humor him, but this particular courtyard happened to catch her interest. And since she was now part of the inner sect, it only made sense to follow the local rules, which often relied on strength to claim a place. Elder Ho, who had been silently waiting for the drama to unfold, was finally about to see some action. He squinted slightly, suppressing his glee. I mentioned before that the closer you are to the mountaintop, the weaker the occupants tend to be. But let me add one more thing. There are always exceptions. The person living here is one of those exceptions. As he finished speaking, Elder Ho flicked his finger. A beam of white light shot toward the courtyard. Immediately, the courtyard's restrictive spell activated, conjuring a hemispherical defensive array. At the same time, the occupant of the courtyard was alerted to the intrusion. Bang! The wooden doors flew open with a loud crash. A petite figure burst out of the room like a fierce demonic beast. Who dares disturb this lady's cultivation? Tired of living, are you? Yu Zhao's gaze fell on a girl a head shorter than herself, dainty and adorable, standing with her hands on her hips as she roared in anger. Yu Zhao's eye twitched slightly. What an unexpected scene. Xiao Luo, Elder Ho greeted, clearly used to the girl's contrasting demeanor. Elder Ho waved cheerfully at her. The girl, whose name was Xiao Luo, instantly shifted her expression. Her large eyes lit up as she puffed her cheeks and ran toward Elder Ho with small, quick steps. "Hello, Elder Ho," she chirped in a soft and sweet voice. Her tone was as sugary as Ye Cong Xin's and just as endearing. Elder Ho gave a warm smile and introduced the two. "This is Xiao Luo, who has consistently ranked first among the inner sect disciples. And this is Yu Zhao, a newly admitted inner sect disciple." When Xiao Luo saw Yu Zhao, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It wasn't until Elder Ho said her name that Xiao Luo repeated it in her mind twice before suddenly widening her eyes in shock. "Yu Zhao? You're Yu Zhao? The Yu Zhao from Lone Moon Peak?" Even her triple barrage of questions couldn't fully convey her astonishment. Xiao Luo's already large and expressive eyes grew even wider with shock, to the point that Yu Zhao worried they might pop out. To avoid any mishaps, Yu Zhao calmly clarified, "Yes, that's me. But I'm no longer part of Lone Moon Peak." "This?" Xiao Luo inhaled sharply. Few people knew that among the many elders and peak masters of the Five Elements Dao sect, the one she admired most was Master Qin Yan, and the place she longed to join most was Lone Moon Peak. Her ultimate dream was to become Master Qin Yan's disciple and enter Lone Moon Peak. Of course, Xiao Luo knew this dream was impossible. First, her aptitude fell short of the requirements for a personal disciple. Second, Master Qing Yin had stated they would no longer take on disciples. Lastly, Xiao Luo was realistic. While she could dominate the inner sect disciples, she would rank only mid-tier among the monstrous personal disciples. She considered herself fortunate to have achieved so much through sheer hard work. No matter how she looked at it, Master Qing Yin would never choose her. Xiao Luo could only keep her dream buried deep in her heart, never revealing it to anyone. But today, she unexpectedly encountered someone who once held the identity she yearned for, only to discard it so carelessly. Xiao Luo's eyes turned red with frustration. Her voice carried a trembling edge as she questioned, "Why did you give up being a personal disciple? Do you even understand how important that is?" Elder Ho chuckled inwardly. He was one of the few who knew of Xiao Luo's aspirations. After all, she made it far too obvious, often probing for news about Lone Moon Peak whenever she saw him. It was hard for him not to notice. It was no coincidence he had brought Yu Zhao here to meet Xiao Luo. Elder Ho didn't know why Yu Zhao had been expelled by Master Qing Yin, but he assumed she had committed a serious transgression and refused to repent. He disliked rebellious disciples, so he intended to use Xiao Luo's words to make Yu Zhao realize just what she had lost. Yu Zhao, watching Xiao Luo's emotional outburst, thoughtfully asked, "Do you want to become Master Qing Yan's disciple?" Xiao Luo's face turned beet red. For some reason, hearing this from Yu Zhao filled her with an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Her imposing manner instantly deflated as she stammered, trying to maintain a facade of confidence. "Why, yes. So what?" Yu Zhao shrugged and kindly advised, "Nothing, really. I just suggest you aim for the main peak or one of the other elders instead. Honestly, any of them would be a better choice than Master Qing Yin." Master Qing Yin was not known to be a responsible mentor. With the scheming Ye Cong Xin on Lone Moon Peak, anyone aspiring to join, there was bound to be a fool in Yu Zhao's eyes. Having suffered firsthand, Yu Zhao believed her advice was entirely truthful. However, to Elder Ho and Xiao Luo, her words were absurdly laughable. In the cultivation world, the strong were revered above all. Choosing a master naturally meant choosing the strongest. Besides, among Master Qing Yan's disciples, apart from Yu Zhao and Ye Cong Xin, the other 5 were exceptionally talented and renowned throughout the realm. Only Zhou Jinyu and Zhang Jun, disciples of the sect master, could compare to them. For Yu Zhao to make such a claim was clearly a sign of resentment toward Master Qing Yin for expelling her, a deliberate attempt to tarnish his reputation. Elder Ho's expression turned icy. Xiao Luo's soft, cute demeanor vanished entirely. Her aura grew sharp and menacing, her lips pressed into a thin line, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Yu Zhao, prepare to die." Among the inner sect disciples, sparring didn't require formalities or lengthy preparations. Battles began the moment they were declared. Elder Ho quickly stepped aside, leaving ample room for the fight. Yu Zhao and Xiao Luo, both at the late Foundation establishment stage, had their respective strengths. Yu Zhao's advantage lay in her former status as a personal disciple, granting her access to superior environments and resources far beyond Xiao Luo's reach. However, Xiao Luo, despite her youthful appearance, had been part of the Five Elements Dao sect for nearly 30 years. Her immense dedication and countless hours of effort had earned her current status. Her extensive combat experience and unwavering determination were her greatest assets. Elder Ho anticipated a fierce battle. As an elder, he wisely decided to stay out of the way. Though Xiao Luo's movement speed wasn't particularly fast, her bursts of power were astonishing. With a forceful stomp of her right foot, she left a half-foot-deep indentation in the ground. Then, like a thunderbolt, she surged toward Yu Zhao, a faint earthen glow radiating from her body. "Take this punch." Just as Xiao Luo neared Yu Zhao, she abruptly halted her charge and leapt high into the air. With her right hand clenched into a fist, she descended from above, carrying an overwhelming momentum. The air shrieked under the force of her strike. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the entire low peak trembled violently. The inner courtyard disciples, deep in their cultivation, were startled awake by the sudden shaking. Startled, they abandoned their practice and rushed outside. What's going on? Who's fighting? That was a huge noise. Could someone have broken through? Senior Brother Zhang? Senior Brother Wang? Do you know what's happening? At the mountain's base, the disciples were bewildered, scanning their surroundings in confusion. But those living midway up the mountain were already looking upward, necks craned and eyes wide with astonishment. At the summit, Xiao Luo stood amidst the collapsed debris, shaking off her missed punch. She surveyed her surroundings. Then she spotted Yu Zhao not far behind her, her face etched with disdain. Xiao Luo's simmering fury ignited once more. She spun around, and a brilliant yellow light flared as her speed abruptly increased. Another punch crashed down. An invisible shockwave swept outward from Xiao Luo's center. The air resounded with endless sonic booms. Xiao Luo, her focus locked on Yu Zhao, paid no attention to the faint, peculiar scent drifting through the air. Whoosh! Another miss. A flicker of disbelief and frustration crossed Xiao Luo's face. Just a moment ago, Yu Zhao had been within her attack range. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished. She hadn't even seen how Yu Zhao disappeared. Oomph. With your skill level, you dream of becoming Master Qing Yan's disciple? Delusional. A voice dripping with mockery rang out behind her. Xiao Luo bit her lip in humiliation, her eyes bloodshot. With your talent, you've already peaked as an inner courtyard disciple. Don't crave what isn't yours. Yu Zhao's words, sharp as daggers, pierced straight to Xiao Luo's deepest insecurities. Xiao Luo roared, launching herself at Yu Zhao. Her fists roared through the air, each strike faster and fiercer than the last. She had lost all reason. Her only thought was to kill Yu Zhao. By now, all the disciples, whether from the mountain's base or midway, had traced the source of the commotion and swarmed to the summit. And every single one of them stood there slack-jawed, their expressions frozen in bewildered disbelief. Her fundamentals are solid. Elder Ho's expression twitched uncontrollably as he overheard Yu Zhao's serious-sounding evaluation. Glancing at Xiao Luo, who was locked in an intense battle with empty air, and then at the gathered disciples, Elder Ho couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. This was an utter embarrassment. After hesitating a moment, Elder Ho's curiosity overtook his concern for dignity, and he whispered, "Weren't you studying the bright moon over the sea technique under Master Qing Yan? Since when did you switch to illusion techniques?" Yu Zhao gave him a puzzled look. "I am no longer Master Qing Yan's disciple. Naturally, I couldn't continue practicing the bright moon over the sea technique." Elder Ho was momentarily speechless. Yu Zhao spoke as if switching cultivation techniques was a trivial matter, but Elder Ho knew better. Changing techniques was no easy feat. Judging from Yu Zhao's performance today, she had adapted remarkably well. Xiao Luo, of equal cultivation level, had been thoroughly ensnared in Yu Zhao's illusions without even realizing it. Elder Ho studied Yu Zhao's composed and relaxed demeanor, his feelings mixed. The Yu Zhao he saw was nothing like the one in the rumors. Whereas the supposed arrogance, recklessness, and hot temper, Elder Ho found none of it. Instead, he saw a calm, intelligent, and slightly mischievous genius. Yes, a genius. He had no doubt about it. With her uncanny illusions, she was unbeatable below the golden core stage. So why, then, had Master Qing Yan expelled Yu Zhao from her tutelage? Elder Ho grew increasingly uncomfortable, his heart itching with curiosity like a restless cat. Meanwhile, after their prolonged shock, the inner courtyard disciples finally regained their composure. Someone couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. And then, the laughter spread like wildfire. It was a joyous celebration. Finally, someone had put Xiao Luo, the notorious bully, in her place. Heavens knew how much suffering they had endured under Xiao Luo's fists. To take a punch from her was no joke. Immediately, you drop into a deep, peaceful sleep. And when you woke up the next day, every bone in your body would feel like it had been ground to dust, leaving you sore all over. The most haunting memory was when Xiao Luo hit a bottleneck in her cultivation. It was as though she had gone mad, challenging every inner courtyard disciple one by one. During that period, the entire inner courtyard was filled with wails of despair. No one felt safe. Who would have thought they'd ever see the day when Xiao Luo got embarrassed? The disciples were overjoyed, their spirits soaring. Of course, not everyone was delighted to see Xiao Luo humiliated. At the front of the crowd, four individuals stood with solemn expressions. Their gazes were not on Xiao Luo, but discreetly studied the unfamiliar girl standing beside eyes.Her. Before they arrived at the summit, only Xiao Luo, eyes.Her, and this unknown girl had been present. It was clear the girl was the one who had caused Xiao Luo to act so bizarrely. The four quickly calculated. If they were to face this girl, what were their chances of victory? The answers they came to only darkened their expressions. The inner courtyard now had another formidable disciple, threatening the existing rankings. As the discussions atop the summit grew louder, eyes.Her finally decided he had seen enough and discerned Yu Zhao's methods. This trial had reached its conclusion. Yu Zhao, let her wake up, eyes.Her said, casting a sympathetic glance at Xiao Luo. The poor girl, she was practically drained of spiritual energy from sheer exhaustion. Yu Zhao's expression remained indifferent as she formed a quick hand seal with her right hand and pointed decisively. Xiao Luo staggered as though struck by a heavy blow to the head. Her consciousness wavered, and her movements froze. When she regained her senses, the first thing she saw was a sea of people staring at her. Ha ha! Ah, this is killing me. So dumb. Ah ha ha. If it were me, I'd dig a hole to crawl into right now. So embarrassing. Xiao Luo looked utterly confused. What were they talking about? Why couldn't she understand? Wasn't she in the middle of fighting Yu Zhao? Why had she suddenly stopped? Instinctively, Xiao Luo scanned the crowd, searching for Yu Zhao. After a moment, she spotted her by eyes.Her's side. In stark contrast to her own sweat-drenched and breathless state, Yu Zhao looked pristine and composed. Her face wasn't flushed, her breathing was steady, and her spiritual energy fluctuations were calm. She didn't look like someone who had just fought a fierce battle. Xiao Luo's pupils contracted. All the strange details she had unconsciously ignored during the fight came rushing back at once. For instance, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even graze Yu Zhao's clothing. For instance, Yu Zhao had effortlessly revealed her most deeply hidden insecurities. And for instance, the faint peculiar scent she'd caught during the battle. Finally, Xiao Luo realized that from the very beginning, she had fallen into Yu Zhao's trap. What she believed was an all-out battle to defend her dream had been nothing more than a pitiful solo performance. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of despair engulfed Xiao Luo. She stood motionless, her eyes devoid of light. Xiao Luo looked like a withered flower, rapidly losing her vitality. eyes.Her, standing by her side, was visibly anxious. Xiao Luo was his most promising disciple among the inner sect members. He had deliberately chosen her to humble Yu Zhao while also giving her a chance to gain recognition and improve her odds of becoming a personal disciple. But things hadn't gone as he'd planned. If Xiao Luo lost her fighting spirit and her Dao heart shattered because of this, eyes.Her feared he would be forever blamed. This couldn't happen. eyes.Her paced nervously, like an ant on a hot pan, uncertain about what to do next. Just then, Yu Zhao stepped forward and stood before Xiao Luo. Didn't you want to become a personal disciple? Are you giving up so soon? Xiao Luo kept her head low and said nothing. Outwardly, Yu Zhao appeared calm, but inwardly, she was just as nervous. Could it be that she had gone too far and crushed Xiao Luo's spirit entirely? She had only wanted to test the effects of her illusion technique, not destroy Xiao Luo's confidence. Do you know Su Ming? Yu Zhao asked after a moment of thought. Xiao Luo's ears twitched. Su Ming? Of course, she knew of him. He was Master Qing Yan's third disciple, wealthy beyond imagination and a major benefactor of the Five Elements market. But why would Yu Zhao mention him? Su Ming also fell for my illusion once. He even spent a long time talking to a wooden post, Yu Zhao said nonchalantly, showing no intention of defending Su Ming's reputation. In fact, she felt generous just for not embellishing the story further. You see, if both of you couldn't break free from my illusion, it means your strengths are comparable. Since he became a personal disciple, you should believe that you can do it too. Yu Zhao's unconventional words of comfort completely confused Xiao Luo. It made so much sense yet seemed somehow off. She lifted her tearful eyes to Elder Ho, silently pleading for guidance. What could Elder Ho do? He was in a tough spot too. He couldn't openly admit that Xiao Luo and Su Ming were on the same level of skill, not in front of so many disciples. That would be a direct slap to Master Qing Yan's face. So, Elder Ho vaguely hummed in agreement and nodded, giving the impression of approval without actually confirming anything. But Xiao Luo didn't overthink it. She was desperate for reassurance to rebuild her confidence. Seeing Elder Ho's apparent acknowledgement, her spirits lifted. So, she wasn't entirely hopeless after all. Taking a deep breath, she faced Yu Zhao with renewed determination. Thank you. Yu Zhao's presence had pulled her out of her complacency, making her keenly aware of the vast gap between herself and the powerful personal disciples. But Yu Zhao also gave her hope. If she worked hard enough, she could one day become a personal disciple. Better yet, one more outstanding than Su Ming. Yu Zhao smiled brightly. You're welcome. But if you really want to thank me, how about letting me have this courtyard? Only now did Yu Zhao reveal her true intentions. Xiao Luo, the other inner sect disciples, still trying to follow the conversation. The abrupt change of topic was too fast for anyone to process. Yu Zhao maintained her polite smile. Xiao Luo, realizing what Yu Zhao meant, nodded quickly like a pecking chick. Of course, no problem. I'll move out immediately. After such an embarrassing incident, Xiao Luo didn't want to experience anything similar again. If Yu Zhao wanted something, she'd give it to her without hesitation. With your residence settled, I'll take my leave. Stay here and take your time to adjust, Elder Ho said with a sigh. He felt utterly drained. He didn't want to see Yu Zhao anymore. Could this be why the sect master didn't let her stay on the main peak? Did he think she was too much trouble? Farewell, Elder Ho. As the disciples respectfully bid Elder Ho goodbye, he waved his sleeve lightly and departed, not leaving a trace behind, like clouds dispersing into the sky. Xiao Luo returned to the courtyard and quickly packed her belongings into her storage pouch. After one last, reluctant glance at the room, she stepped outside. Facing Yu Zhao, who stood by the entrance, Xiao Luo said, "From now on, it's yours." Her expression was downcast, her head drooping like a stray puppy without a home. Yu Zhao began to feel a little guilty. She hesitantly extended an invitation. "Would you like to stay for a cup of tea?" Xiao Luo, that really wasn't necessary. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Luo replied, "Maybe another time. I need to find a place to stay now." Yu Zhao caught a faint hint of menace in her parting words. Realization dawned upon Yu Zhao. Casting a sympathetic glance at the inner sect disciples still gathered to watch the spectacle, Yu Zhao nodded slightly at Xiao Luo before stepping into the courtyard and shutting the wooden gate behind her. In that moment, the noisy world outside was completely sealed off, and the courtyard fell into serene quiet. Yu Zhao relished the newfound tranquility. She first walked around the ancient tree in the courtyard, her curiosity piqued. Standing in its shade, she felt a refreshing coolness wash over her, bringing a satisfied smile to her face. After circling the tree, she explored the fence's perimeter before heading into the rooms. The courtyard had 3 rooms in total. The center was the main hall, the right side housed a meditation chamber, and the left was the living quarters. All the rooms were similar in size and layout. After familiarizing herself with the setup, Yu Zhao imprinted her divine sense onto the restriction stone, gaining control over the courtyard's protective array. Instantly, Every blade of grass and tree within the courtyard came under her command. Her first act as the courtyard's new master was to enter the meditation chamber and activate its protective array. Once she felt the chamber enveloped by an invisible barrier, Zhao finally relaxed. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out the storage pouch given to her by a sect master Yuan. With a quiet breath, her divine sense slipped into the pouch. Though Zhao had anticipated that sect master Yuan's reward would be substantial, the sight of the mountain of spirit stones inside still made her tear up with joy from the corners of her mouth. Sister Zhao, from now on, you're my one and only senior sister. The sect master's generosity was truly straightforward. The pouch contained nothing but spirit stones, piles and piles of them. Suppressing her excitement, Zhao carefully counted the spirit stones. The staggering total left her utterly euphoric. With this wealth, she could quickly gather the materials she needed to refine her life-bonded artifact. Afterward, by collecting some medicinal ingredients and refining a batch of pills, she could even attempt to break through to the golden core stage. Placing the storage pouch aside, Zhao couldn't help but reflect. Ever since leaving Lone Moon Peak, her luck had taken a turn for the better. Indeed, Lone Moon Peak had been stifling her. Her good days were just beginning. With that thought, Zhao's determination surged. She silently recited the clear heart incantation twice, calming her emotions. Once she felt composed, she closed her eyes and began absorbing spiritual energy. She needed to stabilize her cultivation fully before setting off on another training journey. Time waited for no one. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Luo found herself staring down a crowd of inner sect disciples. Their earlier laughter had turned into wails and regretful faces. Senior Sister Xiao Luo, we were wrong. Yes, we shouldn't have stayed here. We'll leave right away, we swear. Senior Sister Xiao Luo, please don't hit me. I'm willing to give you my place to stay. Some apologized, some groaned in despair, and a few even sobbed. Silence. Xiao Luo snapped, her sharp gaze sweeping over them. The crowd immediately fell quiet. Then, Xiao Luo's eyes landed on a tall, long-haired youth with peach blossom-shaped eyes standing at the front of the group. A sly smile curved her lips. Feng Qiyun, your territory, I want it. Feng Qiyun, currently ranked second on the Inner Sect Disciples leaderboard, resided in the finest courtyard of the mountain's base. When Xiao Luo chose him as her opponent, none of the other Inner Sect disciples were surprised. Not even Feng Qiyun himself. I'll accept the challenge, but you have to tell us who that person was just now. Feng Qiyun's words resonated with everyone present. To them, Zhao was an enigma. They were certain no such individual existed among the outer sect disciples. So how did she become part of the inner sect? Xiao Luo pondered briefly. Since Elder Ho and Zhao had not concealed her identity, and Zhao herself seemed entirely indifferent, there was no reason to keep a secret. Her name is Zhao. Zhao. Feng Qiyun's brows furrowed. The name sounded oddly familiar. Other disciples shared his sentiment, racking their brains in search of a connection. Suddenly, one disciple's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, I remember now. Isn't Zhao the one from the Five Elements Dao sect, known as? Halfway through his sentence, he faltered. Though none of them had met Zhao in person, they had heard plenty of rumors. But the mysterious girl's actions earlier didn't align with those tales. Could it really be the same person? While doubts clouded their minds, Xiao Luo stated with certainty, it's her. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Wait, weren't the standards for direct disciple supposed to be incredibly high? If Zhao couldn't meet the requirements, then didn't that mean they had even less of a chance? Seeing their dumbstruck expressions, Xiao Luo felt a surge of satisfaction. Let them experience just a bit of the Zhao inspired. With a glint in her eyes, she shot forward like an arrow, her petite fist aiming straight for Feng Qiyun's face. Feng Qiyun, an inner sect disciple for just as long as Xiao Luo, reacted instinctively. As Xiao Luo lunged, he leapt into the air, his hands weaving together to form a green 8 trigram formation. Boom! Xiao Luo's punch collided with the trigram, the impact rippling through both their arms. Both fighters stumbled backward, each taking several steps to regain their balance. Xiao Luo flexed her slightly numbed arm without concern and charged again. Their figures blurred as they clashed repeatedly, the sounds of fierce impacts echoing across the mountain. Watching the exchange, the other disciples felt their scalps tingle. Xiao Luo, who had just undergone a bout of exertion, had already recovered fully and was fighting at full strength again. Her stamina was truly monstrous. No wonder she had crushed them time and time again. Unlike her, they didn't possess such freakish resilience. Only someone like Feng Qiyin could keep up with her in combat. Or perhaps from now on, Yu Zhao as well. Half an incense sticks time later, the match concluded. With her head held high, Xiao Luo moved into her new home. Meanwhile, Feng Qiyin, sporting a swollen face, cast an unkind gaze at Wang Chun, ranked third among the inner sect disciples. Wang Chun shivered, immediately raising both hands in surrender. "I'm out. No way I'm fighting you. I'll move out." Having admitted defeat, Wang Chun turned and grinned mischievously at the fourth-ranked disciple, rubbing his hands together. And so, on Yu Zhao's first day as an inner sect disciple, all the disciples' residences were reshuffled from top to bottom. Unaware of the upheaval, Yu Zhao remained in seclusion, focusing on her cultivation. Meanwhile, news of her being expelled from the tutelage of Master Qing Yin began to spread throughout the Five Elements Dao sect. Lone Moon Peak. Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu exchanged uneasy glances, neither willing to speak first. After a long silence, Lan Ziyu finally lost patience and slammed his hand on the table. "Eldest senior brother, say something already." It was absurd. He had simply gone back to his cave dwelling for a night's rest. Yet by the next morning, Yu Zhao was no longer their junior sister. When Lan Ziyu first heard the news from others, he thought it was a prank and flew into a rage. But when the little junior sister confirmed it, he was left both shocked and furious, utterly at a loss. His first thought was to gather the senior and junior brothers to discuss what to do. But Su Ming was nowhere to be found. Cui Ju was secluded in alchemy training, and Quan Yu was still facing punishment at the Cliff of Reflection. Ultimately, only he and the eldest senior brother were left to deliberate. Lan Ziyu pinned all his hopes on Feng Chenglang, expecting him to come up with a way to fix this. Feng Chenglang, however, remained silent, his fists clenched tightly on his knees. No one knew that his initial reaction upon hearing the news wasn't worry or anger. It was fear. He feared learning the truth, that Yu Zhao hadn't been forced away by their master, but had left of her own accord. After all, Yu Zhao's determination to sever ties with them was glaringly clear. She wouldn't even speak to them anymore. Moreover, one lingering matter weighed heavily on Feng Chenglang's heart. The conversation he had overheard in his nightmare that day clung to him like a curse. The cold, ruthless words he had spoken in the dream and little Six's anguished sobs haunted him. Although reason told him those scenes were merely figments of his imagination, they left him with an unshakable sense of dread. What if little Six stayed on Lone Moon Peak and the nightmare came true? Even entertaining the thought made Feng Chenglang want to kill the version of himself who had spoken in that dream. And so, he hesitated. He wasn't sure if letting Yu Zhao stay would be the right choice. "Eldest senior brother, what are you hesitating about? Can you really bear to let Yu Zhao leave? She's the junior sister you raised with your own hands." In a moment like this, Lan Ziyu couldn't care about the harsh words he had said earlier. He simply didn't want Yu Zhao to leave. No one could force her away. Lan Ziyu's words were like a sword cutting through the fog in Feng Chenglang's heart. Suddenly, everything became clear. The future hadn't happened yet, so why should he torment himself with needless worry? Even if the nightmare became reality, the future wasn't set in stone. A tiny insect could shake a tree. So why couldn't he, with his own strength, change the course of fate? The pursuit of eternal life was, after all, a path of defiance against the heavens. What was there to fear? Fong Chenglang stood up abruptly, the sickly pallor on his face replaced by an unyielding brilliance in his eyes. Lan Ziyu, thinking Fong Chenglang had reached a decision, jumped up in excitement. Eldest senior brother, what should we say when we meet Master? We're not going to Master. We'll find little six first. As Fong Chenglang spoke, he strode purposefully down the mountain. Lan Ziyu followed, bewildered. What's the point of finding her? She has no say in this. We should plead with Master together and ask him to retract his decision, to forgive little six. Fong Chenglang replied coldly. Little six might not want to come back. That's impossible. Lan Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She'll come back for sure. Eldest senior brother, have you forgotten? Little six always listens to you. Do you remember the time you said she was distracted in her cultivation? She trained like a madwoman after that, even practicing incantations while watering fourth brother's medicine garden. And then there was the time you called her noisy. She started carrying a stone in her mouth every day to keep herself from talking too much. Lan Ziyu was practically counting on his fingers to provide evidence of how Zhao always listened to Fong Chenglang. They had grown up together as senior brother and junior sister, remembering every detail of their shared history vividly. Effortlessly, Lan Ziyu recounted numerous past events involving the two of them. However, as he continued speaking, he fell silent. Fong Chenglan's steps grew heavier. Eldest senior brother, why do I feel like your attitude towards little six is somewhat? Lan Ziyu trailed off. In his mind, Fong Chenglang had always been a refined and virtuous gentleman, tolerant and kind to everyone. So why did he seem like a completely different person when dealing with Zhao? Demanding, harsh, and devoid of empathy. What chilled Lan Ziyu even more was that, as someone who had witnessed everything firsthand, he hadn't found Fong Chenglan's behavior wrong. Instead, he had become accustomed to it. Lan Ziyu felt as though he'd been doused with a bucket of ice water, his entire body freezing cold. Fong Chenglang said nothing. Long before Lan Ziyu realized it, Fong Chenglang had already acknowledged his mistakes. Now, all he wanted was to make amends with little six, to earn her forgiveness through his actions. Yet, Lan Ziyu seemed to find an outlet for his frustration and began complaining incessantly. Eldest senior brother, your attitude towards little six has been awful. No wonder she returned the purple cloud bamboo flute and ignored us. It's because you made her heartbroken. Eldest senior brother, since you caused this mess, you have to fix it. If little six refuses to come back, you need to apologize to her. If that doesn't work, let her hit you a few times. It's only fair. Fong Chenglang had no intention of arguing with Lan Ziyu initially. However, when Lan Ziyu pinned all the blame on him, Fong Chenglan's anger boiled over, and he sneered. Lan Ziyu, have you forgotten what you've said and done, a little six? Would you like me to help you recall? When the ugly veil of memories was lifted, everyone's true selves were exposed in the sunlight. Lan Ziyu turned ashen and froze in place. He remembered. He had said many hurtful things to Zhao, belittling her to the point of worthlessness, and even forced her to apologize to the little junior sister in front of everyone. Lan Ziyu felt as if all his strength had been drained, his hands trembling uncontrollably. In a shaky voice, he asked, Little six, will she never forgive me? Fong Chenglang stopped walking. After a long silence, he answered in a deep voice, I don't know. That was why he needed to meet Zhao face to face and ask her himself. Lan Ziyu, still without an answer, looked despondent, causing Fong Chenglang to frown deeply. Enough. If you don't know the answer, then go find it yourself. Do you think standing here will convey your apology to little six? Admitting your mistakes and correcting them is the right thing to do. I believe little six will give us a chance. Encouraged by Fong Chenglang, Lan Ziyu managed to regain some confidence. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. Eldest senior brother, wait for me. Without waiting for Fong Chenglang's response, he abruptly turned around and ran back toward the mountain. If he was going to apologize to Zhao, he needed to retrieve something first. Having it would give him more confidence. Ye Cong Xin sat alone in a bamboo pavilion within the forest, sipping wine, her cheeks flushed from intoxication. Yesterday, after being overwhelmed by Master Qing Yan's oppressive aura, she had fainted. When she woke up, the person she hated most, Zhao, had already been expelled. From now on, Lone Moon Peak would only have her as the sole junior sister. The fortunes of her master and the 5 senior brothers would now be within her grasp. Raising her wine cup, Ye Cong Xin's lips curled into a mocking smile. Zhao, if you hadn't insisted on taking a dead-end path, I wouldn't have one so easily. Here's a toast to you. Ye Cong Xin finished her sentence and drained her cup in one gulp. She had a weak constitution and couldn't handle strong alcohol, so she prepared a mild fruit wine for herself. However, she rarely drank, and after just a few cups, she was already tipsy. Little junior sister, little junior sister. Lan Ziyu called out several times before Ye Cong Xin, with a delayed reaction, realized someone was shouting her name. She tilted her head, exhaling a puff of warm breath, and stared dazedly as Lan Ziyu approached quickly from afar. Little junior sister, I finally found you. Lan Ziyu arrived in front of her like a whirlwind, his face brimming with joy. Ye Cong Xin giggled foolishly. Second senior brother, come drink with me. Lan Ziyu's eyes sharpened as he noticed something off about her. He glanced at the wine jar floating midair and smelled the alcohol on her. Shocked, he exclaimed, Little junior sister, you're drunk. No, I'm not drunk. Ye Cong Xin made an effort to open her eyes wide and protest seriously, but her body swayed as she tilted to one side. Still saying you're not drunk. Lan Ziyu caught her, a look of disapproval on his face. Don't drink so much next time. Do you hear me? I'll listen to second senior brother. By the way, little junior sister, I need your help with something. Lan Ziyu finally remembered his purpose for coming. Although Ye Cong Xin's mind was muddled, she never forgot her own agenda. Without hesitation, she agreed. All right. Lan Ziyu was elated. Little junior sister, please give me back the purple cloud bamboo flute Zhao gave you years ago. I need it urgently. In an instant, Ye Cong Xin sobered up halfway. She even began to suspect that she was imagining things because of the alcohol. Second senior brother, what did you just say? Lan Ziyu repeated earnestly, the purple cloud bamboo flute, the one Zhao gave you 3 years ago. It's purple, and I personally carved it. You don't really use it, so get it back to me. This time, the rest of the alcohol in Ye Cong Xin's system evaporated completely. There was no way Lan Ziyu would ask her out of nowhere for a flute from 3 years ago, especially one that had originally been gifted to Zhao. This had to have something to do with Zhao. But Zhao had just been expelled from Lone Moon Peak by Master Qing Yan. Even if they wanted Zhao to return, they should be pleading with Master Qing Yan. What did Zhao have to do with it? Cautiously, she asked, second senior brother, why do you need the purple cloud bamboo flute? To apologize to little Six. It was a gift I had prepared for her. It holds a lot of sentimental value. It's time I returned it to its rightful owner, Lan Ziyu explained casually. Ye Cong Xin felt so furious she almost spat blood. Was everyone on Lone Moon Peak out of their minds? When Zhao was still here, they didn't treat her well. Now that she had been expelled, they suddenly had an epiphany and were scrambling to ask for her forgiveness? How pathetic, as if Zhao would forgive them. What a bunch of fools. Ye Cong Xin raged internally, cursing Lan Ziyu furiously in her heart. Yet outwardly, she maintained a delicate and careful demeanor. Second senior brother, that purple cloud bamboo flute is too precious. I stored it separately, but my head is a bit foggy right now, and I can't quite recall where I put it. Could you give me a little more time to find it? She hoped to delay the matter, stalling for time. At the very least, she couldn't let Zhao feel too smug about this. She had used this tactic many times in the past to make Lan Ziyu and the others fail to follow through on their promises. It had worked like a charm every time. No, Lan Ziyu's refusal came so swiftly that Ye Cong Xin froze in surprise. Little junior sister, I truly need it urgently. Lan Ziyu steadied Ye Cong Xin, crouching slightly to meet her eyes directly, his brows knit tightly together. After a brief pause, his expression relaxed, and his tone became lighter. How about this, little junior sister? If you can't find it, I'll help you look. Did you leave it in your dwelling or in your storage space? His gaze was so direct that it felt like he might storm into Ye Cong Xin's dwelling any second and turn it upside down. Ye Cong Xin felt a chill in her heart. It seemed Lan Ziyu wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal this time. Feigning weakness, she closed her eyes and massaged her temples. Second senior brother, I'm feeling unwell. Please, let me rest for a moment. All right, but don't take too long, Lan Ziyu replied, his tone cooperative, but his mind ablaze with impatience. How had he not realized before how troublesome his little junior sister could be? She didn't even know where her belongings were. And to top it off, the purple cloud bamboo flute wasn't even hers. It was something she was merely holding on to. Could she have actually lost it? If that's the case, how could little Six ever forgive him? In the span of a few breaths, hundreds of thoughts raced through Lan Ziyu's mind. Even with her eyes closed, Ye Cong Xin could feel the searing intensity of his gaze, practically burning through her. Irritated, she decided to let Lan Ziyu stew a bit longer. When he seemed on the verge of losing his composure, she finally retrieved the purple cloud bamboo flute at a deliberately slow pace. Second senior brother, I found. Before she could finish, Lan Ziyu snatched the flute from her hands. His thumb ran over the surface of the flute in a familiar motion as he burst into laughter. Found it! Found it! Little Six, I'm coming. Clutching the flute like a madman, Lan Ziyu dashed off. Ye Cong Xin gritted her teeth, nearly shattering them in frustration. System, show me Lan Ziyu's favorability score. Ding! Lan Ziyu's current favorability score, 60 points. What? Ye Cong Xin accidentally knocked over the wine jug on her table, her face pale with shock. Yesterday, his score had been 70. How had it dropped by 10 points in such a short time? Was it because she made him wait? Her regret was almost tangible. She had gambled her pride against Zhao's and fought over the Starry Sky Stone in the Dragon Roar Valley Secret Realm. Because of that, Lan Ziyu's favorability score had already fallen from 80 to 70. She hadn't even figured out how to restore those lost points, and now another 10 had disappeared. Does he have some kind of problem? Ye Cong Xin's fury was nearly explosive. Lan Ziyu was notoriously stubborn and temperamental. If something didn't suit him, he would immediately turn hostile. To earn his favorability, she had humbled herself time and again, going out of her way to accommodate him. She hadn't dared utter a single word of defiance in front of him. She had thought her days of suffering were coming to an end, only for all her efforts to fall apart. Her volatile emotions triggered a relapse of her old ailment. The suffocating feeling returned, pressing down on her chest like a heavy weight. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails digging in her palms, she worked to steady her breathing. System, check the favorability scores of the other people on Lone Moon Peak. She reminded herself repeatedly. Losing one task target was not the end of the world. There were others she could choose from. Ding! Fong Chunglang's current favorability score, 70 points. Ding! Cui Ju's current favorability score, 70 points. Ding! Kuan Ye's current favorability score, 65 points. Ding! Master Qing Yan's current favorability score, 50 points. Noticing that the favorability scores of others hadn't fluctuated significantly, Ye Cong Xin was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she realized she'd only heard the names of 4 individuals. System, why didn't Su Ming's favorability score appear? A bad premonition crept over her. Ding! Su Ming's favorability score has fluctuated greatly, and the final value cannot yet be determined. Ye Cong Xin gritted her teeth. What's his lowest favorability score? Ding! Su Ming's lowest favorability score is 20 points. Her body swayed, and she had to grip the edge of the stone table to steady herself. 20 points? 20 points. The last time she'd seen a number like that was when she first met Su Ming and the others. People often say a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea. But to Ye Cong Xin, men's hearts were no less unfathomable. She couldn't understand why Su Ming's favorability score fluctuated so wildly. If it ultimately settled at 20 points, it would effectively render this task target invalid, making all the time and effort she had spent on him a complete waste. Why? Why? Ye Cong Xin swept everything off the stone table and collapsed onto it, sobbing uncontrollably. Senior Brother Fong. Senior Brother Lon. Greetings, Senior Brother Fong. Greetings, Senior Brother Lon. Good day, Senior Brothers. Disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect quickly bowed and retreated when they encountered Fong Chonglang and Lan Ziyu, who both wore grim expressions. No one dared to engage them in conversation. The matter of Yu Zhao being expelled from Master Qin Yan's tutelage had become the hottest topic in the sect, pushing Lone Moon Peak into the spotlight. Although no one knew exactly how Fong Chonglang and the others felt about it, the stern looks on their faces made it clear their mood was far from pleasant. Naturally, the disciples steered clear, fearful of provoking their wrath. Once the two left, the disciples who had been scattered around the area quickly gathered together and began whispering. Senior Brother Fong and Senior Brother Lon seem really angry. That doesn't make sense. Now that the rat droppings Yu Zhao is gone, Lone Moon Peak shouldn't have anyone dragging them down. But I heard from some senior sisters who were out training that Yu Zhao wasn't as bad as the rumors made her out to be. She even saved the grand senior sister. I hadn't heard that. But judging from the direction Senior Brother Fong and Senior Brother Lon are heading, it seems like they're going to the inner courtyard. Could they be looking for Yu Zhao? No idea. Want to follow them and find out. Let's go. They exchanged glances, curiosity eventually winning out. Stealthily, they began tailing Fong Chonglang and Lan Ziyu. Other disciples noticed the growing crowd, and, upon learning they were following the senior brothers to the inner courtyard, eagerly joined in. The group grew larger and larger. Inner courtyard. Xiao Luo was practicing body techniques in an open space. Her spiritual roots were a mix of fire, wood, and earth, with earth taking the lead. This gave her overwhelming strength and defensive advantages. When choosing cultivation techniques, she prioritized ones that maximized these strengths. Body techniques were one of them. Though she was petite and delicate, with slim limbs that appeared frail, every movement she made produced a terrifying series of sonic booms in the air. Just as she was warming up, Xiao Luo's expression shifted. She abruptly stopped, squinting into the distance. The terrain at the mountain's base was flat, with no tall buildings obstructing her view. As an ardent admirer of Master Qin Yan, Xiao Luo immediately recognized the two figures walking toward the inner courtyard. Muttering to herself, she said, "What are they doing here?" Yesterday, Yu Zhao publicly humiliated Xiao Luo in front of many people and seized a residence. Logically, Xiao Luo should harbor resentment toward Yu Zhao. However, the reality was that Yu Zhao had gained recognition from Xiao Luo and other inner courtyard disciples through her strength. Xiao Luo, acknowledging her inferiority, conceded defeat. Now, seeing Fong Chonglang and Lan Ziyu approach with ill intent, Xiao Luo decided to pass the news along. She bent down, picked up a piece of gravel from the ground, and casually tossed it. The stone flew toward a small courtyard on the right, accurately triggering its defensive barrier. The next moment, Feng Qiyun emerged, grumbling loudly. Xiao Luo chuckled. "Feng Qiyun, do me a favor and deliver a message." Fong Chonglang and Lan Zi were intent on finding Yu Zhao in the inner courtyard, but upon arriving and seeing the various small courtyards scattered around, they were stumped. They didn't know where Yu Zhao lived. "Let's ask someone," Lan Ziyu suggested. Fong Chonglang nodded, scanning the area. His gaze met a pair of bright, sharp eyes. "Greetings, Senior Brother Fong, Senior Brother Lan." Standing at the gate of a small courtyard, Xiao Luo greeted the two warmly, though she was inwardly a bit nervous. Fong Chonglang and Lan Ziyu returned the courtesy immediately. "Junior sister, do you know where Yu Zhao lives? Could you guide us there?" Fong Chonglang asked. Compared to Lan Ziyu, he was more adept at dealing with fellow disciples, his tone warm and friendly. Xiao Luo secretly admired his demeanor. The famed gentleman's sword truly lived up to his name. Outwardly, she kept a serious expression and asked, I know where senior sister you lives, but may I first ask why you're looking for her? Why should we tell you? Lan Ziyu snapped, his tone sharp. Imitating Yu Zhao's often exasperated manner, Xiao Luo shrugged. Then I'm sorry, but I can't help. Ooh. Lan Ziyu was furious. Since when did an inner courtyard disciple dare to defy him? Enough. Fong Qinglang stopped Lan Ziyu and gave Xiao Luo a meaningful look. Xiao Luo met his gaze calmly, without flinching. Fong Qinglang said, We mean no harm. We just wish to clarify some misunderstandings with junior sister Yu. Calculating that Feng Qiyun should have delivered her message by now, Xiao Luo decided to stop stalling. She turned and started walking up the mountain. Follow me. Her sudden change in attitude startled Feng Qinglang and Lan Ziyu. They quickly followed. At the mountaintop, Yu Zhao thanked Feng Qiyun and sent him off through a path behind the courtyard. Turning back, her eyes grew cold. Her peaceful life hadn't lasted a single day before being disrupted again by people from Lone Moon Peak. As expected, Lone Moon Peak was her greatest obstacle on the path of cultivation. Anticipating Feng Qinglang and Lan Ziyu's arrival, Yu Zhao didn't return to her small courtyard. Instead, she stood by the fence outside, waiting for the unwelcome visitors. Before half an incense stick had burned, Xiao Luo, Feng Qinglang, and Lan Ziyu reached the mountaintop. On their way up, Feng Qinglang and Lan Ziyu had prepared a lot to say to Yu Zhao. But upon seeing her, it was as if their throats were stuffed with cotton. They couldn't utter a word, only staring blankly at her. Yu Zhao didn't spare them a glance. She turned to Xiao Luo with a smile and said, Thank you, junior sister Xiao Luo. It was nothing. Xiao Luo grinned cheerfully. The two exchanged a quick glance, and Xiao Luo promptly found an excuse to leave, heading down the mountain. Now, only the former fellow disciples remained on the mountaintop. Little six, Feng Qinglang began, but Yu Zhao impatiently raised her hand to cut him off. Stop right there. Senior brother Feng, I am no longer a member of Lone Moon Peak. From now on, call me junior sister Yu, or simply Yu Zhao. Senior brother Feng? You're calling me senior brother Feng. Feng Qinglang was deeply shaken, staggering slightly from the blow. Lan Ziyu was equally incredulous. Yu Zhao, just because the master told you to leave the mountain, you're now disowning even us? Yu Zhao sneered coldly. Aren't you all on his side? Of course not. We're here to bring you home. Lan Ziyu protested loudly. Home? Yu Zhao let out a faint, mocking laugh. Lone Moon Peak is not my home. I, Yu Zhao, am a cursed loner, born without parents or family. I have no home. Her tone and expression were calm as she said this. In the past, Yu Zhao might have felt self-conscious or sad about her lack of family, but now she saw it as an advantage for cultivating the path of emotional detachment. She had no emotional ties to hold her back, no hesitation to impede her progress. No, that's not true, little six. We are your family. Lone Moon Peak is your home. Feng Qinglang urgently declared. He had raised Yu Zhao himself and knew the heart demons that haunted her. For Yu Zhao to discard the familial ties she once cherished so easily, was she truly indifferent now? Yu Zhao, stop saying things out of anger. Look, what's this? Lan Ziyu interrupted, pulling out what he believed was his trump card. This is your most treasured purple cloud bamboo flute. I'm returning it to you now. If you come back with us, we'll put everything in the past behind us. Lan Ziyu handed the purple cloud bamboo flute to Yu Zhao, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. If Yu Zhao were sensible, she would take this opportunity to step down gracefully, agree to return to Lone Moon Peak, apologize to the master, and reclaim her position as a personal disciple. But Yu Zhao remained silent. She felt she had made herself abundantly clear. Why couldn't Feng Qinglang and Lan Ziyu understand? The purple cloud bamboo wasn't particularly rare. What gave the flute its extraordinary value was Yu Zhao's past feelings for Lan Ziyu. But now that she had moved past him, why would she care about a mere flute? Senior brother Lan Ziyu, Yu Zhao said flatly, I'll say it again. I will not return to Lone Moon Peak, nor do I wish to be your junior sister any longer. As for this flute, you can give it to whomever you please. It has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, please leave. I need to get back to cultivating. Yu Zhao, have you had enough of this nonsense? Lan Ziyu exploded, his anger getting the better of him. Senior brother Fong and I have personally come to apologize, and this is how you respond? Fine. I'm sorry. Everything was my fault, all right? Is that enough for you? Lan Ziyu's temper flared at Yu Zhao's indifference. He and Fong Chenglang had swallowed their pride to invite her back, and yet she remained unyielding. What more did she want? Was she intent on making a scene so everyone would know? Could she not be more understanding? Yu Zhao, however, was accustomed to Lan Ziyu's unpredictable outbursts. Leaning casually against the fence, she remained composed. Are you finished? If so, please go back. I'm really busy. Once again, Yu Zhao felt the urgency to improve her cultivation. If her cultivation level were on par with Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu's, she wouldn't need to waste her time standing at the door talking. Instead, she could send them packing with a grand illusion and a ceremonial drumbeat, ensuring they returned to Lone Moon Peak with no intention of bothering her again. Yu Zhao. Lan Ziyu trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Fine, fine. So you won't return? Huh? Then don't even think about coming back ever again. Senior brother, let's go. He tried to drag Fong Chenglang away, but Fong Chenglang dodged his grasp. Standing rooted in place, he gazed sorrowfully at Yu Zhao. Little six, come back home with your senior brothers. Senior brother, didn't you hear what she said? She said she's not little six anymore. She's not coming back. So why are we still here? Let's go. No matter how furiously Lan Ziyu cursed and stamped his feet, Fong Chenglang refused to move. He stood firm like an ancient statue, unshakable. My decision is made. Please, both of you leave. Despite Fong Chenglang's stubbornness, Yu Zhao couldn't be bothered to argue further. If he wanted to stand there, so be it. She turned and pushed open the fence gate. Little six, don't go. Fong Chenglang instinctively pushed Lan Ziyu aside and stepped forward to stop her. A sharp gust of wind stirred behind Yu Zhao. Her eyes turned cold as she took a step forward. Buzz. The moment Fong Chenglang's hand was about to touch Yu Zhao, an invisible barrier sprang up, repelling him. Without looking back, Yu Zhao continued walking. Fong Chenglang stood frozen, one step away from Yu Zhao, unable to do anything but watch her retreating figure. A tear slid down his cheek. A heavy sense of foreboding weighed on him. Little six would never turn back. Senior brother, you. Lan Ziyu's anger and irritation abruptly vanished when he saw Fong Chenglang's tears. The senior brother was crying? He had known senior brother for so many years, but had never seen him shed a single tear. Perhaps influenced by Fong Chenglang's emotions, Lan Ziyu felt a tightness in his chest. Unfamiliar emotions surged within him, making his nose sting uncomfortably. Fong Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, what are you two doing here? Startled by the sharp voice, the two turned to see Zhao Jinyu speeding toward them from halfway up the mountain, her face livid. In just a few breaths, Zhao Jinyu reached them, her delicate features marred by anger and disdain. Senior sister Zhao, Fong Chenglang, and Lan Ziyu greeted softly. Zhao Jinyu sneered. Why aren't you two staying on Lone Moon Peak? What are you doing here? We came to bring little six home, Fong Chenglang said gravely. Lan Ziyu clenched his teeth, saying nothing. Fong Chenglang, now you regret it? Where was this remorse before? Didn't I warn you to treat junior sister you better? And what did you say to me then? That you knew what you were doing, that Lone Moon Peak had never mistreated junior sister you. And now she's been kicked out of Lone Moon Peak. And you think you have something to say for yourself. Zhao Jinyu had rushed over as soon as she heard Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu had entered the inner courtyard. She didn't know they had already spoken to Yu Zhao and assumed they were harassing her outside her home. To see Yu Zhao, who had already been expelled, still being bothered by these two infuriated Zhao Jinyu. She didn't even bother to maintain a facade of calm. Fong Chenglang lowered his head in shame. Zhao Jinyu had indeed dropped hints on multiple occasions, but he, arrogant and self-assured, had ignored them, blind to little sick struggles. Now, with things having escalated to this point, he could only blame himself. Lan Ziyu's eyes turned cold and fierce, his defiance obvious. However, since Zhao Jinyu had always been a commanding presence and had once saved their lives, Lan Ziyu dared not openly argue. He could only suppress his anger, swallowing it down bitterly. But the emotions on his face were far too blatant, making it almost impossible for Zhao Jinyu to ignore. Lan Ziyu, you're upset, aren't you? Do you think you've done everything perfectly? 7 out of 10 rumors about Junior Sister Yu originated from your mouth, didn't they? I'm curious. What has Junior Sister Yu done that's so unforgivable you feel justified in constantly defaming her in front of others? I've got time now, so why don't you explain it to me in detail? Let's see who's really right or wrong. Zhao Jinyu was arguably the most well-informed disciple within the Five Elements Dao sect. If something happened within the sect, there was nothing she didn't know, so long as she cared to find out. Originally, the disagreement between Yu Zhao and Ye Cong Xin was a trivial matter. Even blood-related siblings quarrel occasionally, let alone master sisters without familial ties. The disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect wouldn't normally gossip endlessly about such minor issues. It was Lan Ziyu who tirelessly spread the notion that Yu Zhao was vile, sharp-tongued, and malicious, delivering such claims to anyone who would listen. The phrase, "a lie repeated enough becomes truth," held true. When enough people heard it, they started to believe it. As time went on, Yu Zhao became branded as the villain in their eyes. And Lan Zi, you had been the biggest contributor to this perception, playing a pivotal role. Yu Zhao is narrow-minded and greedy for the sect's favor. She even went so far as to harm her junior sister. Despicable. Lan Ziyu sneered, the corner of his mouth twitching. Perhaps his words were harsh, but to him, they were entirely truthful. He saw no reason to consider himself in the wrong. Fine then, tell me, how exactly has junior sister you bullied Ye Cong Xin? Were all these incidents witnessed by you personally? Zhao Jinyu's gaze locked onto him sharply. She slandered our junior sister behind her back and even tried to. Lan Ziyu racked his brain, but to his frustration, he couldn't find any direct evidence. Whenever Yu Zhao mentioned Ye Cong Xin negatively in his presence, it was usually in a tone of mild complaint. When he showed his disinterest, even the complaints ceased entirely. Wait, during a sparring match, she deliberately pretended to miss and injure junior sister Yi. I saw it with my own eyes. Lan Ziyu's eyes brightened as he recalled a critical detail. At the time, many others had witnessed it as well, validating his claims as truthful. That's it. Zhao Jinyu raised an eyebrow. Feng Qinglang looked equally serious. Lan Ziyu's chest heaved as he tried to keep his composure. Isn't that enough proof? Zhao Jinyu, I know you like Yu Zhao, but you shouldn't be so blatantly biased. You're the grand senior sister of the Five Elements Dao sect, and fairness and justice are your duty. Zhao Jinyu almost laughed at his words, exasperation breaking through. It was precisely because she was the grand senior sister that she couldn't stand by and let Yu Zhao be bullied so blatantly by the disciples of Lone Moon Peak. Of course, I intend to be fair and just. Let's set aside whether Yu Zhao ever spoke ill of Ye Cong Xin. As for your second accusation, the sparring match, tell me, isn't it normal to get injured during training? Take your own Lone Moon Peak as an example. Doesn't your fifth senior brother, Quan Yi, often spar with Yu Zhao? He's a body-refining cultivator, relying on sheer physical strength. How many injuries has Yu Zhao sustained from his fists alone? Yet none of you ever stood up to accuse Quan Yi, despite his behavior being far more severe. Lan Ziyu froze, his words caught in his throat. Lan Ziyu wanted to tell Zhao Jinyu that this wasn't the same, but he feared Zhao Jinyu might ask what exactly was different, and he wouldn't be able to explain it. He had never thought there was anything wrong with Yu Zhao getting injured during a sparring session with Quan Yi. Just as Zhao Jinyu had pointed out, getting hurt during training was common. Which disciple of the Five Elements Dao sect hadn't been injured? Even he and his senior brother occasionally sustained minor injuries while sparring. Why, then, did the same situation become unbearable when it involved his junior sister? Lan Ziyu felt his head splitting from the confusion. He looked to Fong Chenglang, hoping for some clarity, but Fong Chenglang avoided his gaze entirely. He was left speechless and unsure of what to do. Zhou Jinyu sneered coldly. Speechless already? Fine, let's set aside the matter of sparring for now. Let's revisit your first accusation. You claimed you Zhao badmouthed Ye Cong Xin behind her back. But haven't you been badmouthing you Zhao as well? In fact, you did it directly in front of her face without a shred of shame. What words should we use to describe your actions, then? Under Zhou Jinyu's sharp gaze, Lan Ziyu felt as though his very soul was laid bare, exposed to the searing sunlight with nowhere to hide. A tidal wave of shame washed over him, making his face alternately flush red and pale. She started it. Enough. Fong Qinglang finally couldn't hold back any longer. Previously, when he had been in the thick of things, he hadn't realized there was anything wrong with Lan Ziyu's behavior. In fact, he had been influenced by Lan Ziyu, developing a bias against Yu Zhao. Looking back now, all he felt was how foolish and laughable he had been. Such baseless rumors had completely clouded his judgment. He turned to Zhou Jinyu, his eyes full of regret and hope. Senior sister Zhou, I was wrong. It was my failure that caused little Six so much pain. I'll do anything to make it up to her. Please, help me convince her to return. The Lone Moon Peak cannot be without her. Fong Qinglang choked up several times as he spoke. In the past, when Yu Zhao had been right before his eyes, he hadn't paid much attention to her. Only when she left without hesitation did he realize that she had already become an integral part of his life. He couldn't imagine living without her. His face was pale and stricken, his figure lacking the uprightness it once had. Zhou Jin, you could clearly sense the sincerity and remorse emanating from him. She sighed inwardly. If only he had realized this sooner. I can't help you, Zhou Jinyu said plainly, shaking her head. Senior sister Zhou, don't you trust me? I'll swear on my Dao heart. If I ever... Fong Chenglang began to plead anxiously. Zhou Jinyu rolled her eyes and pinched his lips shut with her fingers. Be quiet and listen. Fong Chenglang meekly nodded. 3 years ago, after Yu Zhao's Dao foundation was damaged, she chose to abandon her old cultivation method and start anew. She's no longer practicing bright moon over the sea, the technique of Master Qin Yan, but rather the illusory tides technique created by a predecessor known as Bright Moon Hermit. Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu both fell silent, confusion flickering in their eyes. Clearly, they didn't grasp the significance. Zhou Jinyu clicked her tongue impatiently. The Bright Moon Hermit pursued the path of emotional detachment, abandoning all attachments and severing ties to worldly emotions to focus solely on self-cultivation. Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu's eyes widened in shock. Techniques and one's Dao heart are deeply intertwined, each shaping the other. If Yu Zhao had chosen to practice the illusory tides technique, her Dao heart would inevitably align with the principles of the path of emotional detachment, making it her ultimate goal. Cultivators on this path were known for their emotional indifference, showing little to no sentiment even toward their closest kin. Fong Chenglang suddenly understood. All the inconsistencies he'd noticed in Yu Zhao's behavior now made perfect sense. No, that's not right. If Yu Zhao truly practices the path of emotional detachment, why does she act the same as always with you, yet treat us so coldly? Lan Ziyu seized upon the inconsistency, his voice sharp with accusation. Zhou Jinyu chuckled, unfazed. It's simple. The emotions you bring her are useless, burdensome attachments. What we provide for junior sister Yu is warmth and acceptance, a peaceful kind of affection. It's clear which one she'd choose to let go. Every cultivator perceives the Tao differently. What Yu Zhao pursues through the path of emotional detachment isn't emotionlessness in the literal sense, but rather the detachment of the grand Tao. Just as the heavens and earth treat all equally, regarding all creatures as mere tools, individual emotions and affection seem insignificant under the vast heavens. Yu Zhao refuses to be constrained by narrow, possessive emotions. What she seeks is a state where all beings stand equal under the Tao. Even Zhou Jin, you didn't fully grasp Yu Zhao's path, but she understood this much. Yu Zhao's break with Feng Chenglang and the others was definitive. She had let go of the past and would not look back. For Feng Chenglang, there was no reclaiming what was lost, unless Yu Zhao chose to abandon her Tao heart. But Zhou Jin, you doubted Yu Zhao would ever make that choice. She would likely prefer death over betraying her own convictions. The path of emotional detachment. She's been cultivating it all along. Feng Chenglang stood there, stricken. So, Yu Zhao had made her decision 3 years ago. How laughable it was that they hadn't noticed. They thought she was just being temperamental and believed a few casual words could bring her back. Huh. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. How ridiculous. How utterly ridiculous. Feng Chenglang, you call yourself a noble swordsman? You're nothing but a joke. A coward. A fool. Suddenly, Feng Chenglang burst into wild laughter, his demeanor unhinged. Eldest senior brother. Lan Ziyu's face turned pale with fear. Had eldest senior brother succumbed to madness under the weight of the blow? Ha ha ha! Feng Chenglang seemed oblivious to everything. His face twisted with a manic grin, yet tears streamed ceaselessly down his cheeks. As he laughed, he stumbled down the mountain. After just a few steps, he tripped and fell. Unperturbed, he clambered back up and continued his staggering descent, his figure desolate. Eldest senior brother, wait for me. Lan Ziyu couldn't care about anything else anymore. He hurried after him, panic gripping his heart. Yu Zhao had already chosen the path of emotional detachment, and if eldest senior brother truly lost his mind because of this, what would he possibly do then? Lan Ziyu's headache intensified. Zhou Jinyu watched their retreating figures, her expression complicated. At the mountain's base, intersect disciples were gathered on the flat clearing, whispering amongst themselves. Zhang Jun stood guard at the path leading up the mountain, occasionally glancing toward the trail. His task was to ensure no one disturbed the proceedings. He wondered how things were going between the Grand Senior Sister and Feng Chenglang. Would it come to blows? Should he go up and help? The thoughts circulating among the other intersect disciples weren't all that different. They were all trying to guess what Zhou Jinyu and Feng Chenglang were discussing. It's true. Grand Senior Sister is close to Yu Zhao and came specifically to stand up for her. I told you before, Yu Zhao saved Grand Senior Sister's life. It was a perilous situation, and Yu Zhao nearly died. They say she was unconscious for 7 days and nights before waking. Is that so? I heard it was half a month. No, you're both wrong. What I heard was that Yu Zhao sacrificed herself willingly for Grand Senior Sister. The rumors grew increasingly outrageous until the tale evolved into Yu Zhao harboring a long, unrequited love for Zhou Jinyu and willingly giving her life to save the one she secretly adored. Stop talking. Look, someone's coming down the mountain. Before anyone could see who was descending the mountain, laughter reached their ears first. It was laughter, yet it carried an endless desolation, leaving those who heard it inexplicably sorrowful. As the laughter grew closer, the indistinct figure gradually became clear. The normally poised and graceful senior brother Feng looked utterly haggard. Tear stains ran down his face, and his once pristine white robe was smeared with dirt. He staggered with each step, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Everyone was stunned, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Is that senior brother Feng? Oh heavens! Did senior sister Zhou completely break him? What happened? Why does senior brother Feng look like this? Zhang Jun gulped audibly. For the first time, he felt that grand senior sister Zhou was quite gentle with him in comparison. Senior Feng. Seeing Feng Chenglang approach, Zhang Jun attempted to greet him. However, Feng Chenglang walked past him without even glancing his way. Behind him was Lan Ziyu, equally silent. Zhang Jun awkwardly withdrew his hand, his face full of confusion. The others, sensing that something was deeply wrong with Feng Chenglang, suppressed their curiosity and concern, stepping back to make way. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu departed in their disheveled states, leaving behind countless questions. Lone Moon Peak. Foolishness. Master Qing Yin glared at Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu, who were kneeling in the grand hall. His icy tone barely concealed his anger. Fong Chenglang kept his head bowed, his entire demeanor steeped in despair. Lan Ziyu lowered his posture even further. Master, please calm your anger. You have greatly disappointed me, Master Qing Yin said flatly. Despite the calm delivery, Lan Ziyu felt an overwhelming pressure, forcing him to bow even lower. Meanwhile, Fong Chenglang remained listless, as if Yu Zhao's departure had drained all his vitality, leaving behind only an empty shell. Master Qing Yan's eyes flickered with a mix of disappointment and surprise. Fong Chenglang had always been composed and reliable. Even he had not anticipated that Yu Zhao's departure would have such a devastating effect on him. Chenglang, your disciple is here. Fong Chenglang's response came after a long pause, his voice hoarse. Do you blame me for expelling Yu Zhao? Your disciple does not dare. Then why are you acting like a weeping, fragile girl? Your disciple is weak and cannot bear the pain of separation. I ask for punishment from Master. After speaking, Fong Chenglang prostrated himself, his head touching the ground, refusing to rise. Though his words denied blame, every sentence dripped with resentment. Master Qing Yin understood that Fong Chenglang had trapped himself in a spiral of guilt and regret. He turned his gaze to Lan Ziyu. Do you also blame me? Your disciple does not blame you. Lan Ziyu raised his head. I only blame myself. Regarding Yu Zhao's situation, Lan Ziyu had gained more clarity than Fong Chenglang. Master Qing Yin had expelled Yu Zhao to give her a legitimate reason to sever ties with them. But the ones truly responsible for driving Yu Zhao away were themselves. Strictly speaking, Fong Chenglang did not truly blame Master Qing Yin. He was projecting his anger, but in reality, he blamed himself. This was why he sought punishment. Seeing Lan Ziyu's calm demeanor, Master Qing Yin was somewhat appeased. Since you understand the reasoning, you will explain it to him. He may not leave this residence until he comes to terms with it. Master Qing Yin swung his sleeve. In the next moment, Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu found themselves back in Fong Chenglang's cave dwelling. Senior brother, Lan Ziyu called softly. Fong Chenglang raised his eyelids and gave him a detached glance before walking into the meditation chamber and lying down fully clothed. Lan Ziyu followed him into the chamber, looking at his senior brother's indifferent demeanor with a mix of frustration and urgency. Their master had made it clear. If Fong Chenglang didn't come to terms with the situation, he wouldn't be allowed to leave. A year or two might be tolerable, but what if he never did? The thought of his senior brother spiraling further down troubled Lan Ziyu deeply. Determined not to stand idly by, he racked his brain for ways to persuade Fong Chenglang. Meanwhile, their fourth senior brother, Cui Ju, completed a session of pill refinement and emerged from seclusion. Cui Ju's dwelling wasn't far from the medicine garden he had cultivated. After his retreat, his first task was to tend to the garden. Watering, weeding, pruning, harvesting. It took him 2 full days to restore the garden to order. When he finally finished, he let out a long breath, only to startle himself before laughing softly. He had never realized how physically taxing it was to maintain the garden. His thoughts drifted to Yu Zhao. Ever since Yu Zhao became his 6th junior sister, he hadn't worried about the medicine garden for a long time. But 3 years ago, when her Dao foundation was damaged, forcing her into seclusion to rebuild it, he had been left to manage the garden alone. Only then did he realize that the garden, which he had casually expanded over time, had grown several times larger. The effort it now demanded was incomparable. Reflecting on the years Yu Zhao had cared for the garden, Cui Ju couldn't help but admire her diligence. 3 years have passed. Junior sister Zhao should be coming out of seclusion soon, he thought. Recalling the dragon tongue flower incident, he felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he had wrongly accused her back then. Deciding to take this opportunity to reconcile, he planned to share half of the pills he had just refined with her. The rest, he would distribute to their little junior sister and keep a portion for himself. With a plan in mind, Ju changed into clean robes and made his way to Yu Zhao's cave dwelling. The thought of seeing her again lifted his spirits, and his steps grew light. When he reached her dwelling, he noticed the door was wide open and the defensive array was not active. A wave of joy washed over him. Junior sister, Zhao must be out of seclusion, he thought. With a rare smile softening his usual calm expression, he steadied his breathing and quietly entered, intending to surprise her. But before he could venture far, a strong odor of alcohol mixed with a sour stench hit him. His brows knitted as he quickened his pace. How much did junior sister Zhao drink? As he moved closer, he heard muffled sobbing. Dropping all pretense of stealth, Ju hurried inside. Junior sister Zhao, the cave dwelling was empty. From a heap of wine jars, Su Ming drunkenly lifted his head, burping before meeting Ju's worried gaze. Su Ming froze, then broke into loud, uncontrollable sobs. Fourth brother, I lost you, Zhao. Ju stood rooted to the spot, his body stiff. What did you just say? After listening to Su Ming's tearful, hiccup-filled recounting, Ju stood dazed, as if his soul had left his body. He had just been planning to apologize to Yu Zhao and ask her to resume caring for the medicine garden. Now, she was no longer on Lone Moon Peak. She's too foolish, he murmured. Why would she defy the master? Did she not understand that the master could decide her life and death with a single word? If their little junior sister wanted the starry sky stone, why not give it to her? He could have found another one for her, 2 or 3 if needed, until she was satisfied. Why did she insist on standing her ground? Ju couldn't comprehend it. Fourth brother, out of the 5 of us, I have the most faith in you. Can you figure out a way to bring Yu Zhao back? I don't want her to leave, Su Ming sobbed, his eyes swollen like walnuts. He had only wanted Yu Zhao to face some punishment, not to drive her away. No matter how foolish or troublesome she was, Yu Zhao was still his junior sister. The Lone Moon Peak wasn't complete without any of its 7 disciples. Ju pondered for a moment. The one who ties the knot must untie it. I'll go find little junior sister. If she persuades master, he might show mercy. Great. Let's do that. Su Ming's face lit up with joy. As Ju stood up to leave, he turned back to glance at Su Ming. Aren't you coming? Su Ming buried his head in a wine jar, mumbling in a muffled tone, you go. He couldn't face Ye Cong Xin right now. Whenever he saw her, he was reminded of the argument between Yu Zhao and their master, a memory he desperately wanted to forget. Ye Cong Xin was pleasantly surprised when Ju came to visit. Fourth brother, you've come out of seclusion. Ju smiled faintly and, as always, handed her a bottle of pills. Delighted, Ye Cong Xin accepted the gift and quickly invited him to sit. Once he was settled, she bustled around preparing tea, her cheerful demeanor infectious. Ju quietly watched her flit about, his gaze deep and contemplative. He saw no trace of concern for Yu Zhao on Ye Cong Xin's face. It was as if Yu Zhao's expulsion from the sect was an insignificant matter, unworthy of mention. This realization left Ju feeling a bit unsettled. Still, he said nothing. He sipped the tea Ye Cong Xin brewed for him and even offered polite compliments. Ye Cong Xin blushed shyly. Fourth brother, you flatter me. It's just a simple skill, not worth such praise. Ju set down the teacup. Little junior sister, there's another reason I came to see you today. The smile on Ye Cong Xin's face faltered for a moment before returning to normal. You must be here about sixth sister. Yes, Ju admitted without hesitation. Ye Cong Xin looked at him earnestly, her tone persistent. Fourth brother, do you also believe that sixth sister was expelled because of me? Ju shook his head. To him, the situation was a result of Yu Zhao's impulsive behavior. What started as a minor issue had spiraled into something no one could have anticipated. Relieved, Ye Cong Xin exhaled softly. She had feared that Ju had come to blame her. Right now, she couldn't afford to lose even a shred of his favor. Tears shimmered in her eyes, and her voice choked slightly. I'm glad you don't blame me. Third brother and the others all say it's my fault that sixth sister was expelled. But how could they know the pain I feel inside? Ju hesitated briefly before reaching out to pat her head. They don't truly blame you. They're just feeling guilty. I know. I feel guilty too, Ye Cong Xin said, pretending to be strong as she wiped away her tears. Fourth brother, just tell me what you need me to do. Ju's last shred of doubt dissipated. He spoke earnestly. Little junior sister, I hope you can plead with Master on Yu Zhao's behalf. Master has always doted on you. If you speak up, there might still be a chance to turn things around. All right. Ye Cong Xin agreed readily. After a pause, she added, but fourth brother, it's not that I want to delay. Master is surely still angry right now. Would it be all right if I wait a few days before approaching him? Of course, Ju said, his spirits lifting. Convincing little junior sister was half the battle won. All right, fourth brother, just wait for my good news. Ye Cong Xin watched Ju leave with a gentle smile on her face. However, as she turned around, her expression immediately shifted to one of disdain. The people from Lone Moon Peak are truly naive, she muttered coldly. They actually believe whatever I say. She sneered at their plan, thinking, waiting for me to plead for mercy? Fine, let them wait. If Yu Zhao could make it back alive, Ye Cong Xin decided she would admit defeat. But she was determined. Nothing and no one would interfere with her plans again. System, check Ju's favorability rating. A notification chimed in her mind. Ding! Ju's current favorability, 75 points. It had increased by 5 points. Ye Cong Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement as realization dawned on her. She had finally figured out how to win over people like Ju. A few simple words were all it took. So easy, she chuckled, curling her lips into a mocking smile. A month flew by. Zhou Jinyu had just run an errand for the sect Master Ji Yuan and was on her way back when she was stopped by a young female disciple she didn't recognize. This girl's features were plain to the point of being forgettable. There was nothing about her appearance that left a lasting impression. Who are you? Zhou Jinyu asked hesitantly. It was rare for her not to recognize a fellow disciple from the Five Elements Dao sect. Senior Sister Zhou, it's me, the young woman replied in a familiar voice. Zhou Jinyu's eyes lit up. Junior Sister Yu? Yu Zhao nodded with a smile. Zhou Jinyu gave her a once-over, her gaze lingering on Yu Zhao's figure. Although her face had changed, her build remained unmistakable. Upon closer inspection, using her divine sense, Zhou Jinyu noticed a barely discernible spiritual energy fluctuation covering Yu Zhao's face. Junior Sister Yu, your illusion technique has grown more refined, Zhou Jinyu praised, genuinely impressed. Even she had nearly been fooled. Yu Zhao let out a bitter laugh. It's out of necessity. She explained that when she first descended the mountain, she hadn't thought to hide her appearance. However, it didn't take long before she was recognized by other disciples, and soon she was bombarded with intrusive stares and questions. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she decided to alter her face. Understanding Yu Zhao's predicament, Zhou Jinyu didn't pry further. Instead, she warmly invited Yu Zhao to visit the main peak, but Yu Zhao declined. Senior Sister Zhou, I'm here to say goodbye. I plan to travel for a while, and I'm not sure when I'll return. But I should make it back before the Cultivation World Grand Competition. The winner of the competition would earn the chance to ascend the floating island. Located in the endless sea, the island opened only once every 100 years, and only 100 people could enter each time. It was said that the spiritual energy there was so dense it could almost become tangible, and treasures of unimaginable value were hidden within. The island was also rumored to hold the legacies of ancient cultivators. For centuries, the opening of the floating island had sparked fierce competition, leading to bloody battles throughout the cultivation world. Eventually, the sects decided to organize a formal competition, where the victors would earn the limited spots. This tradition became the Cultivation World Grand Competition. Initially, only disciples of major sects could participate. However, after protests from unaffiliated cultivators, a personal category was added, allowing anyone who met the age requirement to compete. In her previous life, Yu Zhao's cultivation level hadn't been high enough to qualify. But this time, she was determined to try. "You're leaving?" Zhou Jin was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. "It's a good idea to explore the world. Staying here would only bring more frustration." She couldn't forget the way Fong Chenglang had looked when he left. It hadn't been the expression of someone who had let go. Zhou Jin worried that Lone Moon Peak's people might trouble Yu Zhao again. Venturing out might not only broaden Yu Zhao's horizons, but also keep her out of harm's way. Yu Zhao and Zhou Jin shared the same perspective. Yu Zhao's cultivation was firmly stabilized, but she needed a certain degree of stimulation to achieve a breakthrough. Coincidentally, she also required a life-bonded artifact to be crafted before the upcoming Cultivation World Grand Competition. Her plan was to train while searching for all the necessary artifact crafting materials. The endpoint of her journey was set as the Greenwood Sect. The day she left the Greenwood Sect would mark her return to the Five Elements Dao Sect. Zhou Jinyu, filled with concern, gave Yu Zhao detailed advice on the potential dangers of the journey. She also handed over all the talismans she carried for Yu Zhao's protection. Grateful for Zhou Jinyu's thoughtfulness, Yu Zhao did not decline. After expressing her thanks, Yu Zhao visited Elder Gu at the Archive Pavilion, informing him of her departure. Elder Gu simply reminded her to return in time for the grand competition. While there were categories for both sect and individual contests, it was common knowledge that the sect competition was much easier than the individual one. Returning as a disciple of the sect would increase her chances of securing a spot. Yu Zhao assured Elder Gu of her understanding. With a wave, he dismissed her. As she had few close contacts in the sect besides Zhou Jinyu and Elder Gu, Yu Zhao left the pavilion directly for the mountain gate without stopping at the inner courtyard. Once outside the Five Elements Dao sect, Yu Zhao swiftly traveled toward Lantern City, the first destination of her journey, where she had stayed during her previous training. Lantern City was as bustling as ever. Upon arriving at the city gates, Yu Zhao paid the entrance fee and chose a random inn to stay in. For the following days, she remained inside her room, venturing out only after nightfall. As the city streets emptied, leaving only lanterns casting their soft glow, Yu Zhao leaped out of her window. Walking along the quiet streets, her sharp eyes quickly caught sight of a faint yellow marking on a wall in a small alley. Smiling faintly, she tapped the stone bearing the mark in the rhythm of 3 long knocks followed by 2 short ones. Moments later, the sound of grinding stone echoed from behind the wall. A hidden door quietly appeared. Without hesitation, Yu Zhao stepped inside. The interior resembled an entirely different world. The spacious and brightly lit hall glowed as if it were daytime. 2 young cultivators stood guard at the entrance. The left guard was a voluptuous woman with a seductive air, while the right was a handsome man exuding charm. Upon seeing Yu Zhao, the male cultivator approached with a smile. "Greetings, my lady." Though his voice lacked the softness of the woman's, it carried an alluring undertone, reminiscent of lovers bantering. Yu Zhao's expression remained indifferent. "I'm here to find someone." The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was the largest trading association in the cultivation world. Officially, it dealt in artifacts, pills, and other items. Unofficially, its dark pavilion operated in the shadows, dealing in confidential intelligence. The dark pavilion was divided into 3 departments: inquiry, search, and request. Inquiry allowed for the purchase or sale of exclusive information. Search specialized in locating people or items. Request involved submitting personal needs for the dark pavilion to fulfill. Yu Zhao's statement indicated she sought someone or something. Realizing she was no newcomer, the male cultivator dropped his flirtatious demeanor, his voice turning crisp and professional. "This way, my lady." He guided her to a private room, which featured a partition wall with a small window at shoulder height. "Please wait here for a moment, esteemed guest. The seeker will be with you shortly." Yu Zhao gave a calm acknowledgement. As soon as the attendant retreated, a small window on the partition opened, and a palm-sized wooden token floated into the room. Yu Zhao reached out and caught it. The front of the token bore the character Seek, while the back was blank. Using her spiritual energy as a pen, Yu Zhao flipped the token over and wrote 2 items: Supreme Essence Water and Heavenly Fairy Herb. These were the final 2 rare materials she needed for her artifact crafting. Both were uncommon treasures in the cultivation world. She infused spiritual energy into the token, sending it back through the window. The small window shut instantly. After a short while, it reopened. A wooden tray floated out and stopped in front of Yu Zhao. On it lay a note that read, 5 mid-grade spirit stones. This was the price 10,000 treasures Pavilion quoted for sourcing the items. Seeing the note, Yu Zhao let out a subtle sigh of relief. The Pavilion never accepted requests it couldn't fulfill. If they lacked a reliable source or deemed the task impossible, they wouldn't charge a fee. In fact, they would compensate clients instead, albeit modestly, as a gesture of goodwill. Yu Zhao was not short on funds. What she needed was a life-bonded artifact. Without hesitation, she placed 5 mid-grade spirit stones on the tray and sent it back through the window. When the window reopened, Yu Zhao finally received the information she sought. The Pavilion, true to its reputation as the greatest intelligence network in the cultivation world, provided 5 leads: 3 for Supreme Essence Water and 2 for Heavenly Fairy Herb. After reviewing the details, Yu Zhao identified the most promising locations: Blackwater City in the southern region for the water and the Marsh Forest in the western region for the herb. After some thought, she decided to head to Blackwater City first. In 3 months, the city would host an auction featuring Supreme Essence Water as one of its items. With her spirit stones, acquiring it was almost guaranteed. Her plan was clear: secure the water at the auction, then proceed to the Marsh Forest to search for the herb. The next day, Yu Zhao began her journey southward. By her flying speed, reaching Blackwater City would take less than a month. However, she felt that devoting all her time to traveling and searching for materials would make for a dull and unproductive journey. She wanted to improve her cultivation through experience. Thus, she kept an eye out for traveling merchant caravans along the way. Whenever she spotted one, she approached to see if she could hitch a ride. On days when luck was not on her side, she lingered longer in cities or in the wilderness where demonic beasts roamed, immersing herself in local cultures and landscapes. In this leisurely fashion of travel, a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Yu Zhao stumbled upon a small town. This town lacked any cultivators and was home only to mortals who lived simple lives, rising with the sun and resting at sunset. Feeling that her arrival here was fated, Yu Zhao transformed her attire into a plain, modest outfit and entered the town. Fresh flowers for sale. Miss, would you like to buy some flowers? They're fresh and beautiful. Miss, how about a steaming hot bun? Freshly made. Sweet candied hawthorn. Sweet candied hawthorn sticks. As Yu Zhao strolled through the lively, smoke-filled streets, a distant memory surfaced in her mind. At 6 years old, Yu Zhao was discovered by Master Qing Yin and brought to the 5 Elements Dao sect, severing her mortal ties to embark on the path of immortality. Before this, she was an unnamed beggar in a remote frontier town, spending her days scrounging for food alongside a group of similarly destitute beggars. If fortune smiled, she could have a full meal, otherwise hunger stretched for days. The most vivid memory Yu Zhao had of those days was encountering a girl her age while begging. The girl, adorned in silk and brocade, was attended by servants and maids. A brilliant East pearl shimmered on the tip of her shoes, and the sweets she discarded were flavors Yu Zhao could not have imagined tasting. Though the exact taste of the pastries had faded from memory, the fleeting brightness they brought to her dark life lingered deeply. Freshly baked pastries, sweet and fragrant. The clear, melodic cry of a vendor interrupted Yu Zhao's thoughts. She looked up to realize she had unconsciously wandered to the entrance of a pastry shop. The shop assistant, a bright-looking young man, noticed her pause and redoubled his sales pitch. These are hot out of the oven, fragrant and sweet. Would you like to try one, miss? Yu Zhao, drawn by the sugary aroma wafting through the air, approached. One of each, please, she said after scanning the vibrant display. A sudden desire stirred within her to rediscover the taste of that childhood pastry. Certainly, the assistant beamed and swiftly packed a sample of every pastry, quoting the price. That'll be 72 spirit beads. Spirit beads, a type of spirit stone in their smallest form, were commonly used in the mortal realm. Even a novice cultivator could fragment a low-grade spirit stone into thousands of beads without expending significant spiritual energy. Zhao casually transformed one spirit stone into beads using her storage bracelet, then handed over 72 of them. Although spirit beads had minimal variance in value, those with better appearance, rounder, glossier, and fuller, were more desirable. Zhao's beads, with their rare, premium quality, delighted the shop assistant, who expressed heartfelt gratitude. Carrying the freshly packed pastries, Zhao entered a restaurant adjacent to the pastry shop. Despite it being an off hour, the place buzzed with patrons engrossed in lively conversations over tea and an assortment of snacks. The moment Zhao stepped in, all eyes turned to her. In a small town where residents recognized each other at least by face, her unfamiliar presence and the bundles of pastries she carried piqued curiosity. A warm-hearted customer called out to summon the staff. The restaurant assistant emerged hurriedly from the backyard, where he had been tending to the stove, and greeted Zhao with enthusiasm. She seated herself at an empty table and, on his recommendation, ordered 2 signature dishes and a pot of house-brewed rice wine. While waiting for her meal, Zhao unpacked the pastries. A wave of aromatic warmth rose as the lid lifted, filling the air with sweetness. She picked up a flower-shaped pastry with her chopsticks and took a delicate bite. The rich floral fragrance blossomed on her palate, lingering long after the pastry was gone. It tasted delightful, but it was not the taste she was searching for. At that moment, the waiter of the restaurant came out carrying 2 signature dishes. When he saw the unwrapped cakes on the table, he chuckled and said, "The bakery next door has been around for decades. Everyone who tries their cakes praises them. Even here, we use their cakes to entertain guests." After speaking, he placed the dishes on the table and then turned to the counter to fetch a pot of rice wine. "Here are all your dishes. Please enjoy," he added. Zhao picked up her chopsticks again and tasted the 2 dishes she had ordered. To be fair, the chef's skills were quite average, and the dishes weren't as delicious as the cakes from the bakery next door. It wasn't surprising that the restaurant's owner relied on those cakes to attract customers. However, the small pot of rice wine was unexpectedly rich and mellow, possessing a unique flavor. Thus, with the rice wine, Zhao nibbled on the cakes bite by bite. She blended in perfectly with the other diners. The other customers had only glanced at her briefly when she first arrived. Once their curiosity wore off, they resumed discussing the latest happenings in the small town. "Stop! Don't run," Wang dashed in. "If you keep running, I swear I'll break your legs later. Chase him, quickly." The sudden commotion from the street outside caught everyone's attention. Sitting by the window, Zhao looked out and saw a panicked man sprinting down the street. Behind him, a group of over 10 burly men wielding wooden sticks and other items were chasing after him, shouting angrily. "Hey, isn't that Wang Yukai? Did he go gambling again?" The Wang family is done for. If the late Master Wang knew that most of his hard-earned family fortune had been squandered by this unfilial descendant, he'd probably rise from his grave out of sheer fury. Master Wang was a good man, but his descendants are such disappointments. The diners, ever eager for gossip, quickly exposed all the details about Wang Yukai. Under the intense pursuit of the fierce men, Wang Yukai, already nervous and stressed, stumbled. His left foot tripped over his right, causing him to fall flat on the ground. The delay was all it took for the pursuers to catch up. The leader, a tall and sturdy man, stomped on Wang Yukai's back, pinning him to the ground as he struggled to get up. Wang Yukai wailed in pain. The tall man sneered. "Run? Go on, run. You owe our gambling house so many spirit beads, and now you think you can just walk away without paying? Dream on. Pay up." Wang Yukai, his face smeared with tears and snot, pleaded, Third master, please give me more time. I really don't have the money right now. I promise, as soon as I have it, I'll pay back every bead. Stop stomping. You'll kill me. Leaning down, the third master pressed his hand on Wang Yukai's leg, smirking, I have a way for you to repay your debt. Want to hear it? Wang Yukai nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. It's simple, really. Look, you owe us so much money, and that's all the hard-earned sweat of me and my brothers here. So, how about this? You let each of us stomp on you once. When we've had our fill, we'll call it even. Sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? Wang Yukai's face turned ashen. Having been stomped on by third master Feng, he felt as though his internal organs were on the verge of shifting out of place. If more people joined in, he would undoubtedly lose his life. Third master, please no. Don't stomp on me. I don't want to die. Please spare me. Wang Yukai sobbed uncontrollably, his cries echoing with despair. Most of the people in the small town had roots tracing back generations, inevitably leading to connections of kinship or familiarity. One of the patrons in the tavern couldn't bear to watch and shouted, Third Master Feng, please show some mercy and give Wang Yukai a bit more time. Wang Yukai's father, Wang Yuan, had been a renowned wealthy landowner and philanthropist. Generous by nature, he regularly funded public works like bridge and road repairs, earning him the gratitude of many in the town. Encouraged by the first plea, others also spoke up. Third Master Feng, back when Wang Yuan was alive, he did so much for the town. That road outside your house was paid for by him. For his sake, won't you give Wang Yukai another chance? Yes, the Wang family might be in decline now, but even a broken ship has some nails. Perhaps, if given a bit more time, Wang Yukai could find something of value to repay his debts. Exactly, Third Master Feng. Wang Yukai has no money right now. Even if you kill him, you won't get anything. Why not sit down and negotiate a compromise? Hearing the crowd's support, hope flickered in Wang Yukai's eyes. But in the next moment, Third Master Feng's words shattered that hope. All of you, shut up. Easy for you to act like good Samaritans when it's not your money being owed. If you're so keen to help, then why don't you pay Wang Yukai's debt? It's just 500 spirit beads. With so many of you here, you should be able to scrape it together. The same people who had spoken up for Wang Yukai instantly fell silent. While they might have been able to pool together 500 spirit beads, they didn't believe Wang Yukai could ever repay them. After all, gamblers were notorious for being unreliable, and Wang Yukai was a notorious case. He had even gambled away the money meant for his mother's medicine. Trusting his word was like throwing steamed buns to a dog, gone with no hope of return. None of them were wealthy enough to afford such charity. Third Master Feng sneered coldly. These townsfolk always made a show of virtue, but shrank away the moment they were called to action. When Wang Yuan had paid for road repairs in the past, at least Feng had the decency to send over his household's only hen as a gesture of thanks. What had these people ever done? If Wang Yuan were still alive, even the owner of the gambling den would have shown respect. But with him gone, who cared about Wang Yukai? If anyone was to blame, it was Wang Yukai himself for being such a disappointment. Wang Yukai, this is your final chance. Are you paying back the money or not? I'll pay. I'll pay. Wang Yukai begged, his tears flowing freely. Where's the money? Wang Yukai's voice caught in his throat. He had no money. The Wang family estate had already been sold off, leaving him utterly destitute, unsure even where his next meal would come from. No money? Then you'll pay with your life. Drag him out. With a wave of Third Master Feng's hand, two burly men stepped forward and seized Wang Yukai by his arms. Wang Yukai's legs turned to jelly, and he desperately looked around at the other tavern patrons, pleading silently. Most avoided his gaze, while others gave him helpless shrugs. Just as Wang Yukai was sinking into complete despair, his eyes landed on a young woman sitting by the window. His eyes widened in disbelief, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Third Master Feng assumed Wang Yukai was trembling out of fear and paid him no mind. Turning around, he prepared to return to the gambling den. Suddenly, Wang Yukai shouted in an impassioned voice, Wait. Feng. Third Master frowned. What tricks are you trying to play now? Third Master Feng. I've thought of a way to repay the money. And what way is that? Let me go, and I'll seek help from someone. She'll pay the debt for me. Wang Yukai clenched his fists, his expression fervent. Seeing that he didn't appear to be stalling for time, Feng's third master hesitated for a moment. Then he signaled to the two burly men holding Wang Yukai and warned him again, "If you try to run again, you won't live to see tomorrow." "I won't run, I swear." Gone was the despair and fear from Wang Yukai's face. Once released, he quickly tidied his disheveled robe and brushed the dust from his body with determined effort. Everyone watched in confusion, unsure of what he was doing. After straightening himself up, Wang Yukai strode purposefully toward the restaurant. The henchman Feng's third master brought along wanted to follow, but Feng raised his hand to stop them. "Let's see what he's up to first," Feng said. Yu Zhao had just finished her last cup of rice wine when Wang Yukai suddenly dropped to his knees outside the window with a loud thud. "Immortal, please save me," gasps erupted. Everyone turned to Yu Zhao in shock, although none of them had ever seen an immortal who hadn't heard stories of their feats. Immortals were said to be powerful beings capable of calling wind and rain, moving mountains, filling seas, and traveling 1,000 miles in a single day. It was said that their country's prosperity and harmony were all due to the protection of a national preceptor who was an immortal. Could this unfamiliar woman from another land also be an immortal? Doubt flickered in many eyes. In their minds, immortals should exude an otherworldly aura, lofty and detached from mundane matters. How could someone like that sit casually in a restaurant, drinking wine and eating snacks like any ordinary person? Yu Zhao glanced at Wang Yukai. There wasn't the faintest trace of spiritual energy on him, nor did he possess the spiritual roots needed for cultivation. He was an ordinary mortal through and through. So, how had he recognized her as a cultivator? "Immortal, my family has ties to your lineage. Please save me, and I will reveal everything truthfully," Wang Yukai said, bowing deeply until his forehead touched the ground. He wasn't sure if Yu Zhao would help him, but this was his only chance. Yu Zhao's gaze sharpened slightly. His words carried a critical clue. He hadn't recognized her identity through his own abilities, but through a connection to her ancestors. Yet, Yu Zhao was an orphan with no knowledge of her lineage. How could Wang Yukai possibly know something she didn't? She hadn't expected that coming to this place on a whim would lead her to a clue about her own origins. "Raise your head." Wang Yukai trembled as he obeyed, lifting his face cautiously. Yu Zhao tossed a pouch, which landed squarely in his hands. Wang Yukai picked it up, quickly opened it, and his face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, immortal." Scrambling to his feet, he dashed over to Feng's third master and handed him the pouch. Without waiting for Feng's response, he hurried back to Yu Zhao. Feng opened the pouch skeptically. The sight of the glittering spirit beads inside nearly blinded him. Shocked, Feng stared at Yu Zhao, his disbelief written all over his face. This woman really was an immortal? After Yu Zhao and Wang Yukai left, the small tavern erupted in chatter. "Wow, the young lady, is she really an immortal? She doesn't look like one to me." "Chill. How dare you gossip about an immortal? Do you want to die?" Wang Yukai's family is one of the wealthiest here. How does he even know an immortal? Is he about to strike it big? "Ha ha. The immortal ate pastries from my boss's shop and drank the rice wine from ours." The staff from the pastry shop and the tavern jumped with joy, their excitement overflowing. The other patrons exchanged glances. If they had known Wang Yukai had connections to an immortal, they would have scraped together the 500 spirit beads at all costs to help him. Who knows? Maybe they could have even spoken with the immortal themselves. Wang Yukai led Yu Zhao to a pawn shop. Lowering his head in shame, he muttered, "Immortal, my family's heirloom is inside this pawn shop." Everything valuable he owned had been either pawned or sold to pay off debts. Nothing worthwhile remained in his hands, which was why debt collectors from the gambling house were constantly after him. "But rest assured, immortal, it's a family heirloom, so I pawned it under a live pledge. It can be redeemed for 1,000 spirit beads. There are two ways to pawn an item, a live pledge or a final sale. A live pledge temporarily exchanged an item for money. The owner could retrieve the item within a set period by presenting the pawn ticket and repaying the amount. A final sale, however, was a one-time transaction. The item would belong to the pawn shop permanently, with no chance of redemption. Even at his most desperate, Wang Yukai had refused to pawn his family heirloom under a final sale, proving just how much he valued it. 1,000 spirit beads wasn't much to Yu Zhao. Her main concern was discovering the secret tied to the Wang family heirloom and how it related to her. The two stepped into the pawn shop. The young clerk's eyes lit up upon seeing Yu Zhao, but his expression soured when he noticed Wang Yukai. "Ah, it's young Master Wang. What, you've run out of things to pawn and now want to pawn a person? This is a proper business, not a place for human trafficking. Take your shady dealings elsewhere." Wang Yukai was no stranger to such jabs, being a regular at the pawn shop. He had long learned to ignore them. However, being ridiculed so openly in front of the immortal made his face burn with embarrassment. Unable to hold back, he shouted at the clerk, "Watch your mouth. I'm here to redeem my heirloom. Go call your shopkeeper." "Redeem? Not pawn." The clerk looked at him, puzzled. Wang Yukai scoffed and slammed a crumpled pawn ticket onto the counter. "Get your shopkeeper. Are you doing business or not?" The clerk, seeing Yu Zhao's calm demeanor and dignified presence, quickly scurried into the back room. Moments later, a lean middle-aged man walked out, smiling warmly. Young Master Wang. He greeted Wang Yukai before turning to Yu Zhao. "And this young lady." His voice faltered as his eyes widened in shock upon seeing Yu Zhao, as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Yukai ignored his stunned expression and suspiciously eyed the man. "Something's off. Shopkeeper Qian, you usually stay behind the counter to deal with me. Why step out today?" Then a realization struck him. His eyes flared with anger, and he lunged at shopkeeper Qian, grabbing his collar. "You damned Qian! Did you sell my family heirloom?" Shopkeeper Qian was seized by his collar, his face turning bright red in mere moments. The clerks rushed forward to intervene, managing with great difficulty to pull Wang Yukai away. One of them then prepared to retaliate with a punch. Shopkeeper Qian coughed violently and stopped his employee. "You cough. Lock the door immediately and then go home. No more business for today." The clerk, though bewildered, complied without question. Once the doors were shut, the pawn shop dimmed considerably. "Please, both of you, follow me to the backyard," shopkeeper Qian said with a bitter smile. Wang Yukai glanced at Yu Zhao and, seeing no objection from her, snorted coldly. "Lead the way, Master Qian." Shopkeeper Qian led the pair down a corridor to the backyard. Upon entering, he immediately knelt and kowtowed repeatedly toward Yu Zhao. "Forgive my offense, immortal. This humble one is guilty." Guilty. Yu Zhao had a good idea of what the Wang family's heirloom was by now. It must be a painting, a portrait of a woman that bore an uncanny resemblance to her. So much so that both Wang Yukai and shopkeeper Qian had instantly recognized her. "Where is the painting?" Yu Zhao asked calmly. Shopkeeper Qian shuddered and whispered, "I sold it to the county magistrate." Wang Yukai nearly exploded with rage, itching to kick the man to death. That painting was the Wang family's heirloom, something he had endured countless beatings from strongmen to protect. Never had he considered pawning it for good. He'd always hoped to reclaim it someday and pass it on. But this miserly shopkeeper, blinded by greed, had sold it outright, and to the county magistrate, no less. Clearly, he had decided to take full advantage of Wang Yukai's plight. Yu Zhao's lips curled in a faint, enigmatic smile. "Shopkeeper Qian, Wang Yukai claims he pawned the painting as a recoverable item." Shopkeeper Qian's face twisted bitterly. "That is correct. Indeed, just as Wang Yukai suspected, shopkeeper Qian had calculated that he would never recover financially. Only a few days earlier, the county magistrate had celebrated a birthday, and shopkeeper Qian, lacking a suitable gift, had hatched this scheme. He presented the painting as a birthday offering, which greatly pleased the magistrate, earning him commendation. Shopkeeper Qian had been basking in his cleverness, until Wang Yukai showed up with none other than the subject of the painting, the immortal herself. Now he regretted it deeply, cursing his greed. He had assumed the painting depicted a figment of some Wang ancestor's imagination. Who would have thought the figure was real? Had Yu Zhao not appeared in the flesh, he would never have believed it, not even if beaten to death. Shopkeeper Qian, since you gave the painting to the county magistrate, you must retrieve it. The consequences of failing to do so are beyond what you can bear. Shopkeeper Qian stammered, drenched in sweat. Caught between offending the county magistrate and offending an immortal, he was doomed either way. Truthfully, Yu Zhao could easily use her cultivation to retrieve the painting from the magistrate's residence without anyone being the wiser. However, she preferred not to meddle in mortal affairs as a cultivator, lest she incur unnecessary karmic entanglements. Thus, she waited in silence for Shopkeeper Qian's response. After a long internal struggle, Shopkeeper Qian gritted his teeth. It was my greed that caused this mess. I will go to the magistrate and retrieve the painting. Wang Yukai grunted in approval. As you should. Then Shopkeeper Qian added hesitantly, I'd like young Master Wang to accompany me. With the pawn ticket in his hands, it'll help me explain matters to the magistrate. Wang Yukai, who had often visited the county magistrate's residence with his father, agreed without hesitation. Yu Zhao stayed behind in the pawnshop's backyard, sipping tea, as the two men hurried off to the county city. Yu Zhao had anticipated the possibility that Shopkeeper Qian and Wang Yukai might fail to bring back the portrait. However, she hadn't foreseen that despite her efforts to avoid suspicion, she would still be dragged into this troublesome affair. With a soft sigh, she set down her teacup. In the next moment, the courtyard was filled with the clamor of hurried footsteps and loud shouts. Over 20 constables stormed into the inner courtyard with blades in hand. At the back of the group were Wang Yukai and Shopkeeper Qian, restrained and battered, their faces mottled with bruises and dry bloodstains. A man dressed as a scholar stepped forward from the group and barked sharply. Where did this audacious swindler come from? How dare you impersonate an immortal to deceive the public? Confess your crimes at once. At these words, Wang Yukai widened his bloodshot eyes and looked toward Yu Zhao with hope. He couldn't be mistaken. This was the immortal, the county magistrate. No, that mangy dog of a county official had accused him and Shopkeeper Qian of collusion and spreading heresy. Such ignorance, such short-sightedness. Just wait. Soon, the immortal would punish them with divine wrath, ensuring that the county magistrate and his lackeys met a terrible fate. Yu Zhao's gaze swept coolly over the middle-aged scholar, her eyes landing on his sleeve. She raised an eyebrow in amusement. So, that's how he was so confident in accusing her of impersonation. He had received guidance from a so-called expert. It seems you won't drink the toast and insist on drinking the forfeit, the scholar sneered, pulling a pale yellow talisman from his sleeve. Today, I'll show you what real immortal techniques look like. But before he could finish the word technique, the talisman was snatched from his hand by an invisible force. He watched in shock as the talisman floated through the air, drifting gently into the slender fingers of the young woman across from him. The scholar's pupils contracted as he stared at Yu Zhao in terror. Casually, Yu Zhao glanced at the talisman. A low-grade fireball talisman. Judging by the spiritual energy it contained, it could likely produce 3 or 4 fireballs the size of fists when torn. The maker of this talisman seemed to be at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. With a flick of her fingers, Yu Zhao sent the fireball talisman spinning into the air before reducing it to ashes, which rained down on the scholar's face. The man froze for a long moment before collapsing weakly to the ground, his eyes vacant. The fire dragon immortal has deceived me. This was the real power of an immortal. Thud, thud, thud. The constables, having witnessed the scene, dropped their blades to the ground and fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Some were so terrified that they wet themselves on the spot. Yu Zhao, naturally, did not bother to stoop to their level. Her curiosity lay, instead, in the identity of the qi refinement cultivator stationed at the county office. Expanding her divine sense like a sweeping wave, she quickly encompassed the entire small town. Then she extended it further, beyond mountains, rivers, and villages, until it reached a bustling county city. Zhao smiled faintly. Found him. At the county office. Magistrate Jia stood at the entrance of the main hall, occasionally peeking outside, his forehead glistening with nervous sweat. Magistrate Jia, please calm down. A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression sat leisurely on the grand chair to the left, idly playing with a string of prayer beads. Magistrate Jia forced a smile. With the fire dragon immortal present, I am, of course, not worried. Pausing for a moment, he added, but if that person truly is an immortal, what should we do? The accounts from Wang Yukai and shopkeeper Qian had been so convincing that Magistrate Jia couldn't help but feel a little fearful. The fire dragon immortal sneered disdainfully. This place is so barren of spiritual energy that no immortal would linger here. Magistrate Jia silently mocked him in his heart. You've stayed here, freeloading off the county office, so it's entirely possible that other immortals might think the same way. The fire dragon immortal seemed to see through Magistrate Jia's thoughts, and his expression darkened. With me stationed at the county office, what are you afraid of? The county magistrate Jia pondered for a moment and realized that made sense. If that person wasn't a true immortal, it wouldn't matter. But if they were, it wasn't his place to intervene. It would be better to leave negotiations to Fire Dragon Immortal. With the advanced talisman of Fire Dragon Immortal in hand, surely the other party wouldn't dare to act rashly. Thinking this through, Magistrate Jia finally felt a bit more at ease, his heart that had been in turmoil now somewhat calmed. However, as he prepared to take a seat below Fire Dragon Immortal, an invisible pressure descended from above, forcing his plump body flat to the ground in an instant. For a brief moment, Magistrate Jia's mind went blank. When he finally regained his senses, he struggled to lift his head, intending to seek help from Fire Dragon Immortal. Yet, when he managed to turn his head with great difficulty, what he saw nearly made him bite his tongue. Fire Dragon Immortal was prostrating on the ground in the same manner, his face flushed a deep liver red, and veins bulging like a spider's web covered his forehead. Magistrate Jia's heart skipped a beat. Fire Dragon Immortal looked even worse off than he did. Magistrate Jia hadn't achieved his position as a county official by sheer luck. He wasn't entirely witless. He quickly realized the situation wasn't unfolding as he or Fire Dragon Immortal had expected. This wasn't an ordinary dispute. The other party wasn't just any immortal. They were clearly far superior to Fire Dragon Immortal. It dawned on Magistrate Jia that they'd bitten off more than they could chew. Like old men tying their noose, they were courting death. He inwardly cursed his misfortune. Fire Dragon Immortal, you've doomed me this time. Predecessor, please hear me out. Fire Dragon Immortal stammered his plea, his voice broken and halting. The regret in his heart matched, if not surpassed, Magistrate Jia's. He could strut around these mortals without spiritual roots, but in the cultivation world, he was a mere ant. His spiritual roots, comprehension, and even his luck were all inferior. Any unreasonable cultivator could crush him with a single step. Thus, he'd chosen to hide in a remote county with sparse spiritual energy to enjoy the rare luxury of being revered. But fate seemed bent on mocking him. Even after distancing himself from the world of cultivators, he'd stumbled right into the jaws of disaster. Fire Dragon Immortal could only hope the formidable figure would spare him out of mercy for his sincere repentance. At that moment, the suffocating pressure on his neck seemed to lighten slightly. He hurriedly raised his voice, shouting, "Predecessor, I didn't know it was you who sought the painting. It was never my intention to offend. I beg your forgiveness for my ignorance, and am willing to offer my entire fortune as a token of gratitude for your mercy." Magistrate Jia, who had been formulating an impression of the unseen immortal, revised his estimation upward upon hearing Fire Dragon Immortal's obsequious plea. His heart grew increasingly heavy with fear, sweat dripping relentlessly until it formed a human-shaped stain beneath him. "Where's the painting?" A cold, detached female voice echoed in Fire Dragon Immortal's ears. Fire Dragon Immortal exhaled a breath of relief. Since the other party was willing to speak, they might not be a merciless killer. It seemed half his life was spared already. As for the other half, he just needed to cooperate earnestly. "The painting is in my storage pouch," he quickly replied. His original plan had been to wait until the predecessor withdrew their pressure. He would then retrieve the painting from his pouch and present it with utmost reverence. But the other party had no need for his cooperation. A wisp of their divine sense swept away his mark from the storage pouch, severing his connection to it. In that instant, Fire Dragon Immortal froze. Was he facing a Foundation establishment cultivator? The storage pouch of Fire Dragon Immortal wasn't particularly spacious, yet it held a surprising amount of items. Beyond a small set of tools for talisman crafting, the rest consisted of luxurious goods like silks, pearls, and jade stones. With a sweep of her divine sense, Zhao quickly identified a scroll emitting a faint spiritual energy ripple amidst the clutter. The scroll, about the length of an arm, had a greenish-gray rod and exuded a subtle fragrance. Fire Dragon Immortal likely recognized the scroll's significance, which explained his reluctance to part with it. Zhao retrieved the scroll from the storage space, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, she looked at the two men sprawled on the ground, lost in thought. The trembling Fire Dragon Immortal and County Magistrate Jia seemed to sense her penetrating gaze and shrank further into themselves. "You, who can't bear to leave your worldly riches and pleasures, let me send you on your way." Before Fire Dragon Immortal could grasp the meaning of her words, a burning pain erupted in his dantian, as though it were ablaze. "No," he howled. His complexion turned deathly pale as he curled into a ball like a cooked shrimp, his cries filled with despair and resentment. Gradually, his spiritual energy seeped out, and his appearance aged rapidly. Strands of white hair sprouted along his temples, and his once vibrant face withered with age. County Magistrate Jia watched in horror as Fire Dragon Immortal transformed from a middle-aged man to a frail, elderly figure right before his eyes. The sight overwhelmed him with terror, and a yellow puddle spread beneath him. Shutting his eyes tightly, he mumbled repeatedly, "Immortal, spare me. Immortal, spare me. Immortal, spare me." Just as he was convinced death was near, a commotion erupted outside the central hall. "Master, Master, something terrible has happened." The sound of hurried footsteps followed the frantic shouting. Several servants and the steward barged in, their expressions fraught with panic. "Master, what happened to you?" one servant asked, helping the trembling county magistrate Jia to his feet. The magistrate's dazed expression shifted to disbelief as he realized he was still alive. The immortal was gone? One servant hesitated before speaking. "Master," and that old man, glancing at the white-haired, unconscious Fire Dragon Immortal. The magistrate's eyes darkened with hatred and malice. "Just a fraud. Lock him up in the dungeon until further notice." "Master, forget about that fraud for now. There's a bigger problem," the steward exclaimed anxiously. "What trouble could arise under my jurisdiction?" County Magistrate Jia sneered. "The elderly often say that surviving a calamity brings fortune. If Jia Zhengde could escape death at the hands of an immortal, surely his luck was bound to improve. Master, your treasury, everything in it has flown away." "What?" The magistrate stared at the steward in disbelief, unable to process what he had just heard. "Flown away? What nonsense is this?" The steward, desperate, stomped his foot and ordered two servants to drag the magistrate outside. Pointing skyward, he shouted, "Master, look!" One glance was all it took. County Magistrate Jia collapsed to the ground once more, his face ashen. It was over, utterly over. The valuables stored in his treasury, spirit beads, gemstones, and exquisite fabrics, had formed a neat, orderly procession, rising from the treasury into the sky. The dazzling display snaked upward, resembling a dragon coiling through the clouds. Now, every resident in the city could see how much wealth County Magistrate Jia had extorted during his tenure. Not only would he lose his position, but his life itself was in grave peril. "Pawn shop," The small courtyard was surrounded by 20 to 30 people, leaving no room for anyone to slip through. Yet it was eerily silent. Wang Yukai and shopkeeper Qian had their shackles removed. However, seeing that Yu Zhao remained quiet, neither dared to speak, though they were brimming with questions. Why was the immortal sitting so still? Could she be waiting for the county magistrate to come to her? Just then, a shadow descended from above. The two men blinked, and when their vision cleared, they saw that Yu Zhao now held a scroll in her hand. Wang Yukai exclaimed, "The family heirloom." He instantly recognized it as the Wang family's treasured scroll, the immortal scroll. Shopkeeper Qian recognized it too. Exchanging glances, both men's reverence for the immortal grew even deeper. Yu Zhao paid no attention to their reaction. Her focus was entirely on the scroll in her hand. Though it remained closed, she could feel a subtle resonance between it and herself. She guessed her arrival in this small town might have been driven by an instinctive call from the scroll. Taking a deep breath, Yu Zhao slowly unfurled it. Moments later, her expression shifted as she silently confirmed her thoughts. The scroll depicted a scene of an immortal bestowing teachings. A woman in a cyan Taoist robe stood in front of an imposing mountain gate, imparting wisdom to her disciples. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Yu Zhao, with only one distinct difference: a crimson mole at the corner of her right eye. Yu Zhao traced the painted mole with her fingertip, her bright eyes glinting with a mysterious light. Who was she? What connection did she have with Yu Zhao? For the first time, Yu Zhao felt a deep urge to uncover the truth about her origins. She had always believed her parents had perished in the chaos of war, leaving her to wander alone. But now, staring at this painting, it was hard to convince herself there was no link between her and the woman in the scroll. If her mother was also a cultivator, why would she abandon her? And who was her father? A thought struck Yu Zhao, and her gaze locked onto the mountain gate in the background of the painting. At its center stood a stone tablet, with 3 large characters faintly visible. She studied them for a long time before discerning the first 2 words: Watercloud. Watercloud. She whispered the name to herself. It seemed she would need to visit the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion next. This unexpected clue to her lineage made her trip worthwhile. "I'm taking this painting," Yu Zhao said to Wang Yukai. "Prepare another heirloom for your family." Wang Yukai offered a bitter smile. He wasn't upset about losing the painting. When he had revealed Yu Zhao's identity earlier, he'd hoped to use the scroll to save his life and perhaps build a connection with the immortal. After all, how many people could boast of speaking face-to-face with an immortal? Even princes and nobles rarely had such fortune. But Yu Zhao's last words stung. How was he supposed to leave another heirloom for his descendants when he had squandered his family's wealth? As he thought of his past gambling and financial ruin, Wang Yukai clenched his fists, wishing he could slap himself for his foolishness. Suddenly, someone bumped into his shoulder. Turning, Wang Yukai saw shopkeeper Qian struggling to his feet, limping as he did. "Stop dwelling on it. The immortal is gone," shopkeeper Qian said. Wang Yukai looked toward Yu Zhao's seat. Sure enough, it was empty. For reasons he couldn't explain, an overwhelming sense of loss engulfed him, like a heavy weight pressing on his chest. Heavy? Instinctively, Wang Yukai reached for his chest. Spirit beads. A large pouch of spirit beads. Tears flowed uncontrollably as he turned to the spot where Yu Zhao had sat and kowtowed 3 times. "Thank you, immortal, for saving my life twice. I vow to honor you with a lifelong shrine in gratitude for your kindness." Junior brother Fong. Zhou Jin Yu forced a polite yet awkward smile. "I truly don't know where junior sister Yu's gone." Fong Chung Lang's gaze darkened. "Thank you for your time, senior sister Zhou." To Zhou Jin Yu's surprise, Fong Chung Lang didn't press further. After receiving her answer, he simply turned and left. Zhou Jin Yu watched his retreating figure and shook her head. Fong Chung Lang wandered back to Lone Moon Peak, disheartened. 3 days ago, Master Qing Yin finally allowed him unrestricted access to the Sex Caves. He immediately decided to visit Yu Zhao. However, when he reached her residence in the inner courtyard, he found it abandoned, devoid of life. He inquired with several intersect disciples, but none knew Yu Zhao's whereabouts. Left with only a sliver of hope, he sought out Zhao Jinyu. Standing in the vast training grounds of Lone Moon Peak, he felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. The once familiar warmth of the mountain was now replaced by an unbearable coldness, and it seemed that his constant thoughts of Little Six were not without consequence. Once again, he had a nightmare. This time, the dark void revealed unsettling images. The person in the visions resembled him, but felt entirely different. He was still the renowned gentleman sword of the Five Elements Dao sect. Yet, in the presence of Little Six, he seemed utterly transformed. In one scene, Little Six asked for a lantern. Without hesitation, he refused. In another, she brought him meticulously prepared food, only for him to toss it aside without even a glance. When she sought his guidance in swordsmanship, he struck her wrist so severely that she couldn't hold a sword for months. Over and over, he watched himself reject her kindness, and over, he saw her heartbroken tears. "No, that's not me. That's not me." Fong Chenglang roared within the nightmare. But no one could hear him. Trapped in the quagmire of despair, he struggled in vain as he sank deeper, helplessly witnessing his own downfall. First his fingertips, then his arms, and finally his entire body trembled uncontrollably. "Eldest senior brother," a voice broke through. Fong Chenglang slowly lifted his head. Cui Ju stood before him, his expression filled with concern. Fong Chenglang tried to force a smile, but after several failed attempts, he gave up. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Ah Ju." Fong Chenglang avoided using formal titles like junior brother or junior sister, preferring the intimacy of nicknames. To him, they sounded more familial. "Eldest senior brother, let's go find Yu Zhao and bring her back." A glimmer of hope flickered in Fong Chenglang's eyes, only to be quickly extinguished. He shook his head bitterly. "Little Six doesn't want to see us. If she doesn't want to see us, should we just avoid her forever? We'll never earn her forgiveness that way." Cui Ju had noticed Fong Chenglang's despair and loss of confidence in mending their relationship with Little Six. It was why he had become so withdrawn and dispirited. But Cui Ju didn't believe Yu Zhao was heartless. If they demonstrated enough sincerity, wouldn't there be a chance for her to return to them? It all depended on whether their sincerity could touch her heart. Yu Zhao has embraced the path of emotional detachment, Fong Chenglang said heavily. Cui Ju's pupils dilated in shock. The path of emotional detachment? Impossible. Yu Zhao was someone deeply emotional and empathetic. How could she ever choose such a path? His disbelief was evident. "Eldest senior brother, you must be joking." Fong Chenglang had expected this reaction from Cui Ju. After all, Cui Ju often secluded himself in alchemy practice. In recent years, he had barely seen Yu Zhao, perhaps 5 times in total. Naturally, he hadn't noticed how much she had changed. If someone had told Fong Chenglang this 4 years ago, he too would have thought it a joke. But it wasn't. Fong Chenglang's silence made Cui Ju even more uneasy. He forced the words out of his mouth. 3 years ago, Fong Chenglang nodded. The confidence and composure on Cui Ju's face vanished entirely. Cui Ju was clever. Previously, he had stubbornly refused to believe Yu Zhao would abandon their bond as senior and junior brothers and sisters. But now, faced with the truth, he had no choice but to admit her resolve to leave. The two stood in silence, unable to find the right words. After what felt like an eternity, the confusion on Cui Ju's face dissipated, replaced by determination. "Senior brother, no matter what, I still want to meet Yu Zhao." Cui Ju wanted to know what led Yu Zhao to make such a decision and wondered if, in her eyes, he was an incompetent senior brother. Under Cui Ju's influence, Fong Chenglang also began to waver. He couldn't accept severing all ties with Little Six and living the rest of his life as strangers. Cui Ju was calm and sharp-minded. With him around, there might really be a chance to reconcile with Little Six. Fong Chenglang nodded firmly. "All right, I'll go with you." After a brief discussion, They decided to set out early the next morning. Cui Ju, considering that the journey might last at least half a year and that unexpected events could arise, decided to prepare his junior sister's medicine in advance. Fortunately, he had crafted plenty of body-nourishing pills. After sorting through his stock, he set aside a 2-year supply and delivered it to Ye Cong Xin's quarters. Ye Cong Xin initially thought Cui Ju had come to question her about Yu Zhao again and was ready to brush him off with an excuse. But she was surprised when he mentioned he was going on a long training journey. Her heart skipped a beat. Of all the people on Lone Moon Peak, Cui Ju was the one with the highest affection for her. His departure jeopardized her plan to complete her first mission of gaining his favor. As she secretly studied Cui Ju's expression, she feigned distress and said, "Fourth senior brother, you've only just left seclusion, and now you're leaving again. This makes me so sad." Then, with a shift in tone, she proposed, "Why don't you take me along for the training?" Cui Ju frowned. "Little junior sister, your health has just started improving. It's still not wise for you to overexert yourself." "It's no problem," Ye Cong Xin said, tugging at his sleeve and sweetly pleading. "With fourth senior brother by my side, you wouldn't let me suffer, would you?" Seeing her persistence, Cui Ju eventually revealed the truth. "Little junior sister, the truth is, senior brother and I plan to look for Yu Zhao. She's no longer in the sect and has gone training somewhere unknown. We're worried about her, so we want to check on her." The smile in Ye Cong Xin's eyes vanished. She had thought that Cui Ju's lack of inquiries about Yu Zhao meant he had given up on her. But it turned out his heart was entirely preoccupied with Yu Zhao. If that were the case, she definitely couldn't let him succeed. "Fourth senior brother, please let me come along. I want to help sixth senior sister too. Or are you blaming me as well?" Tears welled up in Ye Cong Xin's eyes as she spoke, her voice trembling. Cui Ju hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing. His feelings for Ye Cong Xin weren't so much love as they were pity. He still remembered when he first met her. She was frail and small, much like when Yu Zhao had just joined the sect. Over time, Yu Zhao thrived under their care. Ye Cong Xin's arrival had stirred those old memories, prompting him to give her extra attention. In truth, it wasn't fair to Ye Cong Xin. He cared for her only because of Yu Zhao. To ease his guilt, he had been tirelessly crafting body-nourishing pills for her. Now, as he looked at Ye Cong Xin, her face beaming with joy from his promise, a sense of confusion crept into his heart. Ye Cong Xin's health had stabilized under his care, but it struck him that it had been a long time since he had made a batch of pills for Yu Zhao. For a moment, Cui Ju stood frozen in thought. The next day, at the gates of the Five Elements Tao sect, Feng Chenglang stood silently, gazing at the 4 people before him. Aside from Quan Yi, who was still reflecting at the cliff of reflection, and the missing Yu Zhao, every disciple of Lone Moon Peak was present. Cui Ju looked equally surprised. He had only agreed to the request of his little junior sister, not expecting Lan Ziyu and Su Ming to show up as well. How'd they find out? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Ye Cong Xin stepped forward to break the silence. "Eldest senior brother, don't blame fourth senior brother. I told second senior brother and third senior brother about it. I think searching for sixth senior sister concerns the entire Lone Moon Peak and should be something we all do together." The truth, however, was that Ye Cong Xin didn't want to miss an opportunity to improve her standing with everyone. If she hadn't informed Lan Ziyu and Su Ming, she might not have any interaction with them for a long time. If something uncontrollable happened, causing her relationship with them to deteriorate further, she wouldn't even have a chance to fix it. To play it safe, she decided it was best for everyone to go together. "Ziyu, Su Ming, do you both want little six to return too?" Feng Chenglang asked after hearing Ye Cong Xin's explanation. Both hesitated briefly before nodding firmly. Feng Chenglang thought for a moment. Since everyone shared the same goal, having more people wouldn't hurt. He stopped dwelling on it. "We don't know how long little six has been away from the sect. We'll start by visiting the nearby towns to see if we can gather any information. If that doesn't work, we'll have to rely on the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion for help." No one objected, and the group set off toward the nearest cultivation city. Yu Zhao emerged from the dark pavilion, returned to her inn, and pondered over the new clues she had obtained. The dark pavilion, known for its claim of knowing everything, had always struck Yu Zhao as a bit exaggerated. Now, she realized how the dark pavilion had become the largest intelligence network in the cultivation world. It truly had its unique strengths. She even suspected the dark pavilion had informants within every major sect. Otherwise, how could it know such confidential details? Yu Zhao wanted to learn the identity of the woman in the painting, but all she had were the two characters etched on the stone tablet in the painting. Moreover, she wasn't sure whether the scene depicted in the painting had ever occurred in reality or was merely a product of the artist's imagination. When she submitted the sect name, Water Cloud, from the stone tablet as a clue, she didn't expect much. To her surprise, the dark pavilion delivered a significant revelation. Of course, the information came at a steep price, making Yu Zhao wince as she paid. According to the dark pavilion, there was indeed a sect that matched Yu Zhao's clues. The sect was called the Water Cloud Palace, led by a mid-stage golden core cultivator named Ye Cong Xin, whose eyes bore a striking red mole at the corners. However, 20 years ago, the Water Cloud Palace was mysteriously attacked by a nascent soul cultivator. The attack devastated the sect, leaving most disciples dead or injured. Ye Cong Xin fled in critical condition and has been missing ever since. The Water Cloud Palace ceased to exist after that. Although Yu Zhao had identified the sect and the woman in the painting, it didn't help much. No one knew Ye Cong Xin's whereabouts. After pondering for a moment, Yu Zhao stored the clue back in her storage bracelet. She decided to visit the ruins of the Water Cloud Palace, hoping Ye Cong Xin might have left some traces. However, she wouldn't set off immediately. The Blackwater City auction was less than 2 months away. Yu Zhao found herself at a crossroads. Should she first acquire the supreme essence water at the Blackwater City auction, or head to the Water Cloud Palace to investigate her connection with Ye Cong Xin? Prioritizing the auction seemed logical, as the palace lay in the opposite direction. She decided to secure the water first before planning her next steps, even if it meant delaying her search for the heavenly fairy herb in the marsh forest. After all, her curiosity about Ye Cong Xin was not yet urgent. At dawn, Yu Zhao ventured into the busiest commercial district to inquire about caravans heading to Blackwater City or nearby towns. Luck favored her. A caravan led by Chun Tiandong, an amiable middle-aged man with foundation establishment late-stage cultivation like her, was preparing for departure. The caravan was a Chun family enterprise with 18 guards, most of whom were foundation establishment late-stage cultivators, while a few were mid-stage. Yu Zhao paid a mid-grade spirit stone and secured a spot in one of the 6 carriages. Each could accommodate 4 passengers. Her carriage companions included a man with a bulbous nose and thick lips, whose jovial appearance suggested he was naturally comical, and another man with pointed ears and sharp eyes, whose demeanor warned against trifling with him. Sensing potential trouble, Yu Zhao remained on guard. The caravan used great stamina colts, low-grade demonic beasts prized for their speed and endurance. As the journey began, the ride was smooth, with little jolting. Yu Zhao closed her eyes, feigning sleep, while her silent companions offered no conversation. 2 days later, the caravan stopped beside a narrow mountain path. "We'll rest here for an hour before continuing," announced Chun Tiandong. Most guards disembarked to stretch, leaving only a few to keep watch. Yu Zhao followed suit and approached Chun. "Why are we stopping here?" she asked. She found it odd to halt at a waterless, confined spot, especially so soon after their last break. Chun Tiandong's expression turned grave. "You may not know, but up ahead lies the infamous 10,000-fathom gorge. Its narrow paths and steep cliffs make it a prime spot for ambushes. Many caravans have been robbed there. Resting here gives us a chance to prepare for potential attacks." Understanding dawned on Yu Zhao. She glanced at her carriage. If her companions harbored ill intentions, now would be the perfect time to strike. Remaining cautious, she tied the lotus incense burner from her storage bracelet to her waist, ready for any eventuality. An hour later, The caravan resumed its journey, though at a much slower pace. Peeking through the carriage window, Zhao observed the path growing narrower. Sparse forests gave way to sheer cliffs, their barren faces casting shadows over the treacherous trail. Danger loomed, and Zhao knew the calm would not last long. We're entering the 10,000-fathom gorge soon. Everyone, stay alert. Chun Tiandong's voice carried through the caravan, cutting through the sound of the wind. In the tense and foreboding atmosphere, the caravan slowly advanced into the region of the 10,000-fathom gorge. The peaks flanking the gorge might not truly tower 10,000 fathoms, but they soared high into the clouds, their steep and majestic appearance creating a palpable sense of pressure. Walking amidst these towering cliffs, one couldn't help but feel the weight of heaven and earth pressing down. Zhao thought to herself, no wonder Chun Tiandong was so cautious. This truly was a prime spot for an ambush. The thought had barely crossed her mind when, suddenly, the weather shifted. The once clear skies darkened abruptly as thick black mist rapidly spread toward the caravan from the distance. Be careful! Enemy attack! Chun Tiandong's warning rang out, but before it could fully register, two figures on Zhao's carriage sprang into action. One, a man with a bulbous nose, punched through the carriage roof and leaped out. The other, a man with triangular eyes, drew a sharp blade and pointed it at Zhao, sneering, "Stay still if you want to live." Zhao nodded obediently. Meanwhile, the black mist had already enveloped the skies above the 10,000-fathom gorge, plunging the area into darkness as chilling winds howled through the valley. Chun family brat, hand over the realm-breaking pill, and I'll spare your lives. An ancient voice echoed from nowhere in particular, its tone filled with authority and menace. At the front of the caravan, Chun Tiandong's face darkened. Despite all precautions, the news had still leaked. Zhao raised an eyebrow. The realm-breaking pill was a third-grade spiritual pill that allowed cultivators to break through from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. However, it came with a 30% failure rate. Such pills were incredibly coveted in the cultivation world for their ability to aid in advancing realms. A single realm-breaking pill could fetch at least 500 mid-grade spirit stones, yet remained an item of scarcity despite its high price. Zhao wondered how many such pills the Chun family caravan possessed to attract even a golden core realm cultivator to descend to banditry. Senior, the Chun family doesn't have any realm-breaking pills. You must have been misinformed, Chun Tiandong shouted. Chun family brat, if I've laid an ambush, it means I already know about the realm-breaking pills. If you refuse to hand them over, none of you will leave this gourd alive. Chun Tiandong's expression turned grim. There was no way to conceal the truth now. Grandfather, why waste words with them? Let's just kill them all. The voice belonged to the bulbous-nosed man, who stood atop the middle carriage, glaring down at everyone with a vicious expression. The triangular-eyed man let out a sinister laugh upon hearing this. Big brother, the others can be killed at will, but leave this woman who's been riding with us. We'll keep her alive. Zhao's lips twitched slightly. She wasn't angry at the triangular-eyed man's words, but was instead surprised that two such distinct-looking men were actually brothers. The bulbous-nosed man glanced in Zhao's direction and nodded approvingly. Second brother is right. She'll make a fine furnace cauldron for us. The last one couldn't endure more than 2 years before dying. Let's hope this little beauty lasts a bit longer. The two brothers spoke as if no one else was present, openly deciding Zhao's fate in their conversation. Yet Zhao remained calm, sitting motionlessly in her carriage as if she hadn't heard a word. Chun family brat, I'll ask you one last time. Will you hand it over or not? Hand it over or not? Not handing it over. The deep voice echoed through the gorge, reverberating off the towering cliffs. Several of the Chun family's foundation establishment mid-stage guards turned pale, their stances faltering under the oppressive pressure. Chun Tiandong gritted his teeth. Even if we give up the realm-breaking pills, you won't let us go. We might as well fight to the death. Brothers, kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. The Chun family members shouted in unison, their voices rising to a crescendo of defiance. At that moment, the guard driving Yu Zhao's carriage sprang from his seat, his scabbard flying off as he drew a blade that glinted coldly in the dim light. In a flash, he slashed at the triangular-eyed man. Simultaneously, several other guards launched an attack on the bulbous-nosed man. The triangular-eyed man and the garlic-nosed man stood motionless in the face of the sudden assault, even smiling at the attacking guards. Fools who overestimate themselves. The elder roared, and the guards' blades, as if striking an indestructible object, suddenly shattered. The fragmented weapons recoiled, their hilts smashing into the guards' chests, sending many flying backward. Cries of pain filled the air as they landed heavily on the ground. Chun Tiandong and the remaining guards looked on in horror. From the swirling black mist, an elderly man in a black robe slowly emerged. The triangular-eyed man and garlic-nosed man quickly moved to stand at either side of the elder. "The black-robed elder," Chun Tiandong exclaimed, his voice trembling at the sight of the man's attire. The elder smiled smugly. "Indeed, it is I." Chun Tiandong immediately realized that all hope was lost. This was an unwinnable situation. The black-robed elder was a long-renowned figure whose mastery of the black mist technique had claimed countless lives. More terrifyingly, he had already been a mid-stage golden core cultivator 50 years ago. Crushing them would be no harder than squashing ants. Desperate, Chun Tiandong produced a square wooden box from his robes. "Senior, the realm-breaking pill is here. Please, spare us, and the Chin family will offer you generous rewards." The triangular-eyed and garlic-nosed men's expressions grew greedy as they eyed the pill. Suspicion and wariness flashed between them. They were both mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, but there was only one realm-breaking pill. Each harbored intentions of keeping it for themselves. The elder laughed heartily. "Well said, well said. Now, hand over the realm-breaking pill." Chun Tiandong's heart sank as he realized the elder had no intention of honoring his plea. He was merely hurrying to claim the pill. In the ruthless cultivation world, where the strong preyed on the weak, Chun Tiandong knew he had no room for negotiation. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward heavily, moving toward the black-robed elder one slow step at a time. "I think it's better if that realm-breaking pill comes to me," came a voice. Startled, Chun Tiandong turned to see Yu Zhao standing beside him, casually holding the wooden box. At some point, she had snatched it from his hands. Stunned, he could only gape at her. "You're here for the realm-breaking pill, too?" he asked. Yu Zhao shook her head lightly. "Not initially, but now I think I might be." Chun Tiandong was speechless. Yu Zhao's cultivation level was the same as his late-stage Foundation establishment. How could she hope to contend with the black-robed elder? Did she not realize the elder already intended to make her his captive? The elder himself was momentarily stunned by her audacity before his face twisted with rage. The black robe surrounding him surged wildly with spiritual energy. "Wait!" Yu Zhao raised her hand and called out. The elder's imposing aura paused. "What? Do you wish to leave a few last words?" "No," Yu Zhao replied, a sly smile on her lips. "I just wanted to ask, since you have two grandsons here, which one should I give the realm-breaking pill to?" "Give it to me. Give it to me." The man with triangular eyes and the man with a bulbous nose shouted in unison. As soon as the words left their mouths, they turned to glare at each other in defiance. The bulbous-nosed man was livid. "I'm the elder brother. The realm-breaking pill should go to me. So what if you're the elder brother? Treasures belong to those who can use them. Even grandfather said my talent surpasses yours, so this pill should be mine." The triangular-eyed man refused to back down. "Grandfather actually said I'm inferior to you?" The bulbous-nosed man trembled with rage. The triangular-eyed man sneered. "Grandfather was only speaking the truth. What's there to be angry about?" The elderly man in the black robe watched his two grandsons quarrel openly in front of outsiders. His expression turned a mix of fury and exasperation. "Silence, both of you. I will decide who gets the realm-breaking pill." The triangular-eyed man grinned smugly at his elder brother. Grandfather had always favored him, so the realm-breaking pill would undoubtedly be his. The bulbous-nosed man came to the same conclusion, his chest burning with fury. Even though he was the elder brother, Grandfather always preferred the younger one. Every good thing went to the second brother first, and only the leftovers fell to him. He could endure everything else, but this realm-breaking pill was critical for his advancement to the Golden Core stage. He absolutely could not let it go. A glint of malice flashed in the bulbous-nosed man's eyes. In the next moment, he gathered his strength and struck his younger brother with a powerful palm attack, shouting, "Die for me." If the second brother was dead, the realm-breaking pill would be his. All of Grandfather's treasures would be his too. Neither the elderly man nor the triangular-eyed man had expected such a sudden attack. The triangular-eyed man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. "Scoundrel!" The elderly man erupted with fury and slapped the bulbous-nosed man across the face. The bulbous-nosed man only managed a muffled grunt before crashing into a mountainside, where he fell unconscious. Without sparing him another glance, the black-robed elder hurried to the triangular-eyed man's side, his eyes filled with concern as he checked for injuries. Between the two grandsons, he indeed favored the younger one. The elder brother's appearance had often brought him ridicule, while the younger brother's sweet words won his affection. Besides, the younger one's talent far outshone the elder's. The elder had already planned to pass everything to the second grandson as his life drew to a close. Nothing must happen to him. The triangular-eyed man slowly opened his eyes, disoriented, only to see his elder brother approaching with a sinister grin. Hatred surged within him, and as his elder brother drew near, he instinctively thrust a dagger into his opponent's dantian with all his might. "You're the one who should die." The strike used up nearly all his strength. "Ah!" The black-robed elder stared in disbelief at the triangular-eyed man, opening his mouth as if to speak, but instead spitting out black blood. Only then did he remember. The dagger was a birthday gift he had given his younger grandson, and the blade was coated with a potent poison. Below the Golden Core stage, it was lethal upon drawing blood. Even those above the stage would suffer severe internal damage. The elder hurriedly sealed his acupuncture points, ready to expel the poison from his dantian using spiritual energy. But before he could act, the triangular-eyed man let out a manic laugh and yanked the dagger out, plunging it in again. Splurt! The elder spat out another mouthful of blood. Seeing his grandson still intent on delivering another blow, the elder's eyes filled with grief and rage. So it had been the younger grandson all along, secretly wishing for his death. The elder brother was the truly filial one. Realizing this, he didn't hesitate any longer and struck the triangular-eyed man's skull with a decisive palm strike. A crackling sound of bones breaking filled the air. The man with triangular eyes collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. He died with his eyes wide open, a look of disbelief frozen on his face. The Chun family members stared in stunned silence. It was their first time witnessing robbers turning on each other like this, and each blow was merciless, aimed straight at fatal points. The man with triangular eyes was beyond saving, his life snuffed out entirely. The man with a garlic-shaped nose still clung to life, barely. As for the old man in the black robe, though he seemed to have some strength left, his darkened complexion and the black blood he spat indicated he wouldn't last much longer either. Clutching the wound on his abdomen, the black-robed elder struggled to his feet. In mere moments, his face appeared to age 10 years. Cough, cough. His raspy coughs echoed as the oppressive black mist above everyone began to dissipate. Weak beams of light filtered through. The old man glanced at the gathered group before turning to leave. Just as he took his first step, he paused, sensing something amiss. Whirling around, his gaze landed on Zhao, whose expression remained calm. Zhao didn't respond. From a lotus incense burner at her waist, a wisp of delicate smoke curled upward. "Ha ha ha, cough, cough, ha! I never thought the great black robe would fall at the hands of a mere foundation establishment junior. Cough. I'll kill you. The old man's face twisted in madness. It all became clear to him now. Why had his two grandsons suddenly lost control and started arguing? Why did the eldest suddenly attack the second? Why had the second stabbed him without warning? It was all her doing. That woman had played them all like puppets. The black-robed elder couldn't bear the humiliation of being outmaneuvered by someone he deemed an insignificant ant. He longed for revenge, to kill her before he drew his last breath. But just as he summoned his spiritual energy, the toxins suppressed within him erupted violently. A wave of searing pain surged through his body from his organs to every corner of his being. He let out a roar of unwillingness before collapsing. His eyes fixed on Zhao with unyielding hatred as he used every ounce of strength to crawl toward her. Kill, you kill. Moments later, his cloudy eyes dimmed entirely. Even in death, his bony arm remained extended in Zhao's direction, refusing to fall. Hiss! The Qin family members collectively gasped. Had it not been for the fact that this black-robed elder had nearly killed them earlier, they might have felt pity for him. His end was truly miserable. He had personally killed his own grandsons, only to die at their hands in return. A tragedy of kinship turned to bloodshed. The Qin family members looked at Zhao with a mix of reverence and fear. Senior you. Chen Tiandong's expression was complicated. He still struggled to adjust to Zhao's newfound status, but he sincerely expressed his gratitude. If not for Zhao, none of them in the caravan would have survived. He had never heard of anyone walking away alive from an encounter with the black-robed elder. Until today, Zhao chuckled lightly and tossed the rectangular wooden box back into Chen Tiandong's arms. You should keep this yourself. Chen Tiandong stared at her in a daze. Senior, another hour, and we'll reach Blackwater City, said Chen Tiandong cheerfully from the front of the carriage. Zhao nodded lightly. By her calculations, they should indeed be nearing their destination. Senior, do you have a place to stay in Blackwater City? 7 days from now, there will be a large auction. Many cultivators participating will have already set out, so most inns in the city might not have any vacancies, Chen Tiandong remarked with a touch of concern. Zhao paused. She hadn't considered that detail. Seeing her silence, Chen Tiandong quickly added with enthusiasm. Our Chun family reserved rooms in advance. We happen to have one extra. If Senior you doesn't mind, you could stay at the same inn with us. Zhao chuckled quietly. It was clear the extra room wasn't accidental. Blackwater City's accommodations would be in high demand due to the auction, and prices were likely steep. This room must have been specially arranged for her. Thank you, she replied simply. Senior there's no need to be so polite. You saved our lives. Compared to that, one room is nothing, Chen Tiandong said gratefully. Not only had she rescued them, but she'd refrained from taking their realm-breaking pills, despite knowing they carried such treasures. To Chen Tiandong, this act reflected her noble character and integrity. Having such a connection with someone like her was a stroke of fortune for him and the entire Qin family. An hour later, the convoy arrived at the city gates of Blackwater City. Everyone disembarked from the carriages. Chen Tiandong instructed 6 guards to take the sweating horses to the designated parking area outside the city, while the rest lined up to enter. Zhao stood amidst the bustling crowd at the gates, watching the lively scene, and silently appreciated her luck in encountering the Chun family's caravan. Without them, she might have ended up stranded on the streets. Though the line was long, the process of entering the city was swift. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Zhao and the Chun family passed through the gates and entered Blackwater City. The city was much like other cultivation hubs Zhao had visited, but the upcoming auction had amplified its activity. The streets were teeming with people, creating an atmosphere of vibrant energy and chaos. Having been to Blackwater City before, Chen Tiandong navigated the streets with ease. They weaved through 3 busy avenues, turned down several smaller alleys, and finally arrived at a 4-story inn. Senior, you please. Chen Tiandong gestured excitedly. Yu Zhao smiled slightly and stepped into the inn first, with Chun Tiandong following closely behind. The moment they entered, several gazes fixed on them. The innkeeper, looking apologetic, pointed toward them and said to three men, "These guests are the ones who reserved the room. I'm sorry, but we truly have no vacancies." The three men turned their eyes toward Yu Zhao and the others. The leader had a plain appearance and an equally unremarkable demeanor, yet his attire, from head to toe, was an extravagant display of wealth, making him look like a newly rich merchant. His two companions, likely guards or servants, scrutinized Yu Zhao and her group with arrogant expressions. Chun Tiandong, experienced in travel, immediately understood the situation. The innkeeper's gesture of deflecting the issue toward them didn't sit well with him. He stepped forward, his face cold. "Check us in." The innkeeper, embarrassed, chuckled nervously and was about to process their reservation when the richly dressed man coughed. One of his guards stepped forward and said, "Our master has taken a liking to your room. Name your price." Chun Tiandong didn't spare them a glance and kept his gaze firmly on the innkeeper. "Hurry up, innkeeper. My companions are waiting to rest." The three arrogant figures' faces simultaneously darkened. "Hey, do you even know who our young master is? How dare you ignore us? Be careful, or you won't be able to bear the consequences." "Exactly. Hand over the room quickly, and our young master might just let this slide. Otherwise, The two guards spoke in tandem, their arrogance practically dripping from their words. Yu Zhao found the situation amusing. Not to mention the pompous young master. Even his two guards weren't as strong as Chun Tiandong. Yet, they dared to act so haughtily in front of them. Besides, if they were truly as formidable as they claimed, why would they need to snatch a room at a small inn off the main street? Plenty of people would rush to serve them if they truly had power. It seemed more likely they came from a minor family, fostering such entitled offspring. There was no need for Yu Zhao to step in. Chun Tiandong alone could handle them effortlessly. When not giving it up, what are you going to do about it? Draw a line, and the Chun family will stand firm. Chun Tiandong sneered and clapped his hands. At his signal, members of the Chun family, who had been waiting outside, streamed into the inn, filling the spacious first floor to capacity. Each member of the Chun family caravan had been carefully selected, burly, imposing, and exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure as they gathered. In contrast, the three arrogant figures now looked like feeble chicks before a hawk. "This is a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." "Ha!" The young master wiped the sweat from his forehead, bending at the waist with a forced smile. "A misunderstanding?" Chun Tiandong's grin didn't reach his eyes. "A single word to dismiss my brothers? Are you looking down on us?" The Chun family members glared angrily, with some even licking their lips menacingly. The arrogant young master's expression twisted in fear as he cursed his misfortune. Damn it, he had run into lunatics. Initially, he had planned to bluff and secure a couple of spare rooms in this remote inn. Instead, things had gone horribly wrong. Seeing the menacing looks directed at him, and fearing they might have designs on his tender flesh, he trembled and shouted, I'll pay compensation." Chun Tiandong burst out laughing and gave the man a hearty slap on the shoulder. "That's the spirit." The arrogant young master was on the verge of tears. The brief episode caused by the trio soon passed. The innkeeper personally escorted Yu Zhao and her group upstairs to their rooms. At Chun Tiandong's insistence, Yu Zhao was given the best room of all those reserved. After resting briefly in her room, Yu Zhao left the inn and headed toward the venue of the upcoming auction. Participating in the auction required meeting certain conditions. First, a sufficient deposit was necessary to qualify for entry. Second, seating at the auction came at different price tiers, with varying levels of service. Lastly, any items one had to be paid for immediately after the event. If someone bid but failed to pay, the auction house had its own methods of ensuring compensation. Although Yu Zhao rarely attended auctions, Su Ming often spoke about them with a sense of pride, describing the events in great detail. Over time, Yu Zhao had gained a fair understanding of how auctions operated. The Blackwater City auction was held within a bustling marketplace. Yu Zhao didn't need to ask for directions. Simply following the largest crowd soon led her to the auction venue. What? Sold out? It sold out already. I traveled for a whole month to get to Blackwater City, and now you're telling me there are no tickets left? What's the meaning of this? I don't care. If you're hosting such a large auction, you should have prepared enough tickets. You better find me one. Yu Zhao heard the commotion ahead and furrowed her brows slightly. The tickets were sold out? Would she miss the chance to purchase Supreme Essence Water? The cultivators still waiting in line also erupted into an uproar upon hearing the news. The scene turned into utter chaos. Everyone, please quiet down. I have something to say. As the tension grew, a middle-aged man stepped onto the ticket counter platform. The silent release of his golden core pressure instantly quieted the crowd. I am Yu Zheng Mao, the person in charge of the Blackwater City auction. I fully understand your frustrations and, on behalf of the auction, express our gratitude for your support. It is precisely due to your enthusiasm that the ordinary seats have sold out so quickly. However, there's no need to panic. Apart from ordinary seats, we have also prepared premium and VIP seats for you. Both options are still available, so you can purchase them with ease. Hearing this, Yu Zhao let out a breath of relief. But most of the crowd still frowned deeply. Manager Yu, what are the prices for these premium and VIP seats? Someone asked loudly. Yu Zheng Mao smiled warmly, exuding an air of benevolence. A premium seat costs 10 mid-grade spirit stones, while a VIP seat costs 10 high-grade spirit stones. What the hell? 10 mid-grade spirit stones? Why not just rob us instead? I've never seen 10 high-grade spirit stones in my whole damn life. Manager Yu, are you joking with us? The outrageous prices left everyone dumbfounded. To put into perspective, an ordinary seat cost 10 low-grade spirit stones. For premium seats, the price jumped 100-fold, and VIP seats were even more ridiculous, 10,000 times higher. The majority of those queuing were unremarkable wandering cultivators. For them, a single low-grade spirit stone was spent with the utmost care. So how could they afford to part with 10 mid-grade spirit stones just to attend an auction? Faced with the crowd's indignation, Yu Zheng Mao remained composed. His smile never faltered as he explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, the prices of all major auction houses are uniformly set. It is not our intention at Blackwater City Auction to exploit you. We're simply following the standard rules. We ask for your understanding. Manager Yu, there's no need to explain to them. They're just a bunch of paupers. Unlike them, I'll take 3 premium seats, 1 for myself and 2 for my guards." The loud, arrogant voice belonged to none other than a certain familiar figure, accompanied by 2 others, squeezing their way through the crowd toward Yu Zheng Mao. Yu Zhao clicked her tongue in annoyance, her brow furrowing further. This nouveau riche had shown up at the perfect moment, redirecting the crowd's ire toward himself and away from the auction house. Yu Zheng Mao likely wished he could give the man a big kiss out of sheer gratitude. Sure enough, Yu Zheng Mao's eyes lit up as he looked at the trio. Who was this helpful fool, so thoughtful and timely? A real lifesaver. This distinguished guest has such a regal bearing, exuding an extraordinary air of nobility. Might I ask for your esteemed name? The arrogant man raised his chin proudly, while one of his loyal guards stepped forward to introduce him. This is young Master Fan, the eldest son of the Fan family patriarch from Fengyang City, known far and wide as the little playboy of Fengyang. Yu Zheng Mao. Yu Zhao. The crowd. Seriously? Who let this idiot out? Keep it low-key, young Master Fan said, waving his hand, though his smirk betrayed unrestrained glee. Yu Zheng Mao seriously pondered for a moment, but couldn't quite recall where Fengyang City was located. Nonetheless, he professionally played along, saying, "Ah, so you're the renowned little playboy of Fengyang. I've long admired your reputation." Young Master Fan became even more excited. "So even Manager Yu has heard of my name." Manager Yu choked slightly before responding, Of course. Ha! I'm actually not as extraordinary as the rumors say," Fan boasted, laughing loudly. I'm just a little more talented, a little more handsome, and a little wealthier than the average person. What the hell? My fists are clenched. I really want to punch someone. A female cultivator standing in front of you, Zhao, suddenly cursed under her breath. To be honest, I'm also barely holding back, muttered a middle-aged man not far away, clenching his fists. The crowd began to eye Fan with a growing murderous intent. Oblivious to this, young Master Fan continued bragging about his achievements to Yu Zheng Mao. While Yu Zheng Mao appreciated Fan, diverting the crowd's anger, he didn't want to see him beaten to death. As soon as Fan paused to catch his breath, Yu Zheng Mao smoothly interjected, "Young Master Fan, a distinguished guest like yourself absolutely mustn't miss this grand event. Why don't I secure your seats now? The earlier we arrange them, the closer to the front they'll be." Excellent. Fan was delighted by Yu Zheng Mao's attentiveness and waved his hand grandly, signaling his guards to pay. Just then, Yu Zhao's calm voice rang out from the crowd. "How can mere premium seats be worthy of young Master Fan? In my opinion, only VIP seats suit someone of his stature." The crowd froze for a moment before breaking into mischievous grins. Yes, yes, manager you. How could you let young Master Fan settle for premium seats? Prepare VIP seats immediately and get an 8-man sedan chair to carry him in. No way, no way. Young Master Fan wouldn't possibly be unable to afford VIP tickets, right? Is this all the little playboy of Fengyang amounts to? Please, young Master Fan, we've never seen anyone buy VIP tickets. Show some generosity and let us poor folks witness such grandeur. One of the guards hesitated mid-payment and looked uneasily at his master. Young Master Fan's face turned various shades of green and white. As the only son of the Fan family patriarch, he had been spoiled since childhood. Whatever he wanted, he got, and spirit stones were never in short supply. However, the Fan family was only a moderately ranked small clan in Fengyang City, with limited wealth. No matter how favored he was, the family's resources could only go so far. At the moment, all the spirit stones he had barely amounted to enough for 5 VIP tickets. If he spent most of it on entry, there would be little left to bid on valuable items at the auction. Young Master Fan, the difference between premium and VIP seats is actually negligible. If you're running low on spirit stones, Yu Zheng Mao trailed off, offering a baiting suggestion with a look of feigned concern. Who says I'm short on money? Fan immediately shot back, offended. As a little playboy of Fengyang, he couldn't lose face. Spirit stones? He had them to spare. Young Master. The 2 guards were horrified, scrambling to dissuade him from this extravagant move. But it was futile. Fan couldn't be stopped. With a loud smack, Fan slapped his storage pouch onto the counter and tilted his chin arrogantly at Yu Zheng Mao. VIP seats. 3 of them. Understood. 3 VIP seats it is. Yu Zheng Mao's face bloomed into a broad, trumpet-like grin. Heavens above, today was surely his lucky day, blessed by the gods themselves. Even though this benefactor wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he was willing to spend. 1 sentence, and he had extracted 30 high-grade spirit stones from the man. Yu Zheng Mao couldn't help but marvel. I must truly be a genius. The arrival of young Master Fan successfully eased the crowd's discontent over the Blackwater City auction. Once young Master Fan swaggered away, the other ticketless people soon dispersed. Yu Zheng Mao leapt off the table, preparing to leave, but was stopped by a poised young woman approaching him. His steps slowed slightly, and a polite smile appeared on his face. "Manager Yu, I'd like a premium seat ticket." As her words fell, 10 mid-grade spirit stones were laid on the table. Yu Zheng Mao was momentarily stunned, but quickly broke into laughter. He instructed his staff to produce a premium seat ticket, handing it to Yu Zhao along with the 10 spirit stones. Yu Zhao raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Yu Zheng Mao chuckled. "Miss, you've helped me secure a significant transaction. Consider this a small token of appreciation. Please don't take offense." The moment Yu Zhao spoke earlier, he recognized her as the one who had stirred the crowd, compelling young Master Fan to purchase 3 VIP tickets. Compared to the commission from selling 3 VIP tickets, 1 premium seat ticket was insignificant. Moreover, seeing that she was talented and promising, Yu Zhengmao was willing to spend a little to establish goodwill. Yu Zhao understood. Smiling, she accepted both the ticket and spirit stones, thanking him politely. This pleased Yu Zhengmao, who exchanged names with her briefly before tactfully excusing himself. Having obtained what she wanted, Yu Zhao didn't linger on the city streets and returned directly to her inn, awaiting the auction. Meanwhile, Fang Qinglang and his group learned of Yu Zhao's whereabouts from the dark pavilion. At the inn, the 4 senior and junior brothers gathered in one room. Su Ming was the first to speak, impatiently. I'll inform little junior sister that we're leaving for Blackwater City tomorrow. With that, he stood up, ready to knock on the neighboring room's door. Hold on. The one who stopped him was Lan Ziyu, whose expression was displeased. Let's hear what eldest senior brother has to say first. What's there to discuss? Su Ming pressed his hands on the table, scanning the 3 others. Yu Zhao is already on her way to Blackwater City, and she might even be there by now. If we don't hurry, we'll be too late. Fang Qinglang sighed. We're already too late. Su Ming froze. Cui Ju explained, 3rd senior brother, considering the distance to Blackwater City, it would take us at least a month and a half to get there. By then, the auction will be long over, and Zhao will have left. We won't see her. We can increase our pace. Su Ming trailed off. He suddenly remembered Ye Cong Xin was part of their group, making his suggestion impossible. Then what do? We can't predict Yu Zhao's next move, so are we supposed to just sit here and wait? Su Ming ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Who says we can't predict it? Fang Qinglang smiled faintly, his tone brimming with confidence. Both Lan Ziyu and Su Ming perked up. Cui Ju, deep in thought, asked, Eldest senior brother, are you saying Zhao's next destination is? Fang Qinglang nodded. Exactly. Exchanging glances, Cui Ju and Fang Qinglang seemed to share an unspoken understanding. What riddles are you 2 speaking in? Su Ming complained. Lan Ziyu also looked puzzled. Marsh Forest, said Fang Qinglang and Cui Ju in unison. Marsh Forest. Indeed, Marsh Forest. To locate Yu Zhao, Fang Qinglang spent a significant sum to purchase clues from the Dark Pavilion. Staying true to its customer-first philosophy, the Dark Pavilion not only revealed Yu Zhao's whereabouts, but also informed him about her recent purchases from her services. From this, Fang Qinglang learned that Yu Zhao's current goal was to gather 2 specific materials for artifact crafting. The best locations to acquire these materials were Blackwater City and the Marsh Forest. Since Yu Zhao had already visited Blackwater City, her next destination was likely the Marsh Forest. Instead of chasing after her trail, Fang Qinglang decided to get ahead by reaching her likely destination first. After explaining his strategy to Su Ming and Lan Ziyu, they were quickly convinced. The 4 senior and junior disciples then planned to travel to the Marsh Forest and wait for her arrival. When Ye Cong Xin heard about their plan the next day, she was utterly dismayed. The Marsh Forest, located in the southern part of the western region, is perpetually shrouded in darkness, damp, and teeming with poisonous miasma. It is notorious for hosting venomous snakes, insects, and rodents, most of which are deadly to cultivators. Every year, thousands of cultivators reportedly perish due to these toxins. For someone like Ye Cong Xin, who had been pampered since childhood, the Marsh Forest was even more terrifying than a restricted zone. However, knowing she couldn't change their minds, she reluctantly pretended to agree while secretly cursing them. Unaware of Fang Qinglang's group heading to ambush her in the Marsh Forest, Yu Zhao remained focused on her cultivation. She didn't leave her room until the day of the Blackwater City auction. Senior Yu, Chun Tiandong, hearing movement, quickly emerged from his room and bowed to her. Before Yu Zhao could respond, he eagerly asked, Are you going to attend the auction, Senior? Would I be fortunate enough to accompany you? Chun Tiandong was representing his family at the auction, carrying a realm-breaking pill as one of the featured items. Yu Zhao didn't refuse, and they headed to the auction house together. Held every 5 years, the Blackwater City auction was renowned throughout the southern region for its credibility and impressive lineup of over 1,000 items. Cultivators from afar would travel great distances just to witness its grandeur. The streets were packed with bustling crowds, and auction-related discussions filled the air. Chun Tiandong remarked, "The Blackwater City auction far surpasses others in both popularity and reputation. That's why our family patriarch chose it." Though he didn't elaborate, Yu Zhao inferred from his words and behavior that the Chun family was struggling. A realm-breaking pill capable of advancing a foundation establishment cultivator to the Golden Core stage was a rare and highly sought-after treasure, even among Golden Core cultivators like the Black-Robed Elder. Instead of reserving it for a family member, the Chin family was auctioning it off, likely due to financial strain. The proceeds from selling the pill would offer temporary relief, but without a long-term solution, the family's decline seemed inevitable. Understanding this, Yu Zhao refrained from commenting on their situation and continued casual conversation with Chen Tiandong. Following the crowd, they soon arrived at the auction house. Several long queues had already formed outside, with numerous staff maintaining order. The ordinary seats at the Blackwater City auction were the first to sell out. This wasn't due to a lack of seats. On the contrary, the ordinary section always offered the most seating. As a result, 6 entry points for the ordinary section had long lines stretching outside. In contrast, the entry point for the premium seats, where Yu Zhao and Chun Tiandong were headed, had only a few people in line. After joining the queue, the two soon entered the auction hall through the designated passage. This auction featured a layout where the exhibition stage was centrally placed, with all seats fanning out in a circular arrangement around it. The front 2 rows were VIP seats, designed with extravagant luxury and spacious comfort. Behind them were the premium seats, followed by the ordinary section. The vast difference in the arrangement made it easy to distinguish between the seating areas. At this moment, the expansive auction hall was bustling with noise. Many cultivators were already seated in both the ordinary and premium sections, passionately discussing the items to be auctioned that day. Why are they here? While Yu Zhao was looking for her seat, she overheard Chun Tiandong muttering under his breath. Following his gaze, she spotted 3 familiar figures in the second row of the VIP section. Young Master Fan had gone all out with his attire today, donning an elaborate set of luxurious clothing that made him stand out in the crowd. Whether it was due to preconceived impressions or not, Yu Zhao could sense his smugness just from the way he carried himself. Most cultivators appearing in Blackwater City around this time are here for the auction, Yu Zhao remarked plainly. Chun Tiandong chuckled. "You're absolutely right, Senior Yu. I just didn't expect them to be in the VIP section." Coming from a cultivation family himself, Chun Tiandong could easily discern that, despite young Master Fan's ostentatious display, his actual background wasn't particularly noteworthy, likely even less prominent than the Chin family. That he could afford a VIP ticket genuinely surprised Chen Tiandong, making him second-guess his earlier judgment. Yu Zhao smiled faintly, but didn't bring up the events that had transpired when purchasing the tickets. Naturally, Chen Tiandong had no idea this was linked to Yu Zhao. Since their tickets were purchased at different times, their seats were in separate areas. After locating their respective spots, the two parted ways and settled into their seats. To Yu Zhao's right was a cheerful young girl with a round face, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, who immediately struck up a conversation upon seeing her. Introducing herself as Meng Yu, the local cultivator was brimming with excitement about the auction, even detailing its various procedures with familiarity. "Sister Yu, is this your first time attending the Blackwater City auction?" "It's my first time too. I heard this event is bigger than the previous ones. I had a plea with my family for ages to let me come." Meng Yu's enthusiasm was palpable. Though Meng Yu was cautious not to reveal too much about her family background, her demeanor, speech, and attire made it evident she came from a well-off lineage. In contrast, she seemed far more suited to the label of a true, noble cultivator than someone like young Master Fan. "I also heard the highlight of this auction is a 4th-grade alchemy recipe. Many people are coming just for that," Meng Yu whispered conspiratorially. Yu Zhao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. She had occasionally heard about auctions offering a single fourth-grade pill, but never an alchemy recipe of this rank. Even within the Greenwood sect, renowned for alchemy, such a recipe was incredibly rare and strictly withheld from anyone outside the pill hall. Yu Zhao could already imagine how intense the bidding war for this item would be. "Sister Yu, you're not here for the alchemy recipe, are you?" Meng Yu asked suspiciously, noticing Yu Zhao's calm reaction. Yu Zhao shook her head. Meng Yu let out an exaggerated sigh of relief, even patting her chest for emphasis. "Thank goodness. Sister Yu, you mustn't join the fight for that alchemy recipe. It's too dangerous." She wrinkled her nose as if recalling something unpleasant, her excitement briefly dimmed by the thought. Her emotions came and went quickly. Before long, she had completely forgotten about the fourth-grade alchemy recipe and was happily chatting with Yu Zhao about other auction items. Tom slipped by with her lively chatter. Just as the auction was about to begin, the once quiet auction hall grew noisy once more. "The Zhang family. They're finally here. Even the head of the Zhang family has come. Could there be some extraordinary treasure in this auction? Is that the young master of the Zhang family? What a remarkable young man." In Blackwater City, it's often said, those near the water get the moon first. Most attendees at the Blackwater City auction were local cultivators like Meng Yu. Naturally, when the strongest local family appeared, the atmosphere grew electric. For members of the Zhang family attended the auction. Leading the group was a lean, sharp-eyed middle-aged man. Closest to him was a confident young man bearing a striking resemblance to him. The four walked straight into the hall and took their seats in the first-row VIP section. They remained silent, their expressions solemn. Meng Yu whispered earnestly, "The Zhang family is the top-ranked family in Blackwater City. Their ancestor is said to be just one step away from forming a nascent soul." Yu Zhao, however, had already gathered information about the Zhang family from other sources. In addition to their elusive ancestor, the Zhang family boasted 2 golden core cultivators, one of whom was the family head. Moreover, their young master was considered the most promising talent in Blackwater City to break into the golden core stage, further elevating the family's influence. Surprisingly, when the Zhang family took their seats, they left 3 spots in the center of the VIP row vacant, sparking speculation among the attendees. Strange. The Wei family, Wang family, and Zhao family are all here. Who else could those seats be for? Meng Yu began counting on her fingers, puzzling over the identities of the absent guests. When she realized everyone who should be present had already arrived, her confusion deepened. Yu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Just as the thought crossed her mind, 3 young men entered from the VIP passageway. Yu Zhao paused, her lips curving into a faint smile. She hadn't expected to run into familiar faces here. Among the 3, Yu Zhao recognized 2. The taller one was named Tian Han, and the burly one was Guoming. Both were disciples of the Greenwood Sect Martial Hall. The last time she saw them was in Dragon Roar Valley, where they had been tasked with protecting Mu Yi. Back then, Mu Yi had insisted on accompanying Yu Zhao despite the risks, leading to a falling out with the 4 Martial Hall disciples. After they had escaped danger, the disciples had sought Mu Yi out again to continue their protection duty, only to be rebuffed by her in no uncertain terms. The situation had been awkward, and Yu Zhao remembered it clearly. Now, seeing Tian Han and Guoming in again, she instantly recognized them. Among the 3 figures, 2 were from the Greenwood sect, leaving the identity of the third individual fairly obvious. Yu Zhao initially found their presence unexpected, but, upon further thought, realized it was entirely reasonable. The Greenwood sect, being primarily focused on alchemy, would never miss the chance to attend an auction featuring a 4th-grade alchemy recipe. The families of Blackwater City must have caught wind of the auction's details from the auction house. Seeing the 3 from the Greenwood sect enter, they immediately stood up to greet them, leaving the rest of the attendees stunned. Young Master Fan, seated in a corner of the second row, glared in envy. He had assumed sitting in the VIP section would bring him admiration and attention. Yet, none of the other VIP attendees seemed interested in engaging with him. treating him as if he didn't exist. This indifference was already hard enough to swallow. What made it worse was their enthusiastic reception of the three figures, all of whom appeared to be around his age. The proud young master fan could hardly endure the slight. Still, despite his frustration, he dared not cause a scene during the auction and could only sulk in silence. Once the trio from the Greenwood sect took their seats, the Blackwater City auction officially commenced. The first to appear was a poised female cultivator. Her looks weren't strikingly beautiful, but exuded a gentle and approachable charm that made it hard for anyone to look away. Thank you, esteemed guests, for attending the Blackwater City auction. I'm your auctioneer, Ferong. Today, we will be showcasing a total of 188 items, each carefully curated by our auction house. We guarantee their authenticity and aim to ensure that every winning bid feels worth the price. Her voice, like her demeanor, was soothing and graceful, much like the flowing of a gentle stream. Without raising her volume, she effortlessly drew everyone's attention. The vast hall was filled with silence as Ferong spoke, her voice the sole sound. Yu Zhao's eyes brightened slightly. She hadn't expected charm techniques to be used this way. Strictly speaking, Ferong's method was likely a type of charm technique, which itself could be considered a form of illusion technique. Both methods worked by manipulating the five senses to influence the mind. Previously, Yu Zhao's use of illusions mainly involved dispersing scent to distract attention and creating fabricated scenes through spells. However, Ferong's sound-based approach was an enlightening new perspective on such techniques. The first item up for auction today is a third-grade elixir, the Realm-Breaking Pill. Its primary function is to aid Foundation establishment cultivators in breaking through to the Golden Core stage, boasting a success rate of 70%. While Yu Zhao was deep in thought, the auction proceeded, with the first item being the Realm-Breaking Pill submitted by the Chun family. Before Ferong could even finish introducing it, the attendees were already abuzz with excitement, restless in their seats. What? A realm-breaking pill? That's massive. A pill that guarantees a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage? The auction house is pulling out all the stops this time. Damn it, there's no way I'll win with so many people competing for it. The Realm-Breaking Pill was a legendary item among Foundation establishment cultivators, an elixir many dreamed of obtaining. Eyes lit up across the hall as imaginations ran wild, each person picturing their rise to the Golden Core stage after consuming the pill. The pill's 30% failure rate, it seemed to have vanished entirely from their minds. Young Master Fan, in particular, was breathing heavily. The Realm-Breaking Pill. It's really a realm-breaking pill. His two bodyguards shared in his initial excitement. But as the thrill wore off, they were reminded of the drastically lighter purse their young master now carried. Their faces turned pale. With his current funds, it would be nearly impossible for young Master Fan to afford even a single realm-breaking pill. The starting bid for the realm-breaking pill is 100 mid-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10 mid-grade spirit stones per bid. Let the bidding begin. 100 mid-grade spirit stones equaled 1 high-grade spirit stone, a price young Master Fan could barely manage. The starting price of the realm-breaking pill was merely 100 mid-grade spirit stones, but that was just the base price. The final bidding could reach unimaginable heights, leaving young Master Fan with no confidence to win it. As soon as the auctioneer Ferong announced the bidding rules, a flurry of bid cards shot into the air. Number 143, 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Number 210, 260 mid-grade spirit stones. Number 47, 300 mid-grade spirit stones. The price soared rapidly amid the rising calls, quickly exceeding what young Master Fan could afford. His face turned grim. Had he not spent his resources purchasing 3 VIP tickets, he might have had a fighting chance. Unfortunately, he clenched his fist tightly, eyes filled with frustration and unwillingness. The only one in the room, smiling, was Chun Tiandong. The fiercer the bidding, the more exhilarated Chun became, unable to contain his excitement. As Yu Zhao had speculated, The Chen family had been struggling in recent years. The younger generation lacked talent, and if the family patriarch passed away, their influence would crumble, leaving their trade caravans vulnerable to competitors. The family patriarch, after much deliberation, decided to sell the realm-breaking pill he had acquired years ago. With the proceeds, the family would pool all resources to concoct a furnace of pills that could enhance cultivation, giving the patriarch a shot at achieving the nascent soul stage. It was a risky gamble. A single misstep would spell disaster. Chen Tiandong, however, knew none of this. His joy was simple. The higher the bidding for the realm-breaking pill, the happier he was. In the end, the pill was sold to the Wei family, seated in the VIP section, for a staggering 1,300 mid-grade spirit stones. The Wei family was overjoyed, but Guoming scoffed, his lips curling disdainfully. "Oomph, and they're so thrilled over a mere third-rank pill?" Hearing this, Tianhan immediately saw an opportunity to curry favor. He chimed in, "Senior brother Hua, families like theirs have such limited vision." They'd never imagined that even the scraps falling from junior brother Wang Qian's fingers would include a third-rank pill. Guoming picked up on Tianhan's flattering tone and smiled knowingly. They both turned their attention to Wang Qian, seated between them, showering him with praise. Wang Qian responded with feigned humility. "You flatter me, senior brothers. With my current skills, concocting second-rank pills is no trouble at all. As for third-rank pills, they require a bit more effort." His words were modest, but his expression was filled with arrogance. Guoming and Tianhan exchanged glances, thinking silently that Wang Qian's conceited nature explained why he always fell short of Mu Yi in the pill hall. Unfortunately, they had completely alienated Mu Yi during their last altercation. Ever since then, disciples loyal to Mu Yi refused to assign tasks to them, forcing them to seek favor with Wang Qian, Mu Ye's rival. After all, money was hard to earn, and disgrace was even harder to swallow. In the pursuit of resources, such sacrifices seemed trivial. Their conversation, though not deliberately loud, lacked discretion. The nearby Zhang family members overheard every word. The young master of the Zhang family couldn't hide the envy on his face. For him to obtain a second-rank pill, he would need the approval of both the family head and all the elders. Meanwhile, disciples of the Greenwood sect treated pills like candy, consuming them whenever they pleased. Other members of the Zhang family were equally astonished by the Greenwood sect's opulence. Yet, recalling the sect's prestigious standing in the cultivation world, they felt it was only natural. Still, their mood was inevitably affected, and they could no longer maintain their earlier composure. The auction reached a fever pitch as the successful sale of the realm-breaking pill ignited the crowd's emotions. The subsequent items were sold even more smoothly. The Blackwater City auction house had meticulously prepared for this event, ensuring every lot was captivating. While the items presented after the realm-breaking pill didn't reach its astronomical price, they still kept the audience engaged, with no piece falling flat. The competitive atmosphere grew more intense with each round. "Our next artifact is quite intriguing," Fu Rong teased, her voice enchanting. "But its charm cannot be conveyed through mere words. To do it justice, I will demonstrate its unique qualities for everyone to see." Fu Rong's statement instantly piqued the crowd's curiosity. With a captivating smile, she gestured for the 88th item to be brought to the stage. It was a small purple small pot, made of clay, with a slender handle and a long spout. It bore a striking resemblance to a common teapot. Some were visibly disappointed. Others found their interest growing stronger. Zhao furrowed her brows. She sensed a familiar, illusionary fluctuation emanating from the purple small pot. Could it be related to the illusory tides technique? At that moment, Fu Rong held the pot delicately in her hands, showing it to the audience. She then spoke softly. "I will now infuse the pot with spiritual energy. Keep your eyes open. You won't want to miss this." As her words faded, spiritual energy flowed into the purple small pot, which began to emit a faint, eerie glow. A wisp of smoke floated from the spout, slowly condensing into the form of a woman in her 30s. The woman wore a crimson palace dress with willow-shaped eyebrows, captivating phoenix eyes, and striking red lips. Her beauty was enchanting, yet her presence radiated a chilling aura of dominance. Her piercing gaze swept across the audience, causing a collective shiver. Instinctively, everyone held their breath. Then her eyes sharpened. Her voice was icy, but her words thundered through the hall. "Those who block my path shall perish." The mere 4 words carried boundless killing intent. Lesser cultivators began to sweat profusely, their legs trembling in fear. "The demonstration is over. Please pardon the offense," Fu Rong said warmly, breaking the tense atmosphere. As her voice faded, the commanding figure dissolved back into a plume of smoke, retreating into the purple small pot. A moment of silence hung over the hall before it erupted into astonished murmurs. "That was incredible. A mere artifact created such a vivid illusion. For a second, I thought I was face to face with a golden core cultivator. I didn't even dare to breathe." "So, is this artifact just for scaring people?" Meng Yu's face lit up with excitement. "Sister Yu, do you think that illusionary woman was real? If she existed, she must have been an extraordinary figure." Yu Zhao pondered for a moment before nodding. "I believe she was real." Her gaze deepened. Although she had never met Bright Moon Hermit, the creator of the illusory tides technique, the moment she saw the crimson-robed woman, a strong premonition gripped her. The woman was none other than Bright Moon Hermit, the legendary figure who achieved enlightenment through the act of slaying her husband. This purple small pot was likely crafted personally by Bright Moon Hermit as an illusory artifact. Determined, Yu Zhao resolved to acquire it. "Esteemed guests," Fu Rong resumed, her voice melodic, "I trust there's no need for further explanation. This artifact's greatest feature lies in its ability to create illusions based on the spiritual energy infused. It can disrupt the opponent's mind, offering a potential life-saving advantage. The starting price is 2 superior-grade spirit stones, with no minimum increment. Let the bidding begin." However, many cultivators who had initially shown interest were immediately deterred by the high starting price. While the craftsmanship of the purple small pot was remarkable, and it could prove invaluable in certain scenarios, its utility was somewhat niche. Moreover, it offered little to aid personal cultivation. They would rather absorb the spiritual energy contained in 2 superior spirit stones than trade them for that item. At the same time, they secretly ridiculed, wondering who the foolish buyer might be to purchase such an appealing but useless magical artifact. 10 superior spirit stones. Yu Zhao raised her bidding paddle. She didn't care what others thought. She was determined to win this purple small pot. The crowd was stunned, their gazes turning toward Yu Zhao. Seeing her youthful appearance, yet realizing she was already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with an extraordinary aura, many people showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Fu Rong paused, then smiled slightly. Guest number 119 bids 10 superior spirit stones. The remaining few who still intended to bid shook their heads after hearing Yu Zhao's offer, abandoning their thoughts. In the end, Yu Zhao secured the purple small pot for 10 superior spirit stones. She played with the certificate sent by the auction house, feeling elated. If it weren't for the supreme essence water that had yet to appear, she would have taken the certificate to claim the purple small pot immediately to examine it in detail. As Yu Zhao basked in her satisfaction, 3 members of the Greenwood sect seated in the VIP section turned their discussion toward her. Tian Han was the first to recognize Yu Zhao. The events in Dragon Roar Valley had just passed, and she remained vivid in his memory. If Yu Zhao hadn't insisted on rescuing someone, Mu Yi wouldn't have felt compelled to help, and they wouldn't have disagreed with Mu Yi, leading to their estrangement. He blamed Yu Zhao as the root cause, his expression tightening. Noticing his reaction, Wang Qian and Guoming exchanged puzzled glances. Tian Han silently signaled to Guoming, who turned to look at Yu Zhao. His face darkened instantly. "Are you two playing wordless charades in front of me? What's the secret I'm not supposed to hear?" Wang Qian said Unhappily, Tianhan and Guoming-in, seeking tasks from Wang Qian, naturally dared not offend their benefactor. Fueling their resentment, they exaggerated the events of Dragon Roar Valley while narrating them to Wang Qian. Knowing Wang Qian and Mu Yi were at odds, they emphasized the close relationship between Mu Yi and Yu Zhao. Wang Qian was surprised to learn that Yu Zhao was a disciple of the Five Elements Dao sect. In the cultivation world, the saying goes, one sect, two clans for factions. Although these 7 sects appeared equally powerful, the ranking indicated the Five Elements Dao sect's unrivaled status. His pride as a pill-hull disciple of the Greenwood sect seemed insignificant compared to her. However, Wang Qian recalled that disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect were divided into inner disciples, outer disciples, and personal disciples. If the woman named Yu Zhao was merely an inner disciple, they could still be on equal footing. He asked, whose personal disciple is she in the Five Elements Dao sect? After a moment of silence, seeing no response from Tianhan or Guoming-in, Wang Qian looked at them in confusion. Tianhan forced a smile and said in a low voice, she's the personal disciple of Master Qing Yin. Wang Qian's body trembled, rendered speechless. Master Qing Yin was universally acknowledged as the foremost cultivator in the cultivation world. It was no wonder Guoming-in and Tianhan harbored resentment toward Yu Zhao, but didn't dare express it, not even risking a glance at her lest she noticed the hatred in their eyes. Wang Qian began to waver, inclined to drop the matter. However, he noticed the eager, trusting gazes of Tianhan and Guoming-in directed at him. His throat tightened, leaving him feeling trapped. So what if she's Master Qing Yan's disciple? Just wait and see. Wang Qian forced himself to sound confident, earning flattery from Tianhan and Guoming-in. Slowly, the tension on his face eased, and the arrogance hidden in his expression surfaced once more. Following the purple small pot, several rare treasures appeared, sparking frenzied bidding before ultimately being claimed by individuals seated in the VIP section. An hour later, Yu Zhao finally saw the item she had been eagerly anticipating: Supreme Essence Water. Supreme Essence Water is harvested from an extremely frigid region. It is colorless and tasteless, epitomizing yin and gentleness. It is the top choice of water element cultivators for crafting artifacts. The J bottle contains 50 drops of Supreme Essence Water. The starting price is 30 high-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1 high-grade spirit stone. Fu Rong explained in detail while standing on the auction stage. The Supreme Essence Water was the second-to-last item in the Blackwater City auction, serving as one of the highlights of the event. Its rarity was self-evident. Before Fu Rong's explanation even ended, someone couldn't wait to bid. 35 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 38. 40. The bidding war, predominantly among the VIP section, became intense. Barely had one person called out a price when another followed closely, driving the value past 50 high-grade spirit stones in no time. Wang Qian, being a dual firewood spiritual root cultivator more suited for alchemy, had little interest in Supreme Essence Water. His focus lay on the 4th-grade alchemy recipe. Thus, he listened to the escalating bids with a relaxed demeanor, his eyes half closed. But when Yu Zhao's cool voice rang out, his eyes snapped open, and he sat bolt upright. 80 high-grade spirit stones, Wang Qian declared as he raised his paddle for the first time. Fu Rong's smile widened, brimming with delight. Our distinguished guest in seat 1 has bid 80 high-grade spirit stones. The majority of those seated in the VIP section were affluent families from Blackwater City and nearby regions. They had already received prior information about the identities of Wang Qian and his companions. Upon hearing Wang Qian's bid, those initially interested in competing hesitated. It wasn't just about whether they dared to offend Wang Qian. 80 high-grade spirit stones was already pushing the limits of what they deemed worthwhile. Moreover, the ultimate highlight of the auction was still to come. Spending too much energy on Supreme Essence Water now would mean losing the opportunity to bid on the 4th-grade alchemy recipe. Backing down at this point would be seen as a gesture of respect toward the Greenwood sect, potentially easing competition later. After weighing their options, the bidders who had been fervently raising prices earlier shook their heads and gave up on Supreme Essence Water. Just as everyone thought it would fall into Wang Qian's hands, Yu Zhao raised her paddle once again. 88 high-grade spirit stones. The room fell silent, only to erupt into murmurs of shock. Eyes turned toward Yu Zhao, astonished. It was clear the VIP families were deliberately conceding to Wang Qian, yet someone dared to go against the tide. Was this courage or folly? Sister Yu. Bright Moon looked at Yu Zhao with concern. Yu Zhao shook her head, reassuring her not to worry. 100 high-grade spirit stones. Instead of anger, Wang Qian seemed delighted. He had feared Yu Zhao wouldn't raise the stakes. He had no practical use for Supreme Essence Water. His goal was simply to frustrate her. Among those present, only Tianhan and Guoming seemed to grasp his intent. While they felt pleased, they couldn't help but look down on him. Wang Qian might act fearless outwardly, but his reluctance to directly confront disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect was obvious. He could only use such petty tactics to express his dissatisfaction. Coward. At first, Yu Zhao hadn't realized Wang Qian was intentionally targeting her. But when the price of Supreme Essence Water climbed far beyond its value, and Wang Qian still showed no signs of backing down, it dawned on her that he was deliberately driving up the cost. His motives, however, were unclear. Yu Zhao's gaze turned cold. 166 high-grade spirit stones. If Seat 1 bids any higher, I will withdraw. Wang Qian's face stiffened. Yu Zhao's unexpected low offer had clearly caught him off guard, leaving him unsure whether her words were a deliberate provocation or sincere gesture. Tianhan and Guoming hesitated to push Wang Qian further. They feared Yu Zhao might withdraw, leaving the Supreme Essence Water in Wang Qian's hands, and that failure could lead to Wang Qian's ire directed at them instead. Thus, they remained silent, leaving the decision to him. Phew! After a brief pause, Wang Qian exhaled deeply and shook his head at Fu Rong, signaling his withdrawal from the bidding. Wang Qian reminded himself to quit while he was ahead. He had already pushed Yu Zhao to nearly double the initial price, and continuing could risk turning her into a long-term adversary. A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Rong's eyes before she smiled and congratulated Yu Zhao on successfully winning the Supreme Essence Water. Yu Zhao's expression remained calm, but the atmosphere among the others was far from serene. Those who had interacted with her, such as young Master Fan and Chen Tiandong, now regarded her with mixed emotions. Mengyu, being more straightforward, didn't overthink the matter. She simply felt happy for Yu Zhao, her small dimples faintly visible as her smile grew. Distinguished guests, Fu Rong's voice rang out. We now come to the final item of today's auction. I believe many of you are here specifically for this. Even I, Fu Rong, was astounded when I first learned of it. Presenting the final treasure of the Blackwater City auction, a recipe for the Dispelling Evil Pill, a 4th-grade alchemy recipe. Boom! The hall erupted like oil sizzling in a hot pan. Some impatient attendees even stood up, their eyes fixated on the tray brought forth by a female cultivator. Fu Rong continued. The Dispelling Evil Pill clears the mind and enhances clarity, reducing the disturbance of heart demons and increasing the likelihood of breakthroughs. Rest assured, this recipe has been verified for authenticity by an esteemed master alchemist. Wang Qian's gaze burned with fervor. The Blackwater City auction had consulted an elder from the Greenwood sect to validate the recipe's legitimacy. Wang Qian had spent a significant fortune obtaining this crucial piece of intelligence. Though the Greenwood sect possessed recipes with similar effects but less resource consumption, the sect valued those recipes more highly. Thus, they had little interest in the Dispelling Evil Pill recipe. But for Wang Qian, a mere disciple of the Pill Hall with great ambitions, acquiring a 4th-grade recipe would be monumental. It was the reason he had traveled to Blackwater City, determined to claim the recipe. The bidding for the 4th grade Dispelling Evil Pill recipe starts at 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10. 1,000 spirit stones. This already exceeds Blackwater City Auction's previous record of 888 spirit stones. Did you not hear? This is a 4th grade alchemy recipe. In the hands of a skilled master alchemist, it could easily repay itself. Where did the Blackwater City Auction even acquire such a recipe, and why would they sell it? Most cultivators present were self-aware enough to realize they couldn't compete in such a high-stakes auction. While many were intrigued by the recipe's origins and curious about its eventual buyer, they knew better than to entertain hopes of obtaining it themselves. 1,100. I'll bid 1,200. Stop competing with me. I'll go for 1,300. The bidding war for the 4th grade alchemy recipe was far fiercer than anyone had anticipated. The voices in the VIP section grew louder and more frantic as tension soared. Yet, a few prominent families remained composed, refraining from jumping into the fray immediately. The young master of the Zhang family was growing restless. Every increase in the price of the recipe was no less than 100 top-grade spirit stones. "Father, should we wait a bit longer?" the Zhang family patriarch replied, his voice deep and steady. Casually, he cast a glance toward Wang Qian sitting nearby. This was his greatest competitor. A pang of unease weighed down his chest as he thought about the dwindling supply of spirit stones in his storage pouch. To secure the alchemy recipe, the Zhang family had already liquidated some of their assets. If they failed to win the bid, those investments would be for nothing. While not catastrophic, the losses would certainly leave a mark on the family standing. Time passed, and soon, the bidding soared to a staggering 1,650 top-grade spirit stones. The crowd, initially enthusiastic spectators, now watched with trepidation, while even the bidders began to feel their courage falter. For families like the Zhangs, Wangs, and Weiss, this was a breaking point, and they finally joined the battle with gritted teeth. Amid this frenzy, Wang Qian raised his bidding paddle with an air of arrogance. 1,888. The intense rivalry between families came to an abrupt pause. At such heights, every increment needed meticulous consideration. Wang Qian's bold jump of 188 top-grade spirit stones left the other families reeling, accustomed as they were to smaller, incremental increases. So this is the financial prowess of a top sect disciple. It's downright excessive, someone muttered bitterly. Still, surrendering without a fight wasn't an option. After a brief silence, the Zhang family patriarch made a hoarse declaration. 1,900. The strain in his voice reflected the emotional and financial burden of this bid. The young master of the Zhang family clenched his fists tightly. The offer was nearly the sum of all the spirit stones the family had saved over years. Winning the recipe would undoubtedly leave the family financially crippled, forcing them to endure lean years. He found himself torn. On one hand, he fervently hoped his father would win. On the other, he wished someone else would outbid them, sparing the family from ruin. This internal struggle left him at odds with himself, unable to settle his thoughts. Thankfully, someone relieved him of this torment. Wang Qian calmly stated, 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. The Zhang family patriarch leaned back in his chair, defeated, a bitter smile etched on his face. "We can't compete. We just can't." "Who is that? How could they nonchalantly bid 2,000 spirit stones like it's pocket change? Ugh, here I am, breaking my back to earn even 10 spirit stones in a year, while they casually throw out 2,000. The world is so unfair. 2,000 spirit stones could push me all the way to nascent soul. To waste that much on a single recipe? Ridiculous." Blackwater City, one of the most prosperous cultivation cities in the southern domain, was home to numerous thriving families, like the Zhangs and Wangs. Its residents, seasoned cultivators rather than idle dreamers, knew the harsh realities of life. Yet even they found their state of mind shaken, watching Wang Qian's outrageous bid. Resentment brewed among them like a simmering cauldron. Meng Yu wrinkled her nose and whispered to Yu Zhao, "Sister Yu, can a fourth-grade alchemy recipe really be worth so many spirit stones?" "The value of this recipe depends on whose hands it lands in," Yu Zhao explained calmly. "If it's taken by a family, it might not be worth such a high price. But in the hands of an alchemist, the price of 2,000 top-grade spirit stones isn't unreasonable." Even Yu Zhao couldn't understand why the Zhang family and other clans were competing so fiercely for the fourth-grade alchemy recipe. After going bankrupt to obtain it, how would they manage to source the necessary herbs and hire a master alchemist to refine the dispelling evil pill? 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Was that a lot? Of course it was. Yet, if one furnace of dispelling evil pills was successfully refined and sold at Chamber of Commerce or auction, it could easily fetch hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. In just a few such transactions, the cost of the recipe could be recouped. That's why the recipe held its greatest value in the hands of an alchemist. Meng Yu nodded, half understanding. She wanted to ask more, but before she could, Yu Zhao suddenly raised her bidding paddle. 2,200 top-grade spirit stones. Meng Yu, Chun Tiandong, everyone. Even Fu Rong, who had presided over more than 100 auctions, was caught off guard by Yu Zhao's unexpected bid. Bidder number 119 offers 2,200 top-grade spirit stones. Fu Rong's voice quivered slightly. This bid far exceeded her career's highest record and was on par with the total proceeds of a small-scale auction. Fu Rong could already envision her newfound fame after the event, along with a promotion in her ranking as an auctioneer. Wang Qian turned, glaring at Yu Zhao with fury. Yu Zhao maintained her calm demeanor, a slight smile playing on her lips. She did it on purpose. Wang Qian immediately realized this was Yu Zhao's revenge, payback for his earlier malicious price hike. Junior brother Wang Qian, didn't we tell you? The disciples of the Five Elements Tao sect are arrogant and domineering, showing no respect for us of the Greenwood sect. Tian Han exclaimed, seizing the opportunity. She's clearly doing this to antagonize us. She looks down on us. Tian Han and Guoming and hadn't expected Yu Zhao to intervene at this point, but they quickly recognized the opportunity to stir the pot. If they could drive a wedge between Wang Qian and Yu Zhao, Wang Qian would naturally side with them. Wang Qian, breathing heavily, grew more convinced by their words. 2,200 top-grade spirit stones, going once. 2,200 top-grade spirit stones, going twice. 2,200 top-grade spirit stones sold. 2,005. I bid 2,005. Fu Rong and the Blackwater City Auction House representatives could hardly contain their glee. This was beyond their wildest expectations. They were making an absolute fortune, but their joy was premature. 2,600. Yu Zhao called out without hesitation. 2,800. This is my final bid. Wang Qian growled, glaring at Yu Zhao as if every word cost him a piece of his soul. Yu Zhao chuckled softly. Did the disciples of the Green would sect think they could scare her off by mimicking her own tactics? Did they think she was a fool? Smiling faintly, Yu Zhao responded without hesitation, 3,000. Wang Qian's pupils contracted in shock. He couldn't believe it. Why wasn't she frightened off? How could she calmly raise the bid by another 200? Could it be she wasn't just trying to drive up the price, but genuinely wanted the dispelling evil pill recipe? Wang Qian was utterly confused. At that moment, Chun Tiandong, seated elsewhere, was no less bewildered than Wang Qian. He had considered the possibility that Senior Yu hailed from a prominent family or a major sect. Yet, at this moment, he realized he had still underestimated her. 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, a fortune so immense it could easily buy out the entire Chun family. It was as if fortune smiled upon the Chun family, granting them the honor of Senior Yu choosing their caravan. Decades later, Chun Tiandong would still recall the shock Yu Zhao had delivered. Young Master Fan and his 2 guards cowered in a corner, trembling. By now, anyone with half a brain could see that Yu Zhao's identity was anything but ordinary. The thought that they had nearly come into conflict with her left them shaken to the core. 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. Guest number 199 bids 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. Fu Rong was so ecstatic her voice nearly broke. She was utterly certain this day would forever remain the pinnacle of her career as an auctioneer. As she repeated Yu Zhao's bid, she cast an expectant glance at Wang Qian. At this point, the only person in the auction hall who could challenge Yu Zhao's bid was him. Wang Qian gritted his teeth, wavering. His background, if truth be told, surpassed even Yu Zhao's. His parents were both nascent soul cultivators, and he had a doting patriarchal ancestor. Moreover, his own talent wasn't lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold the esteemed position of a pill hall disciple in the Greenwood sect. Even so, 3,000 top-grade spirit stones was still a significant amount for him. Yet, the fourth-grade alchemy recipe was crucial to him. It would determine whether he could excel in the upcoming pill hall disciple assessment. He had no intention of handing over the chance to become the sect's young master, especially to Mu Yi, who had always opposed him. After an intense internal struggle, Wang Qian clenched his teeth and declared, 3,050. It was still a high bid, but for some reason, the crowd seemed underwhelmed. Though Wang Qian's bid was higher, his aura had been thoroughly suppressed by Yu Zhao. All eyes turned to Yu Zhao once more. Would she continue bidding? The answer was no. Wang Qian's bid was clearly near his limit. Even if he wanted to continue, he likely wouldn't have the means. Yu Zhao's goal from the start had been to make Wang Qian experience the sting of someone maliciously raising the bid against him. So, she smiled and mouthed silently, I withdraw. Her retreat was so abrupt it left everyone momentarily stunned, contrasting sharply with her earlier relentless demeanor. Wang Qian froze before realization dawned. Yu Zhao had been deliberately bidding against him. Enraged, he shot to his feet. Yu Zhao, you did this on purpose. The crowd's eyes lit up. So they knew each other? It looked like the real drama was just beginning. Though Yu Zhao and Wang Qian were strangers, the fact that Wang Qian could pinpoint Yu Zhao's name revealed he had indeed been maliciously bidding against her earlier. Yu Zhao's expression turned icy. I merely returned the favor in kind. Why are you angry? If anyone was at fault, it was Wang Qian who provoked Yu Zhao first. She had merely retaliated in kind. You're slandering me. Wang Qian wasn't about to admit he had tried to trick Yu Zhao, only to have the tables turned on him. Grinding his teeth, he refused to acknowledge it. Yu Zhao shrugged, lazily. Then I can also claim I was simply bidding normally, with no intent to toy with you. You. Wang Qian was left speechless, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. Young Master Fan watched gleefully, barely restraining the urge to cheer for Yu Zhao. Several prominent families in the room had long been dissatisfied with Wang Qian's haughty demeanor. Seeing him publicly humiliated by Yu Zhao brought them no small amount of delight. Junior brother Wang Qian, as men, we should be magnanimous. Why lower yourself to argue with her? Yes, junior brother Wang Qian. Some people lack strength and can only resort to these disgraceful underhanded tricks. Tian Han and Guoming Yin, acting as Wang Qian's lackeys, naturally chimed in to defend him. However, their remarks offended nearly all the female cultivators present. Even the smile on Fu Rong's face, standing on the auction stage, slightly faded. Yu Zhao let out a faint her tone laced with mockery. Oh, it's you all. Truly remarkable men, towering and unyielding, capable of both advancing and retreating. You even managed to outrun the women during your escape, leaving your junior sister far behind. Nonsense. Ridiculous slander. Tian Han and Guoming jumped to their feet, their faces livid. They glared at Yu Zhao, their eyes blazing with fury, as if ready to silence her by any means. Although the others present tried to conceal their reactions, a fleeting look of contempt was visible in their eyes. It was true that, when faced with a life-or-death crisis, many might act just as Tian Han and Guoming had. However, that didn't stop them from enjoying their moral high ground and disdaining the two. Even Wang Qian couldn't help frowning. Sensing the rising tension between the four, the Blackwater City auction staff quickly intervened to smooth things over. With much effort, they managed to placate Wang Qian and his companions, allowing the auction to conclude without further incident. Sister you. You were amazing. Those three together couldn't match you. Umph. Serves them right for underestimating women. Holding 2 vouchers, Yu Zhao headed to collect her auction items, with Mengyu trailing behind her like a shadow, her chatter never ceasing. Miss you this way, please. Thanks to Wang Qian's commotion, there wasn't a single person at the auction who didn't know Yu Zhao's name. The Blackwater City auction staff respectfully escorted Yu Zhao to a private room. Yu Zhongmao stood guard at the door. Seeing Yu Zhao and Mengyu approach, he greeted them warmly with a broad smile. Miss you, we meet again. Yu Zhongmao felt incredibly fortunate that he had once refused to accept spirit stones from Yu Zhao to foster goodwill. She had undoubtedly become his lucky charm. Manager Yu Zhao replied with a polite smile. Yu Zhongmao eagerly led Yu Zhao and Mengyu into the private room. Once they were seated, he beamed as he ordered her auction winnings to be brought in. Miss Yu, here are the purple pot magical artifact and the supreme essence water you bid for. Please inspect them. Yu Zhao used her divine sense to examine the items and, finding no issues, retrieved spirit stones from her storage ring. The translucent spirit stones glittered enticingly as they were piled on the table. Mengyu swallowed hard and pinched her thigh to stop herself from losing composure. Yu Zhongmao was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Miss you misunderstand. I'm not here to collect spirit stones. Due to the significant impact you've had on the auction, the Blackwater City auction has decided to gift these 2 items to you free of charge as a token of our gratitude. Hearing this, Mengyu nearly drooled in envy. A purple pot magical artifact and a bottle of supreme essence water together were worth nearly 200 top-grade spirit stones, and they were simply giving them away. Yu Zhao was also surprised. She hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I cannot accept such a generous gift without merit. Please forgive me for declining. A high-grade seat ticket, priced at just 10 mid-grade spirit stones and virtually costless for the auction house, was something she could accept. However, these 2 items, both in terms of price and significance, were in a completely different league. Yu Zhao also didn't want to become too entangled with the Blackwater City auction. After all, sometimes the most expensive things are those that come free. Yu Zhongmao attempted to persuade Yu Zhao several more times, but seeing her firm stance, he realized his efforts were in vain. Though disappointed, he couldn't help but admire her resolve. It seems we didn't think this through. He retrieved a small golden seal. This is the VIP seal of Blackwater City auction. With it, you can enjoy complimentary VIP services and discounted rates. Miss you, I insist you accept this. Yu Zhongmao had prepared for this outcome beforehand. If his first strategy failed, he would move on to the second. This time, Yu Zhao didn't refuse and accepted the seal without hesitation. Using this as a pretext, Yu Zhongmao only charged Yu Zhao 80% of the usual fee, leaving both sides satisfied. If Miss Yu has no urgent matters, why not stay and relax in the private room with some tea before departing? Yu Zhao's eyes glimmered. Yu Zhongmao was subtly warning her that someone might cause trouble for her. Her expression remained composed. Thank you for your kind offer, Manager Yu, but I do have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yu Zhao wasn't concerned about the 3 Greenwood sect disciples. If they had any sense, they wouldn't have provoked her at the auction, escalating the conflict. Now, everyone who attended the auction was aware of their dispute. Should anything happen to her, those 3 wouldn't escape suspicion. As for others who might target her, unless she faced a nascent soul cultivator, she was confident in her ability to escape unscathed. Haha, I overthought it. Allow me to escort you out, Miss Yu. The stronger Yu Zhao appeared, the more pleased Yu Zhongmao was. Throughout the entire process, Mengyu remained a silent observer. Even as they left the auction house, she barely exchanged words with Yu Zhongmao. Yet, she wasn't bothered. Instead, she was delighted to have gained valuable experiences and new stories to tell. Miss Yu, are you leaving already? Mengyu looked at Yu Zhao with reluctant eyes. Perhaps out of admiration for someone stronger, Meng Yu had developed a strong sense of reliance on Zhao after their brief meeting. Zhao gently ruffled Meng Yu's hair. Yes, I must go. Miss you. Could you tell me where you live? One day, when I'm strong enough to explore the world like you, I'll come find you. As Meng Yu spoke, her fingers nervously twirled together, afraid that her question might displease Zhao. Zhao considered for a moment. Feeling a natural affinity for Meng Yu, who was a straightforward and kind-hearted girl, she saw no harm in sharing. I am a disciple of the 5 Elements Tao sect. If you ever embark on your journey, you can find me there. However, I may not always be at the sect, so you can write to me in advance. Meng Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she screamed internally. Ah, Miss Yu is a disciple of the 5 Elements Tao sect. This is incredible. Meng Yu's cheeks turned pink at a visible pace, and she became so excited that her words tumbled out in stutters. Yes, I will definitely visit. Miss Yu, don't forget me. Of course, I'll be waiting for you at the 5 Elements Tao sect. After receiving Yu Zhao's promise, Meng Yu left reluctantly, turning back every few steps to glance at her. Yu Zhao didn't leave immediately. Instead, she returned to the inn. Inside the room, Chun Tiandong was animatedly recounting the events of the auction to his clan members, gesturing wildly. When they heard about Yu Zhao being deliberately overbid, their faces collectively darkened. But when they learned how Yu Zhao had outsmarted her opponent, forcing him to pay nearly 1,000 extra high-grade spirit stones, they cheered enthusiastically, as if they had been present at the scene. Knock, knock. As everyone was still basking in a lingering excitement, the room's door was suddenly knocked on. Chun Tiandong frowned at first, but then quickly brightened as if he had thought of something. He ran to the door with a delighted expression. Sure enough, standing outside was Yu Zhao. Senior Yu, you're back, he greeted warmly. The Chun family members inside, upon hearing it was Yu Zhao, quickly stood up to welcome her, their voices overlapping noisily. Chun Tiandong, mindful of disturbing other guests, hurriedly ushered everyone back into the room and attempted to invite Yu Zhao in. No need for formalities. I've come to bid you farewell, Yu Zhao replied with a faint smile. After all, leaving without a word after meeting them would have been rather discourteous. Chun Tiandong's face fell slightly. Senior Yu, are you leaving now? Yes. Hesitating for a moment, he thickened his skin to ask, May I know where you are headed next? If it's on the way, our Chun family caravan would be honored to escort you further. As soon as he said this, his face flushed in embarrassment. Their survival in Blackwater City had been entirely thanks to Yu Zhao. Without her intervention, the Chun family would have perished at the hands of the black-robed elder. Offering her an escort seemed absurd since they owed her a great debt instead. Southern Abyss City, Yu Zhao replied plainly. Her next destination, Watercloud Palace, was near Southern Abyss City. Disappointment flashed across Chun Tiandong's face. Southern Abyss City, bordering the Southern Abyss, was in the far south, the complete opposite direction of the Chun family's territory. Senior Yu, though we won't have the honor of accompanying you, I wish you a smooth journey and the fulfillment of your goals. If you ever pass by Perching Mountain City, please visit our Chun family. We will welcome you with open arms, he said sincerely, bowing deeply. Yu Zhao smiled and nodded before bidding the Chun family farewell. Eager to see her off, they escorted her all the way to the inn's entrance. If not for her repeated insistence, they would have followed her to the city gates. Finally shaking off their overwhelming hospitality, Yu Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. She glanced at the sun to determine her direction and set off southward. Barely half an hour later, she encountered 3 familiar figures on the main road. The 3 men, led by young Master Fan, froze in place, their jaws dropping as if they had seen a ghost. They neither approached nor fled, standing rooted to the spot. Fortunately for them, Yu Zhao showed no interest in conversing. She passed by without a word, her steps light and her presence bringing a cool breeze as she walked by. It wasn't until Yu Zhao's figure had long vanished that young Master Fan snapped back to reality. Grabbing his guard in near panic, he exclaimed, She's gone, isn't she? She's really gone, right? The guard, still shaken, nodded fervently. Yes, young master, she's gone. Far away. Phew. Young master Fan exhaled deeply, but moments later, he felt a chill. Touching his back, he found his clothes soaked with cold sweat. A shiver ran down his spine. The outside world was far too terrifying. He wanted to go home. Meanwhile, in another inn within Blackwater City. Crash! Wang Qian slammed his palm onto the table. The wooden surface shattered instantly, sending cups and plates crashing to the floor. Intolerable. Absolutely intolerable, he roared, glaring at the fourth-grade alchemy recipe in his storage space. Instead of joy, his heart was filled with rage and resentment. Beside him, Tian Han and Guoming sat quietly, their heads lowered as they stared at their tea-soaked robes and shoes, saying nothing. Sir, do you require your room to be cleaned? A cautious voice came from the doorway as a staff member knocked. Get lost, Wang Qian bellowed. The staff member quickly scurried away, leaving Wang Qian to seethe in silence amidst the ruins of the table. You all had plenty to say before, didn't you? Why so silent now? Senior brother Tian? Senior brother Guo? Wang Qian's anger burned fiercely as he coldly glanced at Tian Han and Guoming, who stood quietly to the side. The two exchanged glances, frustration evident in their eyes. They hadn't expected Yu Zhao's firm stance against them, unyielding and without any pretense of politeness. Now, not only had their plan for revenge failed, but they'd thoroughly embarrassed themselves. Guoming embraced himself and spoke. Junior brother Wang Qian, Yu Zhao is narrow-minded, harsh, and petty. Even with Master Qing Yin as her teacher, she'll never amount to anything significant. Exactly, Tian Han chimed in. Junior brother Wang Qian, don't let your anger boil over for someone so insignificant. She's not worth it. No, Wang Qian snapped, glaring at them menacingly. His eyes gleamed with cold determination. You may swallow this insult, but I cannot. Yu Zhao dared provoke me, so she must pay the price. The two were alarmed. Junior brother Wang Qian. Yu Zhao is a disciple of the Five Elements Dao sect with a nascent soul cultivator as her teacher. Don't act recklessly. Exactly, junior brother. The Cultivation World Tournament is just 2 years away. That will be the perfect time to deal with her. Wang Qian sneered. Do you think I'm foolish enough to act openly? Despite his anger, Wang Qian wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could take on the Five Elements Dao sect. He already had a plan, but it required Tian Han and Guoming's cooperation. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother sharing it. Both seniors sighed in relief, genuinely fearing Wang Qian might act impulsively and turn the conflict into a deadly feud. Sensing an opportunity, Tian Han cautiously tested the waters. Junior brother Wang Qian seems to have a plan. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do it without hesitation. Guoming, realizing he was a step behind, also expressed his loyalty. Wang Qian's lips curled into a sly smile. Since my senior brothers are so eager to help, I won't refuse. I do have tasks that require your assistance. Their initial smiles froze as he laid out his plan. The more they heard, the worse it sounded. Wang Qian expected them to provide both money and manpower while he stayed behind the scenes. If anything went wrong, they would take the blame. This, cunning by nature, Tian Han and Guoming quickly recognized the risks. Their expressions turned reluctant as they realized how perilous Wang Qian's scheme was. Wang Qian's face darkened. What's this? Are my senior brothers refusing to help? If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't be in this situation with Yu Zhao in the first place. Don't forget you owe me. The threat in his tone was unmistakable. In their dynamic, Wang Qian always held the dominant position. And he wasn't wrong. Tian Han and Guoming had indeed dragged him into this mess. Thinking they could walk away unscathed was naive. Left with no choice, the two offered wry smiles and eventually nodded. Excellent. Here's what we'll do. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion has a covert intelligence branch called the Dark Pavilion. Blackwater City, Dark Pavilion. The intelligence broker eyed the black-clad figure before him, covered so completely that only their eyes were visible. Suppressing his amusement, he glanced down at the task submitted. The broker's eyebrow twitched. The other party's clumsy disguise was laughable, but their audacity was astounding. At such a time, only someone from the Greenwood sect would issue an assassination order against Zhao. Still, he had to admit they were bold. Challenging a disciple of the Five Elements Tao sect by placing a bounty was unprecedented in his line of work. Tian Han, who had been uneasy ever since entering the dark pavilion, grew even more nervous as the broker remained silent. Fidgeting, he edged toward the exit. Just then, a wooden token slid out of a small opening, stopping him in his tracks. Snatching it up eagerly, Tian Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he read the 3 large characters engraved on it. More payment is required. Tian Han hesitated. He could understand why the Dark Pavilion demanded additional payment. After all, only those with nothing to lose and no fear of death would dare pursue and kill a personal disciple of the Five Elements Tao sect. The problem was that Wang Qian had emptied his savings to purchase a 4th-grade alchemy recipe. The spirit stones used to post the mission were pooled together by Tian Han and Guoming Yin. Now that the Dark Pavilion wanted more payment, the spirit stones would still have to come from Tian Han and Guoming Yin. Although unwilling, Tian Han ultimately complied with the Dark Pavilion's demand, remembering Wang Qian's threatening words. As he left, his figure radiated resentment. The Seeker of the Way, staring at the spirit stones on the tray, revealed a cryptic smile. The Dark Pavilion, always well-informed, had thoroughly investigated Yu Zhao's current status even before Tian Han's arrival. Yu Zhao's position as a personal disciple was no longer valid. She was now merely an inner disciple of the Five Elements Tao sect, without any master to support her. Because of this, the Dark Pavilion dared to accept Tian Han's mission. Otherwise, no one would risk offending the number 1 in cultivation over a few spirit stones. It simply wasn't worth it. As for whether this would provoke the Five Elements Tao sect, a dark gleam flashed in the Seeker of the Way's eyes. The Dark Pavilion only facilitated the posting of missions. If trouble arose, the Five Elements Tao sect should target the Greenwood sect, not them. Pant, pant. Fong Chung Lang jolted awake, gasping for air. Sweat trickled slowly down his temple. He weakly raised a hand to cover his face. Another nightmare. Sitting on the bed for a moment, he eventually got up and stepped out into the inn's backyard. The night was as cool as water. Under the moonlit sky, his expression was unreadable. Suddenly, faint footsteps sounded behind him. He didn't turn, his gaze remaining fixed on the void. Eldest senior brother, Cui Ju approached, noticing the emptiness in Fong Chung Lang's eyes, his concern growing. Since they had left the Five Elements Tao sect, Fong Chung Lang's condition had deteriorated daily. Cui Ju had been observing this with increasing worry. Having caught a glimpse of Fong Chung Lang's figure through the window earlier, he decided to follow him. Fong Chung Lang nodded faintly in acknowledgement. Eldest senior brother, can you tell me what happened? Do you know what you're doing to yourself? Cui Ju wasn't one to meddle unnecessarily, but every member of Lone Moon Peak was deeply significant to him. He couldn't just watch Fong Chung Lang's descent into despair without trying to help. Fong Chung Lang remained silent, his eyes growing even darker. Eldest senior brother, Cui Ju's usually stoic face showed a trace of worry. Finally, Fong Chung Lang turned to look at him. That single glance sent a shiver down Cui Ju's spine, an inexplicable fear taking hold of him. Ah Ju, do you believe in karmic retribution? Fong Chung Lang's voice was low, raspy, and carried an inexplicable chill that sent a shiver through Cui Ju's heart. Cui Ju paused for a moment before forcing a smile. Why would senior brother ask such a thing? One glance at Cui Ju's expression, and Fong Chung Lang knew he didn't believe. With a soft sigh, Fong Chung Lang continued, I just had a dream. Cui Ju froze. Cultivators seeking to comprehend the heavenly Tao must eliminate distracting thoughts and maintain clarity of mind. Only those whose hearts are impure are troubled by dreams. Senior brother had always been the most determined among them in the pursuit of the Tao. How could he be affected by a mere dream? As if oblivious to Cui Ju's reaction, Fong Chenglang continued. In the dream, I was myself, yet not entirely. Senior brother, dreams are false. Cui Ju couldn't help but interject. Fong Chenglang cast a faint glance at him, an action laden with an indescribable heaviness. Before today, I too regarded dreams with skepticism. But in this dream, besides myself and Little Six, you were also present. Tell me, have you and Little Six ever had a dispute over the medicine garden? A flash of surprise flickered in Cui Ju's eyes, though he quickly masked it with calm. I did reprimand little Zhao about the medicine garden once. Looking back, I may have misunderstood her. Did she mention this to you? Although the poisoning of the spiritual herbs in the medicine garden was a fact, Cui Ju firmly believed that Yu Zhao hadn't acted intentionally. So, he magnanimously took the blame upon himself. Fong Chenglang shook his head and smiled faintly, though his smile brimmed with sorrow. No, she said nothing. I saw it in the dream. In the dream, Yu Zhao was covered in wounds, kneeling before him and Cui Ju, her bloodshot eyes accusing them of their biases. Yu Zhao had spoken of the medicine garden incident, asserting that she hadn't caused the poisoning of the spiritual herbs. But Cui Ju had refused to believe her. Fong Qinglang didn't want to recall what happened next. Every time he thought of it, it felt like his heart was being torn apart. Senior brother, it was just a dream. Cui Ju couldn't grasp Fong Chunglang's anguish and despair. To him, it was merely a dream and didn't prove anything. It wasn't just a dream, Fong Chunglang roared. It was a warning from the heavenly Dao. Cui Ju looked at Fong Chunglang's almost demonic expression and furrowed his brows. He suspected that senior brother's Dao heart was unsteady and that he had developed a heart demon, confusing dreams with reality. Enough. You may leave, Fong Chunglang said, as if all his strength had been drained. He shook his head in helplessness. Cui Ju, having spent much of his time in seclusion, was unaware of what Yu Zhao had endured. He wouldn't understand. Senior brother, Cui Ju hesitated, but seeing that Fong Chunglang no longer wished to speak, he could only take his leave. Returning to his room, Cui Ju couldn't shake the unease from his mind. Fong Chunglang's earlier expression and words echoed repeatedly in his head. Could it be possible that senior brother was telling the truth? The thought barely surfaced before Cui Ju dismissed it mercilessly. Impossible. A dream is just a dream. How could it become reality? Senior brother must be plagued by a heart demon, causing his mind to falter. The best course of action would be to refine a batch of pills to ease senior brother's troubles. With this resolution in mind, Cui Ju immediately began searching his storage space for ingredients. A desolate mountain cave. Yu Zhao sat cross-legged, idly toying with the purple small pot in her hand. After a while, she seemed to come to a decision. Taking a deep breath, she carefully channeled her spiritual energy into the pot. Familiar wisps of smoke rose into the air, swiftly coalescing into the figure of a woman in red robes. The woman's expression was arrogant, her head held high. Even as she stood silently, a commanding aura that seemed to dominate the world exuded naturally from her presence. Stand in my way and die. A suffocating pressure filled the cave, sending fine particles of dust rippling outward. Yu Zhao's Taoist robe billowed. Though there was no wind, its rustling sharp and clear. Yu Zhao's pupils trembled. Even up close, she couldn't detect any flaws in the illusion. It was as if a living, breathing master stood before her. After some thought, she didn't stop and continued channeling her spiritual energy into the purple small pot. As her reserves of energy began to deplete, the pot remained unresponsive, as if it had reached its limit. Yu Zhao furrowed her brows slightly. This was within her expectations. If the purple small pot had other remarkable abilities, Fu Ron would have provided a more detailed introduction at the Blackwater City auction, and its base price wouldn't have been set so low, just 2 high-grade spirit stones. But Yu Zhao was certain this purple small pot wasn't ordinary. She couldn't mistake the aura of the illusory tides technique. With that thought, she made a decision. Forming a hand seal, She activated a spell unique to the illusory tides technique and sent it into the pot. A flash of spiritual light disappeared into the pot. In an instant, golden light flared. The dim cave lit up as bright as day. Yu Zhao instinctively closed her eyes against the piercing brightness. When she reopened them, the light had vanished, and the purple small pot was once again serene, as though everything she had just experienced was a figment of her imagination. Just as Yu Zhao was puzzled, the domineering voice of the red-robed woman resounded in the cave. "So we finally meet, Destined One." Yu Zhao was startled, her gaze snapping toward the illusionary figure, now speaking. The red-robed woman raised an eyebrow, studying Yu Zhao with an amused expression. After a moment, she nodded in satisfaction. "A water spirit root, excellent comprehension. You're a perfect candidate for cultivating the illusory tides technique." Yu Zhao was silent for a long while before she bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Bright Moon Hermit." Bright Moon Hermit laughed heartily. "You're quick-witted. Aren't you afraid that I, just a remnant soul, might possess your body and start anew?" Yu Zhao raised her head to meet the woman's gaze, her voice steady and firm. "If Bright Moon Hermit could create the illusory tides technique, you wouldn't stoop to body possession. To be unfeeling is to remain untouched by personal desires and aversions, allowing one's being to exist naturally, neither harming oneself nor others. To have desires, yet not be governed by them, is the foundation of the path of emotional detachment." Well said. You've already grasped half the truth of the path of emotional detachment. Bright Moon Hermit clapped her hands in delight, her expression filled with satisfaction. "When I created the illusory tides technique, I vowed to find a successor to inherit my legacy. Yet mortals, bound by their desires, are forever trapped in their struggles and cannot attain freedom. Even I, after failing to find an ideal disciple, succumbed to resentment." Her words were like a warning bell, reverberating through Yu Zhao's sea of consciousness. It is said the paths to enlightenment are as numerous as the stars, all leading to the same ultimate truth. In the cultivation world, tales of ascension through the sword, blade, or scholarly arts were common, but rare were those who reached enlightenment through the path of emotional detachment, a testament to its arduous nature. Even the creator of the illusory tides technique, Bright Moon Hermit, had ultimately perished due to her unfulfilled desire, her lifespan abruptly cut short. Yu Zhao felt a pang of sorrow, but maintained her composure. No matter how long and treacherous the road ahead, she would not waver. "What is your name?" Bright Moon Hermit suddenly asked. "Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao." "An excellent name." Bright Moon Hermit repeated the name a few times, smiling faintly. "Yu Zhao, would you be willing to become my personal disciple and inherit the name of Bright Moon Hermit?" Disciple Yu Zhao pays her respect to master. Yu Zhao lifted the hem of her robe, knelt on the ground, and bowed deeply. After being expelled by Master Qin Yin, Yu Zhao was left without a mentor, becoming an inner disciple with no formal teacher. Naturally, she could take another master. What's more, her cultivation was based on the illusory tides technique taught by Bright Moon Hermit. Even if their relationship lacked an official title, in essence, they were already master and disciple. This ceremony was meant to fill the void. Bright Moon Hermit smiled as Yu Zhao completed the bowing ritual. "After 1,000 years of cultivation, I am finally complete. Yu Zhao, thank you for fulfilling my heart's desire. From this moment, Bright Moon has no regrets." As the words fell, a purple spiritual light shot into Yu Zhao's forehead. "This contains all of my insights and reflections. It is the final help your teacher can provide. Remember this, the immortal path is endless, and the Tao heart must endure." When the purple light fused into Yu Zhao's sea of consciousness, she entered a peculiar state. Her spirit seemed to detach from her body and then entered the form of a young girl. The girl, around 4 or 5 years old, was as delicate as jade, with bright, clear phoenix eyes. Most notably, she possessed the rare water spiritual root, marking her as an unparalleled genius in cultivation. Her name was Be Bright Moon. Be Bright Moon was an oddity within her family. Not long after being sent to the sect, she voluntarily left and returned to her family. Then, in 10 short years, she emerged from the remote western town where her family resided and began carving a path through the cultivation world. She traveled to countless places, met innumerable people, teetered on the brink of death many times, and obtained countless fortuitous encounters. Just as she thought she would continue wandering, she met a peculiar man. For the first time, her restless soul found a sense of belonging. From within Be Bright Moon's body, Zhao screamed wildly. "Don't trust him. Don't trust any man. He wants to kill you." Sadly, Be Bright Moon couldn't hear Zhao's cries. She was ensnared in the gentle trap the man wove for her, hopelessly entranced, until the man ruthlessly unveiled the truth with a short blade. The man cultivated the path of emotional detachment, which required him to kill his wife to achieve enlightenment. Be Bright Moon was the sacrificial pawn he had carefully chosen. At that moment, Zhao heard the sound of something breaking from within Be Bright Moon's body. Though their cultivation levels were similar, Be Bright Moon's innate talent far surpassed the man's. When she plunged her sword into his heart, she instinctively comprehended the true essence of the path of emotional detachment. From then on, Be Bright Moon renamed herself Bright Moon Hermit and created the illusory tides technique. "The complete illusory tides technique should have 9 layers," she murmured. "But with my abilities, I could only comprehend 5. I hope future generations can refine and advance it." Suddenly, the space around Zhao twisted. A crushing pressure enveloped her, and her spirit was forcibly ejected. Zhao trembled violently. When she opened her eyes again, her spirit had returned to her body. "Master!" Zhao frantically looked toward Bright Moon Hermit. The vivid illusion from moments ago had reverted to its proud and domineering form. Zhao instantly understood. The final remnant of Bright Moon Hermit's soul in the cultivation world had dissipated. A deep sorrow surged within her. She bowed once more to the fading illusion. Though she had only met her master once, their legacy spanned nearly 1,000 years during the transmission. Her master had left her not only the first 5 layers of the illusory tides technique, but also priceless, cherished memories. After bidding farewell to Bright Moon Hermit, Zhao sat cross-legged to meditate and calm her emotions. As the grief gradually peeled away, a sudden transformation occurred in her state of mind. While witnessing Bright Moon Hermit's trials, had she not undergone her own tribulation? The struggles of her past life now seemed as fleeting as morning dew or reflections on autumn water. Whoosh! In the sealed stone cave, the sudden sound of wind broke the silence. Around Zhao, spiritual energy surged intensely, forming a small vortex centered on her. The energy from all directions sensed her presence and rushed toward her in waves. At the 5 Elements Tao sect, Zhao had already stabilized her cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage. Through external tempering, she advanced further, nearing the peak of foundation establishment, just a step away from forming a golden core. Her original plan required at least another year of preparation to overcome this bottleneck. However, the opportunity granted by Bright Moon Hermit had unexpectedly saved her considerable time. Raging torrents of spiritual energy flowed through Zhao's limbs and 7 apertures, surging into her body. Enduring the sharp pain from her meridians expanding rapidly, she directed the energy to circulate through her body in a grand cycle before channeling it into her dantian. As the vast energy condensed, it transformed into drop after drop of spiritual liquid. Time passed unnoticed. Gradually, the spiritual liquid in her dantian accumulated to the size of a fist, forming the embryonic shape of a golden core. Zhao took a deep breath, her gaze firm. Having prior experience, she knew the critical step in forming the golden core was condensation. Once the core solidified, she would have half a foot into the golden core stage. Yet, she faced a dire challenge. The breakthrough had come too suddenly, leaving her unprepared, and the sparse spiritual energy in this location had been nearly exhausted after her prolonged absorption. The external energy was no longer sufficient to support the next stage. An arrow already on the bowstring could not be halted. Determined, Yu Zhao's eyes shone with resolve. She retrieved a handful of alchemy pills, swallowing them in one go. Then, she emptied her storage pouch of all its spirit stones, immersing herself completely in the shimmering energy they emitted. With the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, the golden core began to solidify. On this fateful day, thunder rumbled fiercely. A violent wave of spiritual energy erupted from the desolate mountains, its intensity reverberating far and wide. Nearby cultivators, alarmed by the phenomenon, rushed toward the source in droves. Such a powerful commotion, could it be a rare treasure descending upon the world? One cultivator exclaimed excitedly, racing toward the energy fluctuations with lightning speed. Others, more cautious, hung back, observing their surroundings warily. Before they could reach their destination, the overwhelming spiritual energy suddenly dissipated, restoring peace to the remote wilderness. What happened? Why did it vanish so abruptly? Someone questioned in confusion. Someone must have gotten there first and seized the treasure, another speculated bitterly. Honestly, the disturbance didn't feel like a treasure appearing, but more like someone breaking through to a higher realm. A third suggested hesitantly. Impossible. This barren place is so lacking in spiritual energy. Who would choose such a location for a breakthrough? Came the retort, skepticism lacing the words. As debates broke out, the crowd grew restless. Enough with the chatter. Let's go and see for ourselves, someone urged, taking the lead to fly toward the site. The others followed suit eagerly. However, they had barely taken a few steps when an immense pressure swept over them. Overwhelmed by the terrifying force, they were crushed to the ground before they could react. "Those who block my path die." The icy voice of a woman rang out abruptly, carrying an unyielding authority. Blood surged within the cultivators' bodies as a stabbing pain pierced their ears. A constant ringing echoed, leaving them trembling. "Please, Senior, spare us. We've begged for mercy, Senior." The crowd, now realizing they had intruded upon a senior expert's cultivation ground, were stricken with terror and pleaded repeatedly. Among them, the more experienced could vaguely gauge the senior's cultivation level, and their regret deepened. What kind of nascent soul elder would choose such a desolate place to undergo seclusion? It was truly baffling, truly unfathomable. As the crowd of cultivators trembled in fear and wallowed in regret, they had no idea this senior they spoke of had long since vanished into the wind. Thousands of miles away, high in the sky, a tall figure glided effortlessly through the clouds. Her sharp yet ethereal features exuded an unworldly grace. Dressed in simple robes, her black hair flowed freely like silk in the breeze, framing her snow-white complexion. This was Yu Zhao. After 6 months of seclusion, she had successfully reached the golden core stage, a whole decade earlier than in her previous life. "The purple gold pot that Master crafted is truly remarkable," she mused, her tone laced with admiration. Its illusions adapt to the user's cultivation levels seamlessly. After inheriting the legacy of Bright Moon Hermit, Yu Zhao had learned the correct method to recognize the pot as its owner and refine it. With her golden core cultivation, the illusions it created could wield power comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. She couldn't help but imagine how entertaining it would be to unleash the purple gold pot during battle. The startled reactions of her enemies would undoubtedly be priceless. At the same time, Yu Zhao looked forward to the day she would acquire the heavenly fairy herb. With it, she planned to personally forge a life-bound magical artifact perfectly harmonizing with her illusory tides technique. But before that, her immediate goal was to journey to Southern Abyss City and investigate the former site of the Water Cloud Palace. She hoped to uncover clues related to Shui Qingyu. Her eagerness quickened her pace, transforming her into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, at the Greenwood sect, emerging from the pill refinement chamber, Wang Qin bumped straight into Mu Yi, who had just arrived to refine pills of her own. His expression darkened, and he let out a heavy snort. Mu Yi, not one to indulge him, walked past without so much as a glance. Feeling slighted, Wang Qin's rage boiled over. Mu Yi, stop right there. You're not the young sect master yet, so drop the attitude. Turning around, Mu Yi rolled her eyes. Wang Qin, if you're ill, take some pills and stop spouting nonsense in my presence. Her retort was sharp, but Wang Qin had only himself to blame. He was petty and constantly spoke in a snide, sarcastic tone. Mu Yi had tried reasoning with him before, but her efforts were futile. She had since given up. Mu Yi, Wang Qin yelled, his face red with fury. Don't think you can become a young sect master just because the sect leader favors you. You're not qualified. Mu Yi sighed, exasperated. This was exactly why she avoided him. Wang Qin not only instigated trouble, but twisted the narrative to cast her as the aggressor. And without fail, he dragged the young sect master position into every quarrel, making him impossible to reason with. Wang Qin, she said firmly, let me make this clear for the last time. The position of young sect master will be decided by merit. If you can surpass me in the disciples' assessment, I'll concede without complaint. But if you can't, then keep quiet. Understood. Both were Pill Hall disciples at the late Foundation establishment stage and had joined the sect around the same time. Naturally, they were often compared. Mu Yi welcomed the competition. Having a rival pushed her to strive harder. Unfortunately, Wang Qin didn't share her view. To him, she was a constant thorn in his side, someone he had to undermine at every turn. Fortunately, the annual disciple assessment was only a year away. The sect leader had already announced that the winner would become the next young sect master. It would be the perfect opportunity to settle the score. You think you'll win? Wang Qin sneered, his voice dripping with venom. Dream on. When I crush you, you'd better kneel and bow to me. With that, he stormed off, leaving Mu Yi shaking her head in disdain. Why couldn't she have fellow disciples as trustworthy as senior sister Zhao from the Five Elements Dao sect or Yu Zhao? What a pity. Elsewhere, Wang Qin couldn't stop thinking about the name Yu Zhao. He had been secluded in his pill-refining retreat for 3 months. Surely, there must be new developments from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion by now. Using a communication talisman, he sent messages to Guoming In and Tian Han to meet him. Half an hour later, the three of them gathered in Wang Qin's cave dwelling. Wang Qin cast a sidelong glance at the two, his expression cold and severe. What's the situation with the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Is Yu Zhao dead or alive? Tian Han chuckled nervously. Senior brother Wang Qin, the pavilion hasn't responded yet. It seems the person who accepted the task hasn't found Yu Zhao's whereabouts, so his voice trailed off under Wang Qin's furious glare. Wang Qin was livid, his anger barely contained. 6 months. It's in 6 months. They can't even locate Yu Zhao. What good are those people? Isn't the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion supposed to be known for fulfilling any request? Is this how they handle matters? Having just endured a frustrating encounter with Mu Yi, Wang Qin had hoped to vent his anger by hearing about Yu Zhao's miserable state. But now, despite completing 2 batches of pills, he hadn't seen even a trace of Yu Zhao. What was the point of issuing a bounty if it accomplished nothing? Senior brother Wang Qin, please calm down. Anger is bad for your health. Yu Zhao won't escape for long. Seeing Tian Han being thoroughly berated, Guoming In, feeling a sense of shared misery, stepped in to mediate. Wang Qin turned his sharp gaze toward him, lifting his chin slightly, signaling him to continue. Guoming In poured a cup of hot tea and pushed it toward Wang Qin before explaining further. Last time, when Tian Han and I went to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, I made some inquiries. The ones who accepted the task were the 4 gentlemen, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, known for a 100% success rate in assassinations. Their average cultivation level is at the mid-golden core stage. Among them, the The plum gentleman excels at tracking. With him involved, even if Zhao fled to the ends of the earth, there's no escaping their pursuit. Wang Qian's expression shifted slightly. Are these four gentlemen really that formidable? Absolutely, Guoming emphasized. Though their reputation isn't well known within sects, they are legendary among rogue cultivators. No one dares to provoke them. If Yu Zhao encounters them, there's only one outcome, death. Wang Qian fell silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, Guoming leaned in conspiratorially. Actually, the longer this task drags on, the better it is for us. How so? Think about it, senior brother Wang Qian. If Yu Zhao had been killed in the wilderness shortly after her conflict with us, the Five Elements Dao sect would have immediately suspected us. But now 6 months have passed. Who knows what kind of enemies Yu Zhao might have made outside. If she dies now, no one can pin it on us. Both Wang Qian and Tian Han perked up at the insight. Indeed, the earlier Yu Zhao's death, the greater their risk of being implicated. If Master Qing Yin personally investigated, even the Greenwood sect might not be able to shield them. By sheer luck, the delay in Yu Zhao's demise had inadvertently increased their safety. Senior brother Hua, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Wang Qian, in high spirits, patted Guoming on the shoulder with satisfaction. Relieved, Guoming and Tian Han exchanged glances, realizing they had passed this hurdle. There's an old saying, being close to a king is like living near a tiger. They deeply understood its truth. Working alongside Wang Qian was more challenging than cultivation itself. If it weren't for being ostracized by Mu Ye's clique, they would never have turned to Wang Qian. How they regretted it now. Guoming was not wrong. The four gentlemen, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, were as formidable as their reputation suggested. Within just half a month of Yu Zhao leaving seclusion, they tracked her using special methods, relentlessly pursuing her. Finally, they caught up with her on a desolate mountain 10,000 miles away from southern Abyss City. Initially, Yu Zhao mistook the four for mere travelers and stepped aside to avoid them. To her surprise, they swiftly formed a square formation, encircling her. "Miss, you've made a search far and wide," said one of the women. Her delicate and graceful features contrasted sharply with her attire, a man's robe embroidered with green bamboo. Her demeanor exuded the elegance of a scholarly gentleman. Their intent was clearly hostile. Yu Zhao remained outwardly calm, but grew vigilant internally. "Bamboo gentleman, why waste words? Let's kill her," another woman interjected. Her attire was similar to bamboo gentleman's, but featured black chrysanthemums. Her fierce expression and ruthless gaze made her hostility unmistakable. "Ah, chrysanthemum gentleman, you're always so impatient." A striking woman dressed in robes embroidered with red plum blossoms giggled, covering her mouth with an elegant hand. "After chasing this little lady for so long, don't we deserve some fun before finishing her off?" The last woman, wearing an orchid motif, said nothing but clearly approved of the sentiment. Yu Zhao studied their distinctive attire and how they addressed one another. Her voice turned solemn. "You must be the four gentlemen, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum." Having lived an additional lifetime, Yu Zhao's knowledge far surpassed that of a typical sect disciple venturing into the world for the first time. The four gentlemen were the top assassins of the Dark Pavilion. Despite being women, they dressed as men and adopted the titles of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, priding themselves on their supposed gentlemanly demeanor. When Yu Zhao had first heard of them, it was their deaths being reported. The four gentlemen accepted any assassination task, so long as the price met their standards, regardless of the target. This indiscriminate approach ultimately led to their downfall. Relatives of their past targets sought vengeance, killing them in gruesome ways. For a long while after their demise, no one dared to take up assassination missions issued by the Dark Pavilion. The realization struck Yu Zhao immediately. Someone had posted a bounty on her in the Dark Pavilion. Her eyes flickered with cold determination as she considered who might have issued such a bounty. "Bamboo gentleman, with a flourish, produced a folding fan made of bamboo. With a flick of her wrist, it snapped open as she adopted a pretentious pose. Indeed, we are the four gentlemen. I am Bamboo Gentleman. The woman in red plum attire smiled faintly. I am Plum Gentleman. I am Orchid Gentleman, said the third woman. Lastly, the one clad in black chrysanthemums scoffed, but introduced herself nonetheless. Chrysanthemum Gentleman. Yu Zhao. Was a full round of introductions really necessary? Miss, do you have any last wishes? I, Bamboo Gentleman, am willing to give you the time it takes for half a stick of incense to fulfill them. Consider it our gentlemanly courtesy, Bamboo Gentleman said, waving her fan with exaggerated sophistication. Yu Zhao found herself reminded of pedantic scholars. She hesitated momentarily before reaching into her storage pouch and retrieving her lotus incense burner. May I light some incense? Poisoned incense. Chrysanthemum Gentleman snarled, her eyes sharp with suspicion. She drew her flying sword from her waist and unleashed a deadly wave of sword energy at Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao sighed inwardly and sidestepped the attack. Enraged by her miss, Chrysanthemum Gentleman barked, Bamboo Gentleman, Orchid Gentleman, what are you waiting for? Kill her. Her impatience stemmed not only from her fiery personality, but also from unease. When they had accepted the mission, Yu Zhao had only been at the Foundation establishment stage, late phase perfection. Yet in less than 6 months, she had advanced to the Golden Core stage. Chrysanthemum Gentleman was deeply unsettled by how rapidly Yu Zhao had progressed in cultivation. Despite her initial bravado, doubt crept into her mind. Since Chrysanthemum Gentleman had already initiated the attack, the other 3 wasted no time joining in. Bamboo Gentleman's artifact was her folding fan. She blew a stream of spiritual energy onto it, and the bamboo leaves painted on the fan began writhing like living creatures. Moments later, countless ink-black bamboo leaves broke free from the fan, gathering in front of Bamboo Gentleman. Go, she commanded, sending the mass of bamboo leaves hurtling toward Yu Zhao like a rain of arrows. At the same time, Orchid Gentleman summoned her artifact, a massive orchid flower. Its crystalline petals shimmered with veins of red. Lock, she shouted, and an array of red threads shot out from the orchid, weaving into a net in midair that rapidly shrank toward Yu Zhao. Plum Gentleman, however, didn't attack. Her expertise lay in tracking, so she stood back with arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. 3 Golden Core cultivators attacking simultaneously. Surely even a newly advanced Golden Core cultivator wouldn't stand a chance. Or so Plum Gentleman thought, until the very next moment proved her wrong. Yu Zhao remained composed amidst the onslaught, even allowing a mysterious smile to appear on her lips. Her recent breakthrough to the Golden Core stage meant that her mastery of the illusory tides technique had reached its 3rd level. Now, she could conjure illusions without relying on incense, shaping them with her bare hands. A peculiar wave of spiritual energy rippled outward, enveloping the 4 gentlemen. Before they even realized what was happening, their consciousnesses were drawn into Yu Zhao's illusion. The bamboo leaves, sword energy, and red threads froze midair. The entire battlefield seemed suspended in time. Little Bamboo, you're a girl. You shouldn't compete with your brother. Listen to your mother. Stay home and cultivate under the family elder, said a stern voice. Bamboo Gentleman, her mind hazy and disoriented, opened her eyes to see a severe face staring down at her. Mother, she murmured instinctively. Her mother didn't respond to her plea and continued pressing her to remain at home. Bamboo Gentleman felt reluctant, but her mother's stern expression left her with no choice but to bow her head in silent resentment. Her days at home, training under the family elder, turned out to be far worse than she imagined. The elder was openly dismissive of her due to her gender, focusing all his attention on teaching her male cousins. Whenever her brother returned from the longevity sect, radiating pride and success, it only deepened her frustration. Desperate, she begged her mother to allow her to join even a minor sect, just to escape her stifling existence. But her mother refused every time, eventually locking her inside the house to prevent her from leaving. Days turned into months, months into years. Bamboo Gentleman huddled in a dark corner of her room. Her pallid skin had taken on a sickly hue from the lack of sunlight. Her eyes were vacant, her face haggard, and an indescribable pain churned within her. No, this isn't real. Somewhere deep in her consciousness, she recognized the abnormality of her experiences. Yet every attempt to question the reality around her resulted in searing headaches, as though her very soul were being torn apart. The growing rift between reality and illusion led to frequent hallucinations. Sometimes, she saw herself as the ruthless assassin of the Dark Pavilion. Other times, she was the forsaken daughter trapped in a family that never valued her. Eventually, the lines blurred so thoroughly that she could no longer distinguish which was the illusion and which was reality. Lost and disoriented, time ceased to hold meaning for her. Orchid Gentleman, Plum Gentleman, and Bamboo Gentleman each experienced different illusions. Yet all three became deeply trapped, unable to escape. To Yu Zhao's surprise, the only one among the four gentlemen to retain her clarity and break free from the illusion was the most impulsive and hot-tempered of them, Chrysanthemum Gentleman. Soaked in sweat, as though she had just emerged from water, Chrysanthemum Gentleman's eyes were unusually bright. She stood still for a while, shaking off the lingering fear from the nightmare she had just endured. Glancing around, she saw Bamboo Gentleman, Orchid Gentleman, and Plum Gentleman all with their eyes closed, trembling slightly, their faces twisted in terror. Rage flared in Chrysanthemum Gentleman's eyes. Having just escaped the illusion, she knew how horrifying it was. It was the kind of nightmare she would never want to relive. Yu Zhao, you deserve to die, Chrysanthemum Gentleman bellowed, raising her sword and charging at Yu Zhao. She knew that killing Yu Zhao would shatter the illusion and free her companions. Yu Zhao, sensing the intent, pushed off the ground with her toes and retreated swiftly. Chrysanthemum Gentleman gave chase, unwilling to let her prey escape. When she realized she couldn't close the distance, she abruptly halted, her spiritual energy surging. Her robes, embroidered with chrysanthemums, seemed to ripple in the air. With both hands gripping her sword, Chrysanthemum Gentleman swung downward, unleashing a nearly tangible wave of sword energy. It roared toward Yu Zhao with murderous intent, the sheer speed of it creating sonic booms. A chill ran down Yu Zhao's spine. Every fiber of her being screamed of imminent danger. Phantom shift. Yu Zhao's hands rapidly formed a seal. Her figure blurred, and an identical copy of her emerged. Then a second, a third. In mere moments, 15 identical copies of Yu Zhao surrounded her, each radiating the same aura as her original form. In the next instant, the 16 Yu Zhao scattered, darting in all directions. Chrysanthemum Gentleman's eyes widened in shock. Even with her divine sense, she couldn't determine which one was the real Yu Zhao. Her earlier attack had consumed nearly half her spiritual energy. If she failed to significantly injure Yu Zhao, the tides of the battle would undoubtedly turn against her. Split. Chrysanthemum Gentleman extended her arm, clenching her fist. The massive sword energy she had released halted midair. Opening her fingers, she split the sword energy into 16 smaller streams. Go, she commanded, sending each of the 16 sword energies to pursue a Yu Zhao clone. This maneuver left her face flushed and lips pale. Redirecting attacks mid-flight demanded immense focus and spiritual energy. Normally, she wouldn't resort to such a self-destructive method, but she was determined to end the fight quickly. As she watched Yu Zhao scramble under the relentless pursuit of the sword energies, Chrysanthemum Gentleman couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. One of the sword energies caught up with a fleeing Yu Zhao and pierced through her back. With a soft pop, the figure dissolved into a puff of smoke. A clone. Chrysanthemum Gentleman's disappointment was fleeting. She understood how difficult it was to pinpoint Yu Zhao's true body among so many copies. The truth was, Yu Zhao's mysterious techniques had planted seeds of fear deep in Chrysanthemum Gentleman's heart. She was acutely aware that if Yu Zhao survived this encounter, she would haunt her as an unshakable nightmare for the rest of her life. Thus, Yu Zhao had to die. One by one, the clones disappeared with faint bursts. Chrysanthemum Gentleman's grip on her sword tightened with each vanishing clone. Finally, only one figure remained, still dodging frantically. "Got you!" Chrysanthemum Gentleman exclaimed with elation. Without hesitation, she poured the last of her spiritual energy into her sword and struck once more, unleashing another devastating wave of sword energy. The attack came fast, so fast that it overtook Yu Zhao in the blink of an eye, striking her body before Chrysanthemum Gentleman could even celebrate. But with a loud bang, Yu Zhao's figure shattered into fragments. Another clone. How can this be? Chrysanthemum Gentleman was rendered speechless, her face pale with disbelief. Out of the 16 clones, none had been the real Yu Zhao. So where was she? Before she could process the thought, a cool, calm voice spoke behind her. "Looking for me?" Chrysanthemum Gentleman's expression changed drastically. She spun around, thrusting her sword backward. The blade grazed Yu Zhao's robe, leaving a shallow cut on the fabric. Yu Zhao remained composed, raising a hand to flick a small ray of spiritual light toward Chrysanthemum Gentleman. The light shimmered briefly before vanishing into Chrysanthemum Gentleman's body. Unbeknownst to her, the scene around her subtly shifted. Chrysanthemum Gentleman turned, her gaze landing on what appeared to be 3 of Yu Zhao's clones standing in the distance. Gripping her sword tightly, she dragged her left hand along its blade, smearing it with her own blood. The crimson stain seeped into the sword, and a dark aura began to radiate, filling the air with a faint, metallic tang. A twisted grin spread across Chrysanthemum Gentleman's face. "Die!" With a roar, she unleashed a flurry of sword light, slicing through the air with terrifying force. It was as if the entire world was being torn apart. A scream echoed. Blood splattered across the ground, thickening the stench of iron in the air. Chrysanthemum Gentleman watched as Yu Zhao fell into a pool of her own blood. Throwing her head back, she laughed maniacally. "Yu Zhao, no matter how clever you are, death is your only end." From behind, Yu Zhao's cold voice pierced through the triumphant atmosphere. "Is that so? Then take a good look at who lies before you." Chrysanthemum Gentleman froze, an inexplicable sense of dread rising within her. As if a veil had been lifted from her eyes, her vision suddenly became crystal clear. What she saw shook her to the core. The bodies of Bamboo Gentleman, Orchid Gentleman, and Plum Gentleman lay sprawled on the ground, their breathing faint, their forms battered and torn by sword energy. Their injuries were devastating. There wasn't a single unscathed inch on their bodies. No. Chrysanthemum Gentleman shook her head violently, repeating the denial, as though sheer willpower could undo the reality before her. Sword cultivators were known for their unparalleled offensive strength. With her companions trapped in an illusion and unable to defend themselves, the devastation she wrought had been catastrophic. Plum Gentleman and Orchid Gentleman had perished, their lifeless forms pale and still. Bamboo Gentleman clung to life, barely holding on. Not an hour ago, the 4 gentlemen, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, had stood with unwavering confidence. Now, only Chrysanthemum Gentleman remained standing. Chrysanthemum Gentleman dropped her sword, clutching her head as a desperate wail escaped her lips. She had killed her closest companions with her own hands. She was the villain. Under the crushing weight of guilt and despair, her cultivation heart shattered. In her anguish, she chose to end her life by turning her blade upon herself. As her body collapsed to the ground, her mind echoed with a single thought. Never again, never let me face a cultivator skilled in illusions. Bang! The dust settled. Yu Zhao stepped past Chrysanthemum Gentleman's lifeless form, stopping before the gravely injured Bamboo Gentleman. Bamboo Gentleman struggled to open her eyes, her voice faint as she used the last of her strength to ask, Am I bamboo gentleman? Or just little bamboo? Yu Zhao was silent for a moment before answering. You are bamboo gentleman. A weak smile spread across bamboo gentleman's face, mingled with relief. Uh-huh. Blood bubbled from her lips as she laughed softly, her eyes filled with a flicker of contentment. How wonderful. She was bamboo gentleman, the assassin who roamed the cultivation world, not the helpless girl trapped in her family home. With that thought, her smile faded, and her gaze dimmed as life slipped away. This wasn't the first time Zhao had taken a life. In her previous life, she had been expelled from the Five Elements Tao sect, reduced to a wandering outcast, and labeled a public enemy of the cultivation world. Countless people sought her life, eager to curry favor with Ye Cong Xin. Yu Zhao didn't want to die, so her hands were stained with the blood of those who sought to kill her. Though she had never met most of them, her encounters with them always ended the same. One lived and one died. This life was no different. Yu Zhao didn't want to kill, but there were always people who wished to end her life. Between killing and being killed, she was left with no other choice. As she watched the four lives fade before her eyes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Yet, it only strengthened her resolve to grow stronger. To avoid becoming the prey, she had to become the sharpest blade. Exhaling deeply, Yu Zhao steadied her emotions and began cleaning up the aftermath. The four gentlemen, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, were renowned assassins in the cultivation world, notorious for their killings and treasure seizing. Their storerooms were filled with wealth that now belonged to Yu Zhao. She emptied their storage spaces, collecting everything of value. Then, using her spiritual energy, she dug a pit on the desolate mountain and buried their bodies before leaving without a backward glance. The scene left behind bore the marks of a fierce battle. In the dark pavilion, assassination missions remained active on the task list until completed or voluntarily canceled by the client. This meant that after the four gentlemen's failure, others could still take on a mission. By deliberately leaving traces of the battle, Yu Zhao was sending a message to the dark pavilion. I'm not afraid of you. Come at me with everything you've got. It was audacious to the extreme. The dark pavilion's administrators quickly understood her intention, leaving them with mixed feelings. Her actions aligned perfectly with the reports they had gathered about her. A person bold enough to defy her master and get expelled from her sect. Would she hesitate to provoke an entire assassin's guild? Even at an auction, she had made disciples of the Green would sect lose face in public. What they hadn't expected was her formidable combat prowess. Defeating the four gentlemen, their top assassins, single-handedly? And to think she had only reached the Golden Core stage less than 6 months ago. How is this even possible? Are all disciples of the Five Elements Tao sect monsters? Thought the administrator, shaking his head in regret. Had he known, he would never have accepted this troublesome bounty for a few top-grade spirit stones. Pavilion Master, the four gentlemen are dead. Should the mission to hunt Yu Zhao remain active? One of the black-clad subordinates hesitantly asked. The Pavilion Master pondered for a moment before replying coldly. Pass the news to the Greenwood sect and see what they decide. If they want to proceed, tell them they'll need to pay more. The task had already been issued. By now, those who needed to know already knew. Backtracking wasn't an option. It was better to shift the problem to the Greenwood sect and let them deal with it. Also, inform them that due to the severe losses we've suffered, the initial bounty deposit is non-refundable, even if they choose to cancel the task. The black-clad subordinate frowned. Pavilion Master, this might violate protocol. Both the Five Elements Tao sect and the Greenwood sect were formidable. Offending either was a dangerous game. The Pavilion Master smirked, unfazed. They won't make this public. Even if they bite their tongues, they'll swallow the blood. From the moment the Greenwood sect approached the dark pavilion, they had handed over a damning piece of evidence. If word got out that Greenwood sect disciples had hired assassins to kill a Five Elements Tao sect disciple, the Greenwood sect's reputation would be in tatters. The person behind the bounty would face severe consequences. The pavilion master was confident that Wang Qian and his peers wouldn't dare come knocking. Hearing this, the subordinate found the logic sound and left to carry out the orders without further hesitation. Smack! Su Ming opened his hand to reveal the nearly palm-sized mosquito beast squashed within. His face turned livid with anger. Abruptly standing up, he vented, "Eldest senior brother, how much longer are we going to stay in this cursed place?" 3 months. They had been stuck in this swampy forest, teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin for 3 whole months. They hadn't encountered Yu Zhao. Not even visiting cultivators seemed to pass through this desolate region. Every day was a battle against the relentless pests. Su Ming had had enough, and today, the mosquito beast attack finally broke the dam of his frustration. With pent-up emotions surging forth, he snapped, "Eldest senior brother, this is unbearable." Fang Chenglang didn't even glance at him. Perched cross-legged on a thick tree branch, he replied indifferently, "I told you not to come back then, but you insisted. Now, if you don't want to stay here, you're free to leave." Eldest senior brother. Su Ming's voice rose. He knew it was his own decision to endure the misery of the swamp. It wasn't fair to blame eldest senior brother. But Fang Chenglang had always been the most forgiving and dependable among their fellow disciples, the anchor of their group. Su Ming's complaints were, in truth, a veiled plea for comfort, hoping Fang Chenglang would offer a few words of reassurance. To his shock, eldest senior brother's response was the opposite of what he expected. Su Ming's anger mingled with a strange sense of unease. Eldest senior brother doesn't seem the same anymore. A troubling thought crept into his mind. Will he, too, start distancing himself from us like Zhao did? Lan Ziyu and Cui Zhu exchanged worried glances. Both had noticed something off about Fang Chenglang. His demeanor had grown colder, and his strained interactions hinted at a barrier slowly forming between him and the rest of them. Eldest senior brother, third senior brother didn't mean to blame you. Please don't be angry with him, came Ye Cong Xin's soft, timid voice. Despite the grimy swamp, Ye Cong Xin remained clean and unblemished, thanks to the protective talismans and insect-repelling pouches provided by Lan Ziyu and the others. Her appearance was a stark contrast to their disheveled state. Fang Chenglang's expression darkened further upon hearing her voice. Ye Cong Xin bit her lip, looking as though she might cry, her delicate face brimming with grievance. Inside, however, resentment festered, growing wildly. For weeks, she had humbled herself, tirelessly currying favor with everyone. Lan Ziyu, Su Ming, and Cui Zhu had all warmed to her in varying degrees. Especially Cui Zhu. His favorability score had risen to 85. Just 5 more points, and she could begin siphoning his fortune. But Fang Chenglang remained an exception. Not only was he unmoved, but his favorability was steadily dropping. Yesterday, when she checked his score, she was stunned to find it had plummeted to 20. Ye Cong Xin was furious, nearly beside herself with rage. Her intention in stepping forward now wasn't to mediate between Fang Chenglang and Su Ming, but to increase her favorability with Cui Zhu and the others. As expected, seeing Fang Chenglang ignore Ye Cong Xin entirely, both Cui Zhu and Lan Ziyu showed signs of displeasure. To them, their little junior sister was frail yet determined. Her willingness to endure the dangers of the swamp with them in their search for Yu Zhao reflected her pure and considerate nature. If eldest senior brother didn't appreciate her efforts, the least he could do was not treat her coldly. Eldest senior brother, yes, Yu Zhao is her junior sister, but so is little junior sister. Why do you treat them so differently? Lan Ziyu's expression was solemn as he addressed Fang Chenglang. Differently? Fang Chenglang chuckled coldly. Lan Ziyu, wasn't it you who played favorites? If Yu Zhao and Ye Cong Xin are both our junior sisters, why do you address Yu Zhao by her full name, but call Ye Cong Xin little junior sister? Those involved are often lost in confusion, while observers see things clearly. Fang Chenglang had never realized that his treatment of Yu Zhao and Ye Cong Xin was any different. In his mind, Both were his junior sisters. In fact, since Yu Zhao had been in the sect longer, he felt closer to her. It wasn't until Yu Zhao, in her fury, severed ties with them and voluntarily left the sect that he realized his behavior had become biased without him even noticing. Even then, he didn't fully understand. Sometimes, he blamed Yu Zhao for overreacting, but countless nightmares forced him to face the truth. A mistake is a mistake, though they might not have acted with malice. The hurt Yu Zhao endured was real and irreversible. The more Feng Chenglang understood, the more pain he felt. What made it worse was that no one else understood his anguish. Instead, they criticized him, just as they had criticized Yu Zhao. For Yu Zhao, for fairness, Feng Chenglang refused to remain silent. I've always addressed her like that, Lan Ziyu replied, startled by Feng Chenglang's question, instinctively defending himself. Just because you've always done so, does that make it right? Feng Chenglang pressed on, his tone sharp. Lan Ziyu had no answer. Embarrassed, he retorted coldly. Why didn't you speak up earlier, eldest senior brother? You must have thought the same as I did. If he felt hurt, he wanted Feng Chenglang to feel the same. Feng Chenglang's chest ached as if pierced by a blade, though his expression remained calm. You're right. That's why I'm here, to atone. Have you ever thought about why you're here? Lan Ziyu fell silent. Cui Ju and Su Ming lowered their gazes as well. Their intentions might have differed, but their ultimate goal was the same. They wanted Yu Zhao to return to Lone Moon Peak. The 7 disciples of Lone Moon Peak were incomplete without one of them, but the word atonement weighed too heavily on them. They couldn't agree with it. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, please don't argue anymore. I'm willing to stay. Ye Cong Xian's eyes glistened with tears, her nose slightly red. She looked pitifully at the group. Lan Ziyu snorted and turned away. Her words gave him an excuse to back down. Feng Chenglang remained indifferent, offering no response. Su Ming hung his head in dejection, confusion clouding his eyes. Could the carefree days when they sat by the stream, drinking and laughing together, never return? The Southern Abyss, also known as the Southern Sea, is renowned for its demonic beasts and scattered islands. Every year, countless cultivators venture here to hunt beasts for their beast cores or sail to islands in search of treasures. Adjacent to the Southern Abyss City thrives as a bustling hub, earning the title of first city of the southern region. Yu Zhao's clues suggested that the former site of the Water Cloud Palace was located outside the city, but the information was vague, with only a general direction provided. Yu Zhao decided to start her search in Southern Abyss City, hoping to uncover more precise leads. Surprisingly, Yu Zhao's journey to the city was uneventful. No ambushes from the Dark Pavilion's assassins or other threats, save for a few ill-intentioned cultivators. These opportunists, after failing to discern Yu Zhao's cultivation level, chose to retreat instead of confronting her. Unbothered, Yu Zhao pressed onward. The proximity of Southern Abyss City to the sea was evident in its unique architecture. The city walls were adorned with decorations like seashells, fish scales, and bones. A faint scent of the sea lingered in the air. Upon arrival, Yu Zhao joined a line of cultivators entering the city. As she observed the seaside aesthetics of the streets, a crisp voice interrupted her thoughts. Senior, do you need a guide? It's very cheap. Only 5 lower-grade spirit stones per day. Looking down, Yu Zhao saw a round-faced, slightly tanned young girl. The girl nervously clutched her clothing, but spoke with surprising composure. Are you a local cultivator? Yu Zhao asked, detecting a faint spiritual fluctuation from the girl, around the second stage of qi refinement. Yu Zhao decided the term cultivator was apt. The girl blushed slightly, nodded, and replied with courage. Yes, I am. What's your name? Little Red, she answered. Little Red. Yu Zhao raised an eyebrow in surprise and scrutinized the girl's attire. After a moment, she said, It's my first time in Southern Abyss City, and I do need a guide. All right, you'll do. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. Little Red bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Yu Zhao used her spiritual energy to help the girl up. All right, lead the way and tell me about the city. Of course, Senior. Little Red began to follow Zhao, carefully explaining the customs and notable landmarks of Southern Abyss City. Built by the sea, the city's shops offered a mix of basic cultivation tools, like talismans and artifacts, alongside the remains of sea beasts. At one shop, Zhao noticed a grotesque creature larger than a two-story building. Its fish-like body had a sharp beak, jagged teeth, and protrusions resembling two tumors on its head, its appearance nightmarishly ugly. Seeing Zhao's interest, Little Red eagerly explained, "Senior, this is a meatball sea monster. Though it looks hideous, its strength in water rivals that of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. It can easily capsize a ship. Its meat is delicate, and it's said that consuming it regularly improves skin texture and complexion." Zhao glanced at the monster again, her expression twitching slightly before quickly averting her gaze. Little Red grinned, but then covered her mouth, realizing her mistake, and resumed a serious demeanor. Pretending not to notice, Zhao continued walking. In the center of the street stood an elegant five-story building. A dark blue banner with a depiction of a merfolk, half human, half fish, fluttered at the entrance. "What's that place?" Zhao asked. Little Red looked proud. "Senior, that's the famous merfolk pavilion. It sells treasures exclusive to the Southern Abyss." Intrigued, Zhao headed directly for the pavilion. Little Red followed enthusiastically, her eyes shining with excitement. Although proud of the pavilion, Little Red had only been inside once and had barely ventured beyond the first floor before leaving, feeling out of place in her dusty clothes. This time, however, was different. She was accompanying a senior, and that gave her confidence. As Zhao stepped into the Merfolk Pavilion, a refreshing breeze greeted her. Not the salty sea air, but a clean and soothing fragrance that lifted the spirit. The interior, designed in shades of blue and white, evoked the essence of the ocean. The walls, embedded with countless radiant pearls, created a unique and captivating atmosphere. The Merfolk Pavilion stood 5 stories tall, each level offering a unique array of goods. The first floor displayed a collection of exquisite accessories, such as hairpins carved from fish bones. These hairpins resembled jade in texture and were adorned with miniature defensive arrays, combining beauty with practicality. Zhao rarely wore accessories. In her early years, her finances were tight, and Lone Moon Peak, where she resided, was predominantly male. As a result, her sense of aesthetics remained underdeveloped. Now, faced with the dazzling assortment in the Merfolk Pavilion, Zhao's interest surged. She selected numerous beautiful and functional pieces, intending to gift them to senior sister Zhao, Mu Yi, and others upon her return. With no shortage of spirit stones, and bolstered further by the fortune she had seized from the 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, Zhao could afford to be extravagant. Calling over a female cultivator tasked with hosting guests, Zhao had the woman hold a tray for her. Anything that caught her, I was immediately added. Before long, the tray overflowed with items, prompting another attendant to take over with a fresh tray. Zhao's unabashed extravagance did not go unnoticed. Many on the first floor discreetly cast curious glances in her direction. Little Red, observing this, grew increasingly anxious. She furiously signaled Zhao with her eyes. When Zhao ignored her, Little Red summoned her courage and tugged at Zhao's sleeve, whispering urgently, "Senior, senior, it's unwise to flaunt your wealth." Zhao lifted her head and scanned the room. The natural authority of a golden core cultivator radiated as her gaze swept the crowd. Those in the pavilion's first-floor hall felt their hearts tighten, quickly averting their eyes. In the cultivation world, nascent soul cultivators were rare and revered as regional overlords. Golden core cultivators, though slightly less exalted, were still formidable and not to be trifled with. The fact that the Dark Pavilion's top assassins, the 4 gentlemen, were at the Golden Core stage underscored this reality. Once Zhao's commanding aura was revealed, no one dared look in her direction again. Some even stepped aside preemptively as she approached, a mark of respect. Little Red's eyes sparkled with admiration. Having grown up in Southern Abyss City, where she cared for her younger siblings, Little Red had always idolized confident and powerful female cultivators like Yu Zhao. She felt fortunate for boldly volunteering to guide Yu Zhao when she first entered the city. Today's experience was something she would cherish for a lifetime. After surveying the first floor, Yu Zhao turned her attention to the second. A perceptive attendant stepped forward and explained enthusiastically, "Immortal, the second floor of the Merfolk Pavilion specializes in Southern Abyss delicacies. You can dine in or take them away. These make excellent gifts as well." Delicacies? Yu Zhao immediately thought of that grotesque fish from before. Tentatively, she asked, "I heard there's a sea beast called the meatball sea monster with exceptionally tender meat. Do you carry it?" The attendant's smile grew even brighter. "Of course. The meatball sea monster is a signature specialty of Southern Abyss. At the Merfolk Pavilion, we've developed various ways to prepare it to suit all palates." After a brief hesitation, Yu Zhao decided to ascend to the second floor. She wasn't particularly curious whether eating the meatball sea monster could improve her complexion. She just wanted to broaden her horizons. Truly, Little Red, however, could barely contain her excitement. The second floor was a world she had never dared to step into, shrouded in a mysterious allure. Even if she couldn't taste the food, just smelling it would be enough to satisfy her. Between the first and second floors, the Merfolk Pavilion employed an array to isolate aromas. The moment Yu Zhao stepped onto the second floor, the fresh air from below was replaced by an indescribably rich and enticing fragrance. Both she and Little Red instinctively took a deep breath, their mouths watering as their appetites surged. The second floor of the Merfolk Pavilion was entirely different in design from the first. Perhaps to highlight the varied preparation methods of food, the second floor was divided into square booths, each dedicated to a specific type of sea beast. The female cultivator mistakenly thought that Yu Zhao brought up the meatball sea monster out of an interest in its flavor. She promptly led Yu Zhao and Little Red straight to the booth selling dishes made from the creature. "Fairy, these are various delicacies prepared using the meatball sea monster's meat. The skewers beside them are for tasting," the woman explained. A long table stood before the booth, holding several square wooden boxes filled with delicacies prepared in diverse ways. The sea beast meat had been cut and cooked so skillfully that its original form was unrecognizable, which helped diminish the sense of revulsion Yu Zhao initially felt. She picked up a tasting skewer and pierced a meatball. Its golden crust was crisp and fragrant. As she bit into it, a burst of rich, savory juice filled her mouth. Yu Zhao's eyes brightened. The fish meat, tender from repeated pounding, offered a delightfully bouncy texture. There was no trace of fishiness, replaced instead by a refreshing sweetness. It was a flavor entirely new to her. She grabbed another skewer, intending to share it with the eager young girl standing behind her. Pausing for a moment, Yu Zhao reconsidered, using a fresh skewer to pick up a fishball before handing it to Little Red. "Try it and let me know what you think," Yu Zhao said. Little Red had been about to politely refuse but swallowed her words instead. After all, she wasn't being greedy. She was merely helping her senior test the food. With that thought, Little Red cautiously bit into the fishball. The moment its fresh, sweet flavor bloomed on her tongue, her eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Zhao found her reaction adorable and couldn't help but chuckle. "How does it taste?" Little Red nodded enthusiastically. She had never tasted anything so delicious before. It almost moved her to tears. Fortunately, she suppressed her emotions, mindful of her task. Still, the regret in her gaze as she looked at the fishball betrayed her thoughts. How wonderful it would be if her brothers could also enjoy such a treat. Of course, this remained a passing wish. She couldn't afford to embarrass her senior by acting on it. "You might also enjoy the braised fish," the booth attendant suggested. "It has a distinct flavor compared to the fish balls." Caught up in the feast, Yu Zhao quickly forgot what the meatball sea monster even looked like. Following the attendant's recommendations, she sampled one dish after another, each made from different parts of various sea beasts. She even made sure to share some with Little Red. Half an hour later, Zhao left the second floor, fully satisfied. Her storage space was now brimming with hundreds of food boxes filled with sea beast meat, ready to sustain her throughout her travels. Though Merfolk Pavilion saw a daily influx of visiting cultivators, few were as generous as Zhao. Most only bought a few items for a small taste. As such, the female cultivator attending to Zhao was thrilled to encounter such a straightforward and affluent patron. Her respect for Zhao bordered on reverence, treating her as though she were a deity of wealth. Senior, the third floor offers unrefined parts of sea beasts, often used in crafting or alchemy, the female cultivator explained warmly. As they ascended, the bustling energy of the lower floors gave way to a quieter atmosphere. The third floor, far less crowded, had fewer than a tenth of the visitors seen on the second floor. Instead of booths, the floor displayed small samples of sea beast materials, arranged by category along the walls. This layout made it easy to see everything at a glance. Sea beasts living in the southern abyss may not look extraordinary at first glance, but every part of their body is valuable. From tail fins, scales, and bones to tentacles, all can be used for crafting artifacts. Some sea beasts even produce precious demonic cores worth a fortune, drawing countless cultivators to search for treasure. Zhao, possessing a water spiritual root, was inherently unsuited for alchemy or artifact crafting. Even creating her life-bound, magical weapon required her to borrow a pill refining room from the Greenwood sect. Thus, she held little interest in the materials displayed on the wall of the Merfolk Pavilion. Nevertheless, she picked a few popular alchemy materials. Courtesy demanded she not visit Muyi empty-handed. The female cultivator of the Merfolk Pavilion, expecting to make a significant sale on the third floor, felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, she dared not show it, maintaining her bright smile. Fairy, if the goods on the third floor don't meet your expectations, why not visit the fourth floor? There we sell rare treasures from the southern abyss, such as Millennium Ambergris, deep-sea azure crystals, and southern abyss shell pearls. Millennium Ambergris? Zhao raised her eyebrows in interest. Recently, she had felt her supply of incense materials was running low. Let's go to the fourth floor. Delighted, the female cultivator led Zhao and Little Red upstairs. If one had to describe the fourth floor of the Merfolk Pavilion in a single word, it would be luxurious. The luminous pearls that served as mere decoration on the first floor now filled the fourth, accentuating the rare treasures displayed in glass cabinets. The supporting columns were made of highly transparent undersea crystals, refracting brilliant hues under the sunlight. Even the carpet beneath their feet was crafted from the fur of some unknown sea beast. Soft and thick, each step felt as though treading on clouds. Little Red, upon entering, couldn't bring herself to blink, fearing she might miss a single breathtaking sight. The female cultivator, noting their reactions, smiled knowingly and began introducing the treasures on display. Although Zhao was solely interested in the Millennium Ambergris, she listened attentively. After all, traveling and gaining knowledge went hand in hand. Soon, they reached the glass cabinet containing the Millennium Ambergris. This extraordinary fragrance, known in the cultivation world, was amber-hued and released a sweet, calming scent when burned. It could soothe the mind, stabilize one's focus, and promote circulation. The piece before Zhao was rare and exquisite, its golden exterior radiating a rich hue. It was as large as a human head, a truly remarkable treasure among ambergris. May I test the fragrance of this ambergris? Zhao inquired. The female cultivator's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Of course, in business, allowing customers to test the product was never a fear. The concern lay in their lack of interest. With a potential buyer showing curiosity, the female cultivator was overjoyed. She eagerly fetched a silver spoon and a silver plate. Gently, she scraped a fine layer of powder from the ambergris and placed it on the plate. Holding it over a lit candle, The powder soon emitted a unique aroma that filled every corner of the fourth floor. What's that scent? It's fragrant but not overwhelming, pure without being cloying. Could it be ambergris? Let's check it out. Guests scattered across the fourth floor, drawn by the aroma, began converging on the scene. Seeing Zhao and her companions testing the fragrance, some looked on in realization, while others remained curious, captivated by the mesmerizing scent. The powder extracted from the Millennium Ambergris was less than the size of a fingernail, yet its scent remained incredibly potent and domineering even after burning completely. Even when the powder had turned to ash, the unique fragrance of the Millennium Ambergris lingered in the air, as though it had seeped into one's very bones. Before Zhao could say a word, a guest eagerly inquired, "What's the price of this piece of Millennium Ambergris?" Standing beside the man was a female cultivator assigned to assist him. She replied with calm professionalism, "Immortal Master, this piece of Millennium Ambergris comes from the depths of the southern abyss, making it exceptionally rare. The price is 500 superior grade spirit stones." Hearing this, the guest looked as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The excitement in his eyes faded instantly. Although Millennium Ambergris was precious, its appeal was limited. Other than a small circle of incense enthusiasts, few would spend such a fortune on a fragrance. Zhao wasn't an incense enthusiast, but the Millennium Ambergris was immensely useful for her illusion technique. Without much hesitation, she instructed the female cultivator to set the piece aside for her to collect when she left. The female cultivator had a premonition of this outcome when Zhao asked to test the incense. However, when Zhao indeed decided to purchase it, the cultivator felt an overwhelming wave of joy, as though struck by a delightful surprise. The commission from 500 superior grade spirit stones would be enough to ensure her financial security for the rest of her life. Other female cultivators in the Merfolk Pavilion looked on with envy, silently cursing their luck for not serving such a generous customer. The female cultivator stood frozen in shock for a while before snapping out of it and apologizing to Zhao in a fluster. Zhao dismissed the apology with indifference, and the cultivator quickly removed the Millennium Ambergris from the glass display and stored it separately. While this transaction left the cultivator ecstatic, it deeply unsettled Little Red, Zhao's guide. To Little Red, 500 superior grade spirit stones was an amount beyond her wildest dreams. Yet her senior spent it without a second thought. Her feelings were a tangle of admiration and an unshakable sense of inferiority. Distracted and out of sorts, Little Red only realized they had reached the entrance to the fourth floor after Zhao had finished browsing the entire level. Because of her wandering thoughts, she had missed much of what transpired. Biting her lip, regret surged within her like a tidal wave. Neither Zhao nor the female cultivator seemed to notice Little Red's lapse in attention. The cultivator was busy describing the fifth floor to Zhao. "Fairy, to be candid, the fifth floor of the Merfolk Pavilion contains only one treasure. Its price is steep, and whether you purchase it or not, anyone entering must pay a fee of 10 superior grade spirit stones." After finishing, the cultivator appeared uneasy, speaking slowly, as though worried about offending Zhao. "What is being sold on the fifth floor?" Zhao asked curiously. The cultivator shook her head. "Fairy, even we are unaware." Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A treasure in the Merfolk Pavilion, so secretive that even its staff were kept in the dark? Her interest piqued. Zhao decided to venture to the fifth floor. Turning to Little Red, she said, "You'll come with me." Little Red shook her head frantically. "Senior, I won't go. I'll wait for you here." Paying 10 superior grade spirit stones just to take a look was too terrifying a prospect for her. She didn't feel worthy. The female cultivator informed Zhao that only one person could ascend to the fifth floor at a time. Abandoning her attempt to persuade Little Red, Zhao paid the 10 superior grade spirit stones and proceeded alone. At the top of the staircase was a tightly sealed door. Zhao pushed it lightly, and the door opened on its own, revealing a dimly lit, narrow corridor. With a faint smile, Yu Zhao stepped confidently into the passageway. The grand door behind Yu Zhao slowly shut as she moved forward without hesitation, her steps echoing in the wide passageway. The material used in constructing the Merfolk Pavilion's passage was a mystery. As Yu Zhao walked deeper, she realized her divine sense was being suppressed to a range of less than a zhang, around 3 meters. Outwardly, she remained composed, but inwardly, her vigilance grew. Why would a shop specializing in selling items go to such lengths to create an air of mystery? Did it hide some unknown secrets? Pondering these questions, she reached the end of the passage, where another sealed stone door awaited. This time, instead of immediately opening it, she stopped and touched her chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, her ears twitched, and she instinctively leaned toward the stone door. She thought she heard the sound of a woman singing. She held her breath, concentrating, but after waiting for some time, the singing did not return. It was as if her ears had deceived her. Narrowing her eyes, Yu Zhao placed her hand on the stone door. A grating sound broke the silence, making her teeth ache as the door gradually slid open. Blue light spilled out, casting eerie shadows on her face and giving her expression a sinister edge. When the scene behind the door fully revealed itself, her pupils contracted in shock. "Customer, do you enjoy singing? Let me sing a song for you." A soft, enchanting female voice greeted her. Yu Zhao's body froze as an icy chill rushed from the soles of her feet to her head. That thing could speak? No, it could sing too? It wasn't surprising that Yu Zhao lost her composure. Anyone would have been startled to see a blue heart floating in a pool of water suddenly open its mouth and speak. The blue glow illuminating her face came from this heart. She silently thanked her decision to leave Little Red behind. This sight would have terrified the child. "Iyali." Without waiting for Yu Zhao's response, the heart began singing on its own. The veins on its surface pulsated rhythmically, creating an indescribable eeriness. What chilled Yu Zhao even more was that the heart sang in a language she could not understand. Despite the language barrier, she could feel the seductive undertone embedded in its melody. Yes, this blue heart was trying to enchant her mind with its singing. Yu Zhao, with the experience of 2 lifetimes and unwavering willpower, wasn't easily swayed. Moreover, the illusory tides technique she practiced specialized in influencing the minds of cultivators, trapping them in illusions. The moment the mesmerizing melody reached her ears, she instantly recognized the heart's malicious intent. Feigning rapture, she narrowed her eyes and pretended to fall under its spell. To its credit, the heart's singing was undeniably beautiful, so much so that even with her mental defenses up, Yu Zhao almost succumbed to its allure. This near miss solidified a growing suspicion in her mind. Legend spoke of a unique race in the southern abyss's deep seas, known as the Merfolk tribe. These beings, with their fish tails and human torsos, were said to be stunningly beautiful, standing 5 to 6 chi tall, with snow-white skin and enchanting voices. Those who heard their songs willingly stayed with the Merfolk tribe, entranced by their spellbinding melodies. Besides their singing, the Merfolk were also coveted by countless cultivators for another extraordinary trait: their tears. When shed, their tears crystallized into white pearls. These pearls, when ground into powder and applied to wounds, could heal injuries instantly, earning them the name Unhealing Pearl. In pursuit of the rare, unyielding pearl, countless cultivators ventured into the deep sea, hunting merfolk and forcing their tears. The merfolk tribe quickly vanished without a trace in the southern abyss. When Yu Zhao first heard the story of the merfolk tribe from Little Red, she thought it was nothing more than a fabricated legend. However, upon seeing the strange blue heart before her and hearing the enchanting, mesmerizing melody, she began to believe in the existence of the merfolk tribe within the cultivation world. This realization sent a chill through her heart. If the rumors were true, didn't it mean the merfolk tribe truly faced annihilation? Was this vibrant, beating heart a remnant of that catastrophic event? Perhaps overwhelmed by her thoughts, her vision blurred, and she was drawn into an illusion. The illusion she created typically manifested from one's thoughts and desires, but this heart, suspected to be from a mere folk, employed far cruder techniques. Yu Zhao was certain of this because she suddenly found herself watching Feng Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, and others dressed in flamboyant outfits, dancing in front of her. Yes, dancing. Not just any dance, but an outrageously indecent one. It was utterly scandalous. While clapping along gleefully, Yu Zhao righteously condemned the scene in her heart. She had to admit, though, seeing the usually upright Feng Chenglang and his companions act so outrageously was oddly satisfying. Though the illusion wasn't real, it was still quite the visual treat. 10 high-grade spirit stones for the ticket? Totally worth it, she thought. At that moment, the Feng Chenglang, in the illusion, picked up a glass of wine and approached Yu Zhao with graceful steps. Instinctively, she leaned back slightly. His garish attire was simply too much for her eyes to bear. To uncover the blue heart's intentions, Yu Zhao forced herself to endure and even managed a cheerful smile. Feng Chenglang approached her, giggling coquettishly. Without a word, he raised the glass and poured the wine toward her lips. Yu Zhao tilted her head back and drank. This was her illusion, so she was certain the wine was harmless. In any other scenario, she wouldn't have dared drink it. Who knew what it might contain? Zhao Zhao. Feng Chenglang suddenly called her name and reached out to stroke her hair. Yu Zhao clenched her teeth so hard she nearly cracked them, suppressing the urge to kick this impostor away. Previously, she found Feng Chenglang and his group unpleasant. Now, compared to this cheap imitation, they didn't seem so bad after all. Noticing no resistance from Yu Zhao, Feng Chenglan's seductive gaze quickly flashed with cold calculation, and a faint light appeared at his fingertips. Just as his hand was about to touch the back of her head, Yu Zhao swiftly grabbed his arm. Feng Chenglang froze, lowering his gaze to meet her clear, unwavering eyes. She wasn't under the spell of the song. Realizing this, Feng Chenglang tried to escape, but Yu Zhao's grip held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. "Let's see what trick you're playing," Yu Zhao said, pulling his hand closer for examination. Comparing it to the memories from Bright Moon Hermit, she quickly deciphered the runes on his fingertips. "Heart Demon Mark? You were trying to plant a Heart Demon Mark in my sea of consciousness." Feng Chenglan's face turned pale. Not only had he been caught, but his scheme was also exposed. He was doomed. Planting a thought as a seed can awaken the deepest hidden heart demon, hence the term heart demon seed. In ancient times, the heart demon seed was a spell designed for attack. Over the course of thousands of years, it evolved into a method of control. Now, cultivators use the heart demon seed to manipulate others by planting it in their minds. "What are you?" Yu Zhao demanded coldly, her voice filled with anger. "Why did you plant a heart demon seed in me?" Feng Chenglang turned his head aside and remained silent. Yu Zhao smiled faintly. Her hand moved like lightning, seizing Feng Chenglang by the neck. In his terrified gaze, she gave a decisive twist. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed, and the illusion before Yu Zhao's eyes collapsed rapidly. In a blink, she found herself back by the pool behind the stone door. The eerie blue light vanished, and the singing stopped. The blue heart submerged itself into the pool, hiding at the bottom and refusing to surface. Yu Zhao chuckled softly. Did it think she would be powerless just because it hid underwater? It was gravely mistaken. Channeling her inner spiritual energy, Yu Zhao used her divine sense like a brush to swiftly draw a rune in the air. When she completed the last stroke, an invisible wave rippled outward, and the rune became visible. "Go!" Yu Zhao extended her finger, pointing towards the submerged blue heart. The rune glowed and pierced through the water, branding itself onto the blue heart. Instantly, a flood of emotions surged into Yu Zhao's sea of consciousness: fear, panic, rage. Eek! The blue heart let out a sharp cry, breaking through the water surface and rushing straight at Yu Zhao, seemingly intent on mutual destruction. Yu Zhao stood her ground, unflinching. With a mere thought, she struck with her divine sense. The once ferocious blue heart seemed to be punched mid-air, immediately deflating. Trembling, it stopped a few feet away from her. Yu Zhao raised an eyebrow. The heart demon seed was truly effective. She could sense all the emotions of the blue heart and control its every movement. In other words, its life or death was entirely in her hands. Now, tell me what you are, Yu Zhao demanded. The blue heart, initially calm, began to ripple with violent emotions again. An overwhelming mix of rage and sorrow, capable of disrupting Yu Zhao's spirit, nearly overcame her. She quickly activated the illusory tides technique, stabilizing her mind. The close call left her shaken. She had underestimated the complexity of the heart demon seed. Though it could control the mind, one must always guard against emotional backlash. Unless she was absolutely certain she could suppress the target's mental strength, she dared not use it recklessly. The blue heart seemed lost in its memories, silent for a long while. After a brief hesitation, Yu Zhao asked, "Are you a merfolk?" "Yeah, it's rare for someone to recognize a merfolk." The blue heart admitted it. Its voice, stripped of allure, now sounded low and desolate, carrying an immeasurable sense of loss and sorrow. At that moment, Yu Zhao was at a loss for words. Unsure how to address it, she decided to call it merfolk for now. The merfolk had tried to plant a heart demon seed in her. By all rights, Yu Zhao had no reason to feel sympathy. However, considering the tragic story behind the merfolk, seeing it reduced to surviving with just a heart stirred something in Yu Zhao. "Can you tell me your story?" she asked. The merfolk, sensing the change in her tone, was surprised. After a brief pause, it let out a cold laugh. "What's there to tell? You humans, so greedy, invaded the merfolk tribe's territory for pearls of immortality. In just half a year, the entire merfolk tribe disappeared from the southern abyss. This is all you're doing." Yu Zhao, unfazed by the accusatory tone, frowned and asked, "Then how did you end up in this state?" Yu Zhao didn't mean to reopen someone's wounds, but certain things had to be clarified before she could decide what to do. The merfolk spoke in a lifeless tone. "My body is different from the others of my kind. Their tears turn into spirit beads, but I was born unable to cry. A merfolk who can't shed tears is worthless. So, they dismembered me. That's when I realized my heart still retained consciousness even after being removed. I don't remember much after that. Too much happened, but eventually I ended up imprisoned in this stone chamber. He demanded that I plant heart demon marks on everyone who entered. Once I marked 1,000 people, he promised to set me free. A heart detached from its body that could still think and speak. Wasn't that akin to having two lives?" Yu Zhao could vividly imagine how mad cultivators would become if they learned of this secret. The merfolk didn't want to elaborate further. Clearly, many horrifying events had transpired. Yu Zhao chose not to press him for details. Her focus shifted to the merfolk mentioned. "Who is he?" "The one who truly controls the merfolk pavilion." The merfolk shuddered, clearly terrified of the person he spoke of. "Why does he want you to plant heart demon marks?" The merfolk hesitated. Seeing this, Yu Zhao didn't rush him. The heart demon mark she had planted on the merfolk's heart ensured he couldn't disobey her orders. Sure enough, after a long silence, the merfolk spoke again. "His lifespan is nearing its end. He hopes to use the soul-devouring technique to find a way to extend it." Yu Zhao took a moment to process his words. To ascend to the 5th floor of the merfolk pavilion, cultivators needed to meet two conditions: wealth and leisure. Typically, such cultivators either came from prominent cultivation families or were influential disciples of major sects. They possessed knowledge that ordinary cultivators could never access. The merfolk pavilion's master used this process to filter out those cultivators who met his criteria, then subjected them to soul-searching to steal their memories. Understanding this, Yu Zhao felt a chill run down her spine. Is he a nascent soul cultivator? Only a nascent soul cultivator would dare to recklessly invade another soul. Yes, Yu Zhao's heart sank. From the moment she stepped onto the 5th floor staircase, she had likely caught the attention of the nascent soul cultivator. Even if she hadn't been marked with a heart demon mark, she was probably his next target for a soul search. Curiosity killed the cat. Yu Zhao gave the merfolk a deep look. Once I leave this place, I'll remove the heart demon mark. As for you, she had intended to leave a warning, but seeing the lonely heart left her feeling it was pointless. She took a deep breath and turned to leave. The merfolk pavilion had set no obstacles in the passageway. Yu Zhao passed through it smoothly and descended the stairs. The female cultivator and Little Red, who had been waiting on the 4th floor, immediately looked up when they heard footsteps. They saw Yu Zhao descending, her face flushed and her steps unsteady. Senior, Little Red hurried forward to support Yu Zhao's arm. Was she drunk? But there was no scent of alcohol on her. The female cultivator wasn't surprised. Almost all guests who descended from the 5th floor looked similarly disoriented. A bit of rest usually cleared their minds. She guided Yu Zhao and Little Red to a private lounge for rest. As expected, it wasn't long before the flush faded from Yu Zhao's face, and her eyes regained clarity. Without delay, she completed her transaction with the Merfolk Pavilion and left with Little Red. Only after running through 2 streets did she feel her rapidly beating heart finally calm down a little. Senior, Little Red panted heavily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The senior had been walking so fast earlier that Little Red couldn't keep up, leaving her to jog behind. Little Red, do you know who in Southern Abyss City has lived here the longest and is the most knowledgeable? Yu Zhao asked. Having reached Southern Abyss City, Yu Zhao didn't want to leave empty-handed. She decided to make one last attempt. If this effort yielded no clues, she would leave immediately and return when there was another opportunity. I know. It's Grandpa Cha. Little Red raised her hand excitedly. Grandpa Cha is the tea master at the Fragrant Tea House. His tea is the most fragrant. Take me to him. Okay. With practiced familiarity, Little Red led Yu Zhao through a series of alleys, quickly arriving outside a tea house. Together, they climbed to the 2nd floor. Following the scent of tea, they found the tea master brewing tea for some guests in a private room. The situation was urgent, and Yu Zhao didn't have time to wait for the tea master to finish. She kicked open the door to the tea room. Hey, what are you doing? 2 cultivators enjoying tea inside glared angrily at Yu Zhao. However, upon realizing they couldn't discern her cultivation level, their expressions instantly shifted to fawning smiles. They quickly rose from their cushions and greeted her respectfully. Greetings, Senior. Yu Zhao casually tossed a high-grade spirit stone to one of them. I need to speak with the tea master. Consider this your compensation. The moment they saw the high-grade spirit stone in their hands, their irritation melted away, replaced by joy so intense it nearly reached their ears. They were too thrilled to hold a grudge. Senior, we'll leave right away. Without another word, the 2 hurried out of the room, even thoughtfully closing the door behind them. The tea room fell silent. You seem to be in quite a rush. What do you wish to ask? The tea master, his hair white but posture straight, set down his teapot with a calm demeanor. Tea master, do you know if there's a sect near Southern Abyss City called the Watercloud Palace? Yu Zhao asked directly, getting straight to the point. Watercloud Palace? The tea master looked at Yu Zhao in surprise. Didn't that sect perish 20 years ago? A spark of joy lit up Yu Zhao's eyes. She had found the right person. Exactly. Do you know the location of the Watercloud Palace? The tea master frowned, deep in thought. Only heard about it from others back then. Let me think. I can't recall clearly at the moment. Grandpa Cha, this senior is my guest. Please help her, Little Red chimed in, stepping out from behind Yu Zhao and clasping her hands together, pleading with a pitiful expression. Oh, it's Little Red. The tea master's eyes softened, and the wrinkles on his face deepened into a smile. He looked at Yu Zhao disapprovingly. If you'd said you were Little Red's guest earlier, I might have remembered sooner. Yu Zhao, don't pretend, old man. You saw Little Red the moment we entered and were just waiting for her to speak up. The tea master, seeing that the game was up, relented and provided Yu Zhao with a detailed location of the Watercloud Palace. Yu Zhao memorized it carefully and prepared to give the team master 5 high-grade spirit stones as thanks. The team master, however, refused. I merely said a few words. It's not worth so much. If you insist on giving something, give it to Little Red. This child has had it tough. Yu Zhao had already noticed the close relationship between the team master and Little Red, so this didn't surprise her. She added another high-grade spirit stone and took out a food box filled to the brim. Handing both to Little Red in front of the team master, she said, "I'm leaving. These are your wages for guiding me today." Little Red's face lit up with joy, holding the food box and spirit stones tightly in her hands. Yu Zhao turned and left without hesitation, the new clue driving her onward. Little Red stared blankly at the spirit stones in Yu Zhao's hands, their crystalline glow captivating her. "Are these for me?" she wondered, her heart racing. Flustered, she waved her hands in refusal. "No, Senior, this is too much. I can't accept it." Nearby, the team master grew anxious, almost tempted to snatch the spirit stones from Yu Zhao and hand them to Little Red himself. "Take them. You've earned this," Yu Zhao said firmly but not unkindly. Without giving Little Red a chance to argue, she pressed the spirit stones into her arms and added a warning. "Remember, you mustn't let anyone see these. Only you and the team master should know." Unlike Yu Zhao, Little Red lacked the strength to protect herself. If word got out, not only would the spirit stones be stolen, but her life could also be at risk. Also, Yu Zhao continued, her tone serious. "You should stay close to the team master for now. Don't go out alone." Yu Zhao feared that the nascent soul cultivator from the Merfolk Pavilion, unable to track her, might target Little Red instead. This made her feel compelled to emphasize the danger. Little Red, however, was too engrossed in the spirit stones nestled in her arms to fully grasp Yu Zhao's warnings. The team master, on the other hand, grew alert, sensing the peril in the situation. "I'll keep an eye on her," he assured Yu Zhao. Nodding, Yu Zhao disappeared like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. The team master glanced at Little Red, still lost in blissful ignorance, and sighed deeply. Whether this fortune is a blessing or a curse, only time will tell. The Water Cloud Palace was neither too far nor too close to Southern Abyss City, but it took Yu Zhao 2 days to reach the mountain peak the team master had mentioned. The towering peak stretched into the clouds, its misty surroundings lending it an ethereal beauty. A massive waterfall cascaded down its side, resembling a silver ribbon, spraying fine droplets that filled the air with mist. Yu Zhao evaluated the place and concluded that it was indeed a spiritually rich location, perfect for establishing a sect. Without hesitation, she darted up the mountain path. The higher she climbed, the more unusual things became. The spiritual energy here was far denser and more active than any place she'd passed through on her way. She also began noticing signs of movement, footprints, crushed leaves, and faint traces of lingering energy. Could it be? A suspicion crept into her mind. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the Merfolk Pavilion, a merfolk soaked in the water of a tranquil pool, his thoughts tangled in chaos. The merfolk had always seen humans as greedy, treacherous, and shameless. After being deceived once, he had sworn never to trust them again. Yet, the human female cultivator had fulfilled her promise, freeing him from the heart demon mark. This act of integrity left the merfolk confused, unprepared to reconcile it with his ingrained mistrust of humans. Suddenly, memories of his kin being slaughtered by human cultivators flashed in his mind. Overcome with fury and sorrow, he slammed his head against the pool's edge, the pain meant to anchor him to his hatred. "Don't forget their crimes. Don't forget your vengeance," he muttered through gritted teeth. A chilling voice interrupted his thoughts. "Little merfolk, you're acting strangely today." Fear gripped him, instantly overshadowing his anger. He trembled uncontrollably, and the water rippled with his shaking. At some point, an imposing figure had appeared at the pool's edge, looking down at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The merfolk's terror only deepened as the figure's gaze glinted with amusement. But in an instant, The amusement was replaced by a storm of rage. The voice boomed, Who? Who dared leave their aura on you? Before the merfolk could comprehend, he was seized and lifted, pain far more intense than before surging through his body. The torment was so overwhelming he let out a sharp, agonized cry. The blue blood coursing through his veins seemed to grow darker with his anguish. Don't test my patience, the figure growled. Tell me everything that happened to you. Sacred ground of the sect. Outsiders must halt. Beneath the towering mountain gate, two young female cultivators stood firmly, blocking Yu Zhao's path with vigilant expressions. Yu Zhao gazed at the gate, identical to the one in the scrolls, her eyes filled with complexity. After the destruction of Watercloud Palace, a new sect had arisen here, with even the mountain gate reconstructed exactly as before. Believing there was no connection between the two was impossible for Yu Zhao. May I ask, what is the name of your sect? She inquired. The female cultivators exchanged wary glances. Senior, our sect is called Clear Wind Sect. Clear Wind Sect. Yu Zhao nodded. Then, could you please pass on a message for me? I wish to meet with your sect master. Please wait here, Senior. I'll be back shortly. After whispering between themselves, one of the cultivators bowed to Yu Zhao and hurried toward the gate, leaving the other behind to keep watch. With a subtle technique, Yu Zhao quickly extracted information from the remaining cultivator. She learned that Clear Wind Sect was established 10 years ago, with its sect master being Master Ziwei, a golden core cultivator nearing the late stage. Many of the sect members, including the sect master, were former disciples of Watercloud Palace. After its fall, they scattered and eventually regrouped due to various circumstances, founding this new sect. The gatekeeping cultivators, however, were latecomers to the sect. They were ostracized and relegated to guarding the entrance. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhao was thrilled. If the sect master was indeed a disciple of Watercloud Palace, she might uncover more information about Shui Qingyu. After some time, the returning cultivator reappeared, accompanied by a group of over a dozen women moving as one toward the gate. Their expressions were stern, their presence exuding an imposing aura. The remaining gatekeeper instinctively stepped back, creating distance from Yu Zhao, fearing an imminent clash between the two sides. The Clear Wind sect had been informed of an unidentified female cultivator outside their gate, demanding an audience with the sect master, an unsettling visitor. Alarmed, the elders decided to have the sect master remain in the main hall while they confronted this uninvited guest. However, as they approached and laid eyes on the elegant and graceful woman standing before the gate, they froze. Palace master, one of them stammered. Am I hallucinating? Why do I see the palace master? Another murmured. It's the palace master. The palace master has returned. Their menacing demeanor dissolved in an instant, and tears welled in their eyes. A few of the more emotional ones even began crying outright. They had believed they would never see their palace master again in this lifetime. Palace master, I missed you so much. You finally returned. One elder, sobbing uncontrollably, broke away from the group and ran straight toward Yu Zhao, seeking to embrace her. Seeing this, the other elders hesitated only for a moment before rushing forward as well, unwilling to be left behind. Wait, you got it all wrong. I'm not Shui Qingyu. Yu Zhao dodged deftly while attempting to explain, but her words fell on deaf ears. Determined to embrace her, the elders employed every skill they had. Helpless, Yu Zhao finally had to suppress everyone with spiritual energy, forcing them to calm down. The two younger disciples tasked with guarding the gate were stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be a confrontation? Why did it seem more like a reunion of old friends? Albeit not an ordinary one. You claim you're not the palace master? One elder, as refined as a secluded orchid, scrutinized Yu Zhao suspiciously before covering her mouth with a laugh. Palace master, you still love to tease us. Exactly. You are the palace master. Even if you turned to ashes, we would still recognize you. Palace master, are you in danger? Is that why you're reluctant to reveal your identity? Yu Zhao felt overwhelmed by the incessant chatter of a dozen women around her, their voices blending into a chaotic hum that made her head throb. Helplessly, she pointed to the corner of her eye. Take a closer look. Shui Qingyu has a tear-shaped mole at the edge of her eye. I don't. Surely, that should settle the matter of her identity. The women's intense gazes landed on Yu Zhao's eye corner, their expressions inscrutable. Suddenly, one elder's face lit up with realization. Palace Master, to hide your identity, you even went to the extent of removing your tear mole. Such dedication. The other elders, upon hearing this, looked visibly distressed, their faces filled with pity. Yu Zhao was speechless. She turned to the elder who had suggested the mole removal theory. What is your name? The elder blushed, speaking in a high-pitched tone. Palace Master, have you forgotten my name? I'm Qiu Shuang, but you used to call me Little Shuang Shuang. All right, Aunt Qiu, Yu Zhao replied calmly. W what? What did you just call me? Qiu Shuang stammered, shocked. Aunt Qiu, and all of you esteemed elders, Yu Zhao continued, her tone serious. I truly am not Shui Qingyu. However, Shui Qingyu must have a significant connection to me. I've come here to learn about her from all of you. I would be deeply grateful for your guidance. She bowed respectfully, her demeanor solemn. The elders of the Clear Wind sect, who had been excited moments ago, fell silent. After a long pause, one of them sighed, her voice tinged with sorrow. Little Yu Zhao, how heartless of you. You won't even leave us a shred of hope. Indeed, how could they not see that Yu Zhao wasn't Shui Qingyu, the woman who had spent countless days with them? While the two shared identical appearances, their gazes and auras were unmistakably different. The elders had clung to Yu Zhao's resemblance to deceive themselves into believing Shui Qingyu was still alive and cared for them. But Yu Zhao's words mercilessly shattered that illusion, forcing them to confront reality. Yu Zhao remained silent, unmoved. Whatever ties these people had with Shui Qingyu, to her, they were strangers. She was here for one purpose, to uncover the truth. A constant sense of danger loomed over her, urging her to hurry. Enough, Elder Qiu Shuang finally said. Follow us to the main hall. The sect leader is waiting for news. Yu Zhao nodded and followed the group up the mountain toward the main hall. The atmosphere during the trek was heavy with suppressed grief, and not a single word was exchanged. Yu Zhao could feel the profound sorrow and loneliness emanating from the elders. She wondered what kind of woman Shui Qingyu had been to leave such an indelible mark on them. The main hall. Inside, Master Ziwei, leader of the Clear Wind sect, paced anxiously. Her eyes betrayed a fear she struggled to conceal. The Clear Wind sect had always operated discreetly, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and offending no one. So why had someone suddenly come to attack them? Could it be the same group from 20 years ago, returning to exact vengeance and massacre the sect? If so, was there still time for her to escape? She refused to end up like Shui Qingyu, who had foolishly sacrificed her life to shield the sect's disciples, facing impossible odds to trade her life for theirs. Her own life, after all, was far more precious. But would it be too late to flee now? Like last time, the mountain paths leading to and from the sect were likely already blocked. Ah, if she had known this would happen, she never should have coveted the position of sect leader or returned to this cursed place. But regret now was useless. Master Ziwei paced anxiously, her nerves frayed, as Elder Qiu Shuang and the other elders accompanied Yu Zhao up the steps to the main hall. Up ahead is the main hall of the Clear Wind sect. We shall first pay our respects to the sect master before sitting down to discuss matters, Elder Qiu Shuang said. Yu Zhao nodded in agreement. Master Ziwei heard their voices outside, her gaze flickering. They didn't seem to be here to cause trouble for the Clear Wind sect. Could it be that she wouldn't have to flee after all? Still uncertain, she hesitated as Qiu Shuang and the other elders entered the main hall and bowed to her. Yu Zhao, surrounded by the elders, followed suit. Initially, Master Ziwei didn't notice Yu Zhao. She was about to ask who had requested to meet her when Yu Zhao suddenly raised her head. Their eyes met, and both were startled. Yu Zhao was surprised because she had seen this sect master of the Clear Wind sect in a painting before. The painting depicted Ye Cong teaching her disciples with extraordinary detail. The other figures were sketched briefly, but one stood close to Ye Cong, their half-profile unmistakably clear. That half-profile was enough for Zhao to recognize Master Ziwei. Master Ziwei's shock, however, was more easily understood. Anyone who had known Ye Cong would be stunned upon meeting Zhao. They looked far too alike. Even Xiao Shuang and the others, aware that Zhao wasn't Ye Cong, couldn't help but occasionally find themselves in a daze when looking at her face. Palace! Palace Master! Master Ziwei blurted, her expression turning frosty. No, that's not right. You're not Ye Cong. Who are you? I am Zhao. Zhao replied calmly. But her answer did nothing to ease Master Ziwei's tension. In fact, it only heightened her wariness and fear. What is your connection to Ye Cong? Why have you come to the Clear Wind sect? Master Ziwei demanded harshly. Her tone was far from polite, causing the elders, including Xiao Shuang, to frown but remain silent. Master Ziwei, are you afraid of me? Is it merely because I resemble Ye Cong? Or is it because you're somehow involved in the calamity that befell the Water Cloud Palace all those years ago? Zhao's voice was steady yet piercing. Respect me an inch, and I'll return a foot. Master Ziwei had addressed Zhao with hostility, so Zhao saw no reason to be conciliatory in return. Their first meeting was already filled with tension, like drawn swords ready to clash. Utter nonsense. I see you've come with ill intentions. Leave immediately. The Clear Wind sect does not welcome you. Master Ziwei declared angrily, her voice sharp as she flung her sleeve in dismissal. Sect Master, please calm your anger. Zhao meant no disrespect. Elder Xiao Shuang quickly interjected, trying to mediate. The other elders chimed in as well, some even casting Zhao pleading looks, urging her to offer an apology. Zhao hesitated for a moment. Not wanting to make things more difficult for the elders, she clasped her hands respectfully and said, Master Ziwei, my earlier words were indeed inappropriate. I apologize if they offended you. No need for excuses. Leave at once. Master Ziwei's tone only grew more severe, refusing to relent. Zhao had yet to respond when the other elders rose to defend her. Sect Master, Zhao has already apologized. Why must you press her so hard? Indeed, Zhao's striking resemblance to the Palace Master suggests a possible blood relation. She could very well have ties to the Clear Wind sect. Let her stay. Sect Master, please show mercy and allow Zhao to remain. Let Zhao stay. The voices of the elders converged into a single plea. Let Zhao stay. Master Ziwei was livid, laughing bitterly. Fine, fine. You're all so righteous. It seems I'm the only one here willing to play the villain. Have you all forgotten the catastrophe 20 years ago? As the sect master of the Clear Wind sect, it is my duty to ensure the safety of every disciple under our roof. This person's origins are unclear, and she cannot explain her connection to Ye Cong. She must not stay. Master Ziwei's words instantly brought back memories of the nightmare from 20 years ago for the elders present. It had been an ordinary day, with the palace master overseeing their practice in the training grounds. Suddenly, dark clouds loomed over the skies, and waves of enemies surged through every entrance of Water Cloud Palace, attacking the mountain gates. The echoes of battle cries, clashes, and explosions filled the air. Even to this day, traces of that fight could still be found throughout the Clear Wind sect. Those who had once thought the sect leader was cold-hearted could no longer argue. Instead, they looked at Zhao with eyes filled with guilt. Zhao understood at that moment. There was no way she could remain at the Clear Wind sect today. Without another word, she scanned the group one last time and resolutely left. Elder Xiao Shuang instinctively took 2 steps forward to follow. Don't go. Master Ziwei's stern command carried on the breeze and reached Zhao's ears. Zhao's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as she quickened her pace. Night. Elder Xiao Shuang sat on the swing in her courtyard, drinking alone. She was strikingly beautiful, with a faint blush from the wine adding a unique charm to her face. "Palace Master, why haven't you come back to see me yet?" She muttered softly, her eyes half closed, as if lost in a dream. Whoosh! A cool night breeze swept past, sending a shiver through her. She raised the wine jug and tilted her slender neck back. The expected wine didn't pour down. Lowering her gaze, she saw a firm, slender hand holding the jug. When she looked up, the person before her was none other than Zhao, who had been expelled from the sect not long ago. The sight sobered Elder Chiu Shuang up considerably. She lowered her voice, her surprise mixed with joy. "What did you get in?" Zhao chuckled lightly. "Just a few trivial tricks, not worth showing off in front of an elder." Noting that Zhao didn't wish to elaborate, Elder Chiu Shuang refrained from pressing further. She gestured for Zhao to follow her into the study. "I know what you want to ask, but before that, I have a question about your identity." Zhao shared a few key points about her life, such as being an orphan and her later survival after joining the Five Elements Dao sect. Upon learning that Zhao was a disciple of the Five Elements Dao sect, Elder Chiu Shuang felt a deep sense of relief. "You are truly blessed. No wonder you found your way to the Clear Wind sect. However, you may be disappointed. Among the elders, I have been with Water Cloud Palace for the shortest time. I'll share what I know, but beyond that, I'm afraid I can't help." She then recounted the story of her meeting with Shui Qingyu, the palace master of Water Cloud Palace. Stripped of her lengthy praise for Shui Qingyu's beauty and grace, the story boiled down to a talented female cultivator refusing to be used as a mere tool for others' cultivation. She was hunted down until Shui Qingyu saved her and took her in. The palace master rarely spoke of her past, but we all knew she had a brother. They were separated as children and lost contact. She founded Water Cloud Palace for two reasons: to provide a haven for female cultivators who didn't want to wander aimlessly, and to use its influence to find her family. Unfortunately, that day never came. The upheaval 20 years ago not only destroyed the palace master's years of hard work, but also left her missing ever since. Elder Chiu Shuang had left out an unspoken truth. Everyone who survived that catastrophic event believed that Shui Qingyu had perished 2 decades ago. After all, back then, she had fought desperately to cover the retreat of the remaining survivors, seemingly without a care for her own life. It was precisely due to Shui Qingyu's selfless sacrifice that, after fleeing the area, they returned together, united in their determination to continue the traditions of the Water Cloud Palace by establishing a new sect. This act carried great risks. They had no way of knowing if those who attacked them in the past might return, yet they chose to persevere. Now, although the Clear Wind sect had not risen to the ranks of a renowned superpower, it was thriving and flourishing. Actually, the sect master was the first to follow the palace master. "She knows far more than the rest of us," Elder Chiu Shuang said with a shake of her head. Unfortunately, the sect master harbored too deep a prejudice against Zhao, refusing to speak with her. Ignoring this comment, Zhao asked instead, "Did Shui Qingyu have any close ties with a man?" Elder Chiu Shuang shot Zhao a peculiar glance. Of course not. The palace master was known for her impeccable virtue and had no interest in trivial matters like romance. Both the former Water Cloud Palace and the present Clear Wind sect admitted only female disciples. In the past, some male cultivators had even derisively referred to the Water Cloud Palace as a nunnery. For reasons she couldn't explain, Zhao felt as though she had been stabbed in the heart. She sighed. As expected, uncovering clues about her origins wouldn't be easy. According to Elder Chiu Shuang, aside from a missing brother, Shui Qingyu had no other known relatives. If she truly had no interactions with men, it seemed impossible for her to have inexplicably become pregnant. The mystery of Zhao's connection to her remained unsolved. It appeared her only option was to seek answers from Master Ziwei. Whether the master was willing to meet her, though, Zhao thought with determination that she had plenty of ways to make Master Ziwei unable to refuse. "Do you know who attacked the Water Cloud Palace back then?" She asked her final question. "No idea. Elder Qiu Shuang replied with a bitter smile. They had never seen their attackers before, nor did they know why they targeted the Water Cloud Palace. Everything had happened so suddenly, catching them completely off guard. Having gathered all the information she could, Yu Zhao prepared to leave. Elder Qiu Shuang gazed at her wistfully, as if reluctant to let her go. After a long pause, she asked softly, "May I hug you?" Yu Zhao tilted her head slightly before spreading her arms. The next moment, she felt a warm, feminine embrace tinged with a faint fragrance. Elder Qiu Shuang's choked voice whispered in Yu Zhao's ear, "Thank you, Yu Zhao." "You're welcome," Yu Zhao replied with a smile. "I'm glad I could help fulfill your wish, Aunt Xiao." Leaving Elder Qiu Shuang's courtyard, Yu Zhao once again slipped into the night. Silent as a shadow, she moved toward Master Ziwei's residence. Although she lacked the skills to conceal her movements, her illusion technique worked just as well. Thanks to it, no one noticed her presence as she advanced. She spent some time searching for Master Ziwei's residence. Just as she finally pinpointed the exact location, a shadow darted out from the room and leaped over the wall, heading straight for the back gate of Clearwind Sect. Yu Zhao was startled. Someone else was also breaking into Clearwind Sect at night? Suspicion arose in her heart, but she wasted no time following. The intruder was swift and displayed an intimate familiarity with the layout of Clearwind Sect, evading obstacles with ease. In no time, he escaped through the back gate as though the sect were an empty field. Yu Zhao trailed him at a steady distance, neither too far nor too close. From her observations, the mysterious figure who fled from Master Ziwei's room was unmistakably a man. Yet, the first rule of Clearwind Sect strictly prohibited men from entering. Judging by his practiced movements, this was clearly not his first time visiting the sect. A man sneaking into the sect master's quarters in the dead of night. Did Master Ziwei know about this or not? A glimmer of amusement flashed through Yu Zhao's eyes. The mysterious man dashed down the mountain in one go, only to head towards the forested hills nearby, never once pausing. Silently, Yu Zhao followed. She had a hunch. She might uncover an extraordinary secret. By dawn, daylight had fully illuminated the sky. Little Red crept out of her room, sneaking cautious glances left and right like a thief. She dashed to the kitchen, dug out a food box she had hidden among some clutter in the corner, and slipped out through the tea house's side door while everyone was still asleep. Walking along the road home, Little Red's eyes curved into crescent moons, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Grandpa T had ordered her to stay at the tea house and not wander around, and he'd even found someone to take care of her younger brothers. But Little Red couldn't stop worrying. Without her around, her brothers would surely feel uneasy. She just wanted to take a quick look, just one look. Then she would hand over the food box left behind by the senior and return. Grandpa T wouldn't know a thing. Little Red's home was in the southern district of Southern Abyss City, the dirtiest and most chaotic area in the city. She navigated the alleyways with practiced ease, avoiding debris and her ill-intentioned neighbors, reaching home without drawing any attention. To call a home was generous. It was a ramshackle shelter that barely kept out the wind and rain. Sometimes even the inside got drenched during storms. Still, Little Red was content. Their living conditions might be poor for now, but she believed that once she grew a little older and found a better way to earn spirit stones, life at home would improve greatly. Perhaps one day, one of her brothers could even become a powerful cultivator like the senior. Little Mao, Little Doe, Little She, Big Sister is back. Look, I brought something good for you. Beaming, Little Red carried the heavy food box into the room. But the room was empty. There was no cheerful response from her brothers. Perplexed, Little Red hesitated until her 3 brothers came rushing in from the side room, excitement lighting up their faces. One of them pointed at her and exclaimed, "Sir, she's back. She's Little Red." The smile froze on Little Red's face. She had no idea what was happening, but her instinct screamed for her to run. She turned on her heel and bolted. She barely took 2 steps before her legs were restrained by an invisible force. Her upper body continued the running motion, but her legs remained locked. Thud! She fell hard to the ground, and the food box she had been holding tumbled out of her hands. Little Red felt dizzy and in pain. Reaching up to touch her head, her hand came away sticky with blood. "Sis, why are you running? The sir is just here to ask you some questions." "Sis Red, just tell the sir where you've been these past few days. Then we'll get a mid-grade spirit stone as a reward." Tsh, clumsy as always. Useless. Her three brothers squatted beside her, chattering away. None of them noticed the blood steadily streaming from the wound on her forehead. Little Red hesitated, her lips trembling as if she wanted to speak, but her mind buzzed so loudly that no words formed. Suddenly, her collar was yanked upward with force. When she looked up, she saw a kind-looking elderly man smiling down at her. "You must be Little Red?" His voice was warm, and his demeanor was strikingly similar to that of Grandpa T. Little Red's guard dropped momentarily, and she nodded dumbly. "Good child," the old man coaxed gently. "Tell Grandpa. The woman who accompanied you to the Merfolk Pavilion. Where did she go afterward? Whom did she meet? If you tell Grandpa, he'll give you a medium-grade spirit stone. With that, you and your little brothers could live in a warm, spacious house." His words were sweet and tempting, and even the three young boys nearby looked at Little Red with hopeful eyes. However, Little Red was no longer a naive child. She could sense the malice beneath his apparent kindness. Lowering her gaze, she stammered, "I don't know." The old man's smile disappeared instantly, his face growing dark as a murderous aura burst from him. The dilapidated house collapsed under the force of his energy, stirring up dust and debris. The three little boys fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Little Red felt like someone was choking her, making it hard to breathe. Her small face turned crimson from the pressure. "Lying is not a good habit, child," he said ominously. "You wouldn't want your brothers to lose their lives because of a stranger, would you?" "No," Little Red cried, her voice quivering with desperation. "Sir, please, I beg you. Spare my brothers. They're innocent." "Innocent or not, that's not for us to decide," the old man said coldly, stepping forward. His foot landed squarely on Little Mao's hand. Sister, help me. Save me." Little Mao screamed in agony, his cries piercing the air. Tears welled up in Little Red's eyes as she pleaded, "I'll talk. Just let my brothers go." As soon as the words left her lips, Little Red froze. Was she really going to betray her benefactor? But she had no time to think. Under the relentless threat to her brothers' lives, she spilled everything. She even revealed secrets about the fragrant tea house and tea master. The old man gestured to his subordinates, who immediately went to verify her claims. Meanwhile, Little Red helped her brothers to their feet, brushing the dust off their clothes. Little she muttered irritably, "You should have talked earlier." Dragging it out was so annoying. Little Red bit her lip and whispered apologetically, "I'm sorry." The boys snorted, ignoring her further. Soon, the old man's men returned, confirming Little Red's information. The elder nodded in satisfaction, tossing a medium-grade spirit stone to the ground before leaving. The three boys dove for the stone, fighting over it until their faces were bruised and bleeding. Little Red didn't intervene this time. She stood stiffly, as though her soul had left her body, haunted by the image of a blood-stained hymn from the messenger she betrayed. Had she made a terrible mistake? On the other side, Zhao followed the mysterious man through mountains and rivers, stopping at a waterfall. The man lightly tapped his toes and leaped into the waterfall, disappearing without a sound. Zhao waited, then wrapped herself in spiritual energy as a shield and jumped through the waterfall. She landed in a spacious, damp tunnel and noticed fresh footprints. Following them cautiously, she moved deeper into the tunnel, which gradually narrowed until only one person could pass at a time. After walking a little further, she heard voices. "Brother, take my advice and stop being so stubborn. She's being patient now, but if you keep refusing, her mood will change. She's no delicate maiden. She has strength and means to deal with you." Zhao paused, doubting her ears. "Let her give up. Even if I starve to death, I won't submit to her." The defiant voice echoed, filled with indignation. "Brother, Why make it hard on yourself? She saved your life when you were injured. Without her, you'd be dead. Your late foundation establishment level can't resist a golden core cultivator. Disagree. Rubbish. I had healing pills before I passed out. She's just taking advantage. Despicable. Shameless. If she comes near me, I'll fight to the death. Listening carefully, Zhao pieced together the situation. The two men were arguing about a woman, likely a golden core cultivator, who wanted the captive man to dual cultivate with her. The young man refused vehemently. Zhao rubbed her chin, amused. Who would have thought the stern master Zi Wei had such a scandalous side? Though tempted to leave, ignoring the situation seemed heartless. Scanning with her divine sense, she confirmed no third presence and stepped forward. The cave was spacious, with separate chambers carved into its walls. The young man, confined in one chamber, vented angrily at the mysterious man who stood with his back to Zhao. The young man's youthful features were even more striking than she imagined. His defiant phoenix eyes burned with indignation, his unkempt hair adding to his wild charm. Seeing him, Zhao suddenly understood why Master Zi Wei wanted him so badly.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.